What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes,
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Good afternoon, members. I'm very pleased to say that on this anniversary of the lockdown and on our National Day of Reflection, I'm very pleased to say that our Time for Reflection leader today is Dr. Richard Holloway. Dr. Holloway.
Presiding Officer, thank you for inviting me to share a reflection with you and your colleagues in the Scottish Parliament today. It may seem a strange theme for the anniversary of the day COVID-19 hit us, with all the losses that followed, but I think our mood should be one of gratitude today. During the shutdown, I remember the time another virus hit Scotland in the late 1980s, the human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV, when Edinburgh was dubbed the AIDS capital of Europe. During that struggle, a doctor I knew quoted from a famous novel called The Plague by the French Algerian writer Albert Camus. These were his words. To state quite simply what we learn in times of pestilence, that there are more things to admire in us than to despise. The story could not be one of final victory. It could only be the record of what had to be done and what assuredly would have to be done again by all who, while unable to be saints, but refusing to bow to pestilences, strive their utmost to be healers. That has been the story of this year, the story of how doctors and nurses and scientists and care workers and the people who deliver the mail and empty the bins and service and shops refused to bow to COVID-19 and strove their utmost to be healers. It is why today, as light glimmers again on the horizon, our hearts should be filled with gratitude for those who helped to guide us through the darkest days. And I want to extend that gratitude to the Scottish Parliament itself, because another virus has ravaged the world this year, the virus of political authoritarianism. We have watched regime after regime fall to dictators who killed the life of freedom. The philosopher Isaiah Berlin said that the main challenge that faced the human community was that our disagreements were rarely between an obvious good and an obvious evil. They were usually between rival versions of the good. Democracy was hard because it was built not on the suppression of disagreement, but on allowing it to flourish. You keep that principle alive and well in the Scottish Parliament. Your passionately argued disagreements keep us free, and for that we should also be grateful. So, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Holloway. Now, the next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 24452 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Bureau, setting out changes to this week's business. Could I call on the Minister to move the motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No members indicated they wish to speak on the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 24452 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I just note, colleagues, that we've just added the motion of no confidence. I will take the vote on the motion of no confidence immediately following the debate, and there'll be a 5-minute division when I call that vote. So that'll be around 4:05 this afternoon. Now, the next item is a statement from the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, on COVID-19, reflections and next steps. I would encourage all members who wish to contribute to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
Presiding Officer, this will be my final full parliamentary statement on COVID before Parliament rises for the election. And of course, as Richard Holloway has just noted in his thoughtful and moving remarks, today marks exactly 1 year since the country first entered lockdown. A year ago today, we all felt scared and uncertain. We did not know exactly what lay ahead or how long it might last. But we did know we had to come together to save lives, and I know I will never be able to adequately express the depth of my gratitude for all the sacrifices that have been made by so many over the past year. Today, I want to reflect on the anxiety, isolation, loss and grief that have marked the past 12 months. But I also want to acknowledge the compassion, solidarity and love that has brought hope and light to these darkest of times. Before I do any of that, though, I will, as usual, give an update on today's figures. The total number of positive cases reported yesterday was 495. That is 3.6% of all the tests carried out and takes the total number of cases now to 214,383. As of this morning, 2,214,672 people had received a first dose of vaccine, and that is almost half of the whole adult population of Scotland. So we are approaching a very important milestone. We remain on course to offer first doses to the 9 priority GCVI groups, which is everyone over 50, all unpaid carers and all adults with particular underlying health conditions by mid-April. I can also report that 341 people are currently in hospital, which is 12 fewer than yesterday, and 28 people are receiving intensive care, which is 5 fewer than yesterday. But I regret to report that in the past 24 hours, a further 7 deaths were registered of patients who first tested positive in the previous 28 days. The total number of deaths under this measurement is now 7,559. Tomorrow, however, National Records of Scotland will publish its weekly update, which uses a wider definition, and that will show that almost 10,000 people in Scotland have now died of COVID. Every single one of those deaths is, of course, a tragedy. Each one has left a gaping hole in the lives of the people who loved them, and yet again today I want to pass on my condolences to all those who are grieving. Yesterday, I met with representatives of families bereaved as a result of COVID, and I want to pay tribute to their strength and resolve. In that discussion, I acknowledged, as I have done before, that the Scottish Government did not get everything right in our response to the pandemic. I don't think any government did. It is vital that we reflect on that and that we learn lessons from that, which is why I also confirmed that establishing a statutory public inquiry will be a priority for this government if we are returned at the election. Returning, though, to this sad anniversary, today has been designated a National Day of Reflection, and I know many people will be thinking about those we have lost during the year, whatever the cause of their death. Earlier today, I stood with others to observe a minute's silence. That silence was, I know, observed by many thousands across the country. Later this evening, Scottish Government premises and many other public buildings across the country will be lit up in yellow. The Scottish Government is also helping to fund the creation of a national memorial garden in Pollock Park in Glasgow as part of an initiative led by the Herald newspaper. And we have also confirmed today that we will support COVID community memorial projects in locations across the country. Artists from Green Space Scotland will work with community groups, faith groups and those hit hardest by the pandemic to develop projects such as commemorative gardens, memorials and public artworks. These acts of collective remembrance are especially important because one of the cruelest aspects of this pandemic has undoubtedly been its impact on our ability to grieve. It is, of course, a natural human response when someone we love dies to gather together with others to mourn our loss and to celebrate their life. The fact that this shared and important ritual has not been possible has, I know, been an additional source of grief for many during this most difficult of years. So I hope that today's day of reflection and the memorials that communities will plan will help. They are a way in which we can begin to pay those we have lost the tribute that they deserve. Of course, today is also a time to mark the sacrifices that so many people have made over the past 12 months. Many of us, I know, will be thinking especially today about our health and care workers. We've been reminded once again just how much we owe to their dedication, expertise and compassion. And I am acutely aware that no words of thanks can ever be sufficient for the service that has been given over the past year, but I'm sure I speak for everyone, not just in Parliament, but across the country, in stressing again how deeply grateful we are for everything they have done and indeed continue to do. Other public servants have also played a crucial role. Our police officers and their support staff have enforced tough restrictions proportionately and sensitively. Our teachers and all those who work in schools have done an outstanding job in difficult and regularly changing circumstances. Other local authority staff too have provided vital help and support to those who most need it. And in some cases, for example, the speed with which they help to protect homeless people, they've provided us with really valuable lessons for the future. I also want to pay tribute today to Scotland's diverse business community. Many companies have met specific needs relating to the pandemic. At the start of the pandemic, for example, some distilleries started making hand sanitizer. We've also been able to develop a PPE supply chain in Scotland which did not exist before the start of the pandemic. And virtually all companies have gone to immense efforts to create safe conditions for staff and customers. They have supported home working for employees, complied with regulations which have often stopped them trading normally. And they've shown a sense of social responsibility through all of the concerns that have been faced about their own businesses. Now, the Scottish Government has and will continue to do everything we can to support the business sector. But I know that this has been the most difficult year that many employers and their workforces have ever faced. And again, I'm immensely grateful for all of those efforts. I'm also grateful to Scotland's faith groups who have helped their communities and found new ways of reaching out to their followers. I'm pleased to confirm today that from Friday, collective worship will again be permitted in groups of up to 50 if the premises can support such a gathering with appropriate physical distancing. This is an important change and I hope that it will be especially welcomed as we head towards important religious festivals over the next few weeks. Community groups and third sector organisations have also rallied round, helped by the support of hundreds of thousands of people across the country. In fact, the great outpouring of community spirit that we have seen has really been a source of light in an otherwise dark year. Last March, when we launched the Scotland Cares website to help find roles for people who wanted to volunteer, that site received more than 80,000 sign-ups. And of course, there are many more people who might never have registered formally as volunteers, but who have gone out of their way to support others, helping out with shopping, calling on friends and neighbours who needed company, providing essential care for those in need. I think all of us have really struggled in the past year with the paradox that this virus has created. We've had to stay physically apart from each other, from those we love most, at a time when we have never needed each other more. None of us, though, should be surprised that this year has been filled with difficulty and anxiety, and for too many people with grief. But I think we can and should also take some heart from the extent to which it has also been filled with compassion and love. And that is true also of one of the most important ways in which we have all tried to look after each other, By sticking to incredibly tough rules and restrictions, all of us have helped to save lives. We have helped to keep this virus under control. And we've helped to create the situation we are now in, where we can start to plan our route out of lockdown. The final point I want to make here today about our collective efforts during the past year is directed towards our young people. For children, if there are any children watching this, which I doubt, I know how difficult it has been for you to spend time out of school and to have such strict restrictions placed on how and when you can see your friends. But you have been truly magnificent during these strange and worrying times. You've stuck to the rules, you've done your homeschooling, I'm sure, most of the time, and you've helped out your parents and carers, and everybody across the country is incredibly proud of you. Thank you for everything you have done. I also want to acknowledge the impact of the past year on young adults. Many young people have been furloughed, many have lost their jobs. Anyone who has been studying at college or university has had significant restrictions placed on how they study and in some cases where they live at one of the most formative times of any young person's life. And although the restrictions on socialising are difficult for all of us, they are especially tough for people in their late teens and early 20s. But by sticking to the rules, as the vast majority have done, you have protected yourselves, but also helped to protect older adults. And I hugely appreciate that, as does the entire country. Presiding Officer, for all these reasons, one of my overwhelming emotions on looking back over the last year, which is why Richard Holloway's remarks resonated so strongly, is gratitude. I will never be able to thank people enough for the sacrifices made and everything that has been endured over these past 12 months. But in addition to gratitude, I think all of us should feel a sense of resolve, perhaps politicians in particular. As we recover from this pandemic, as we will, we must create a better and a fairer country for everyone. The way in which people have responded to the pandemic has been defined, as I've said, by solidarity, compassion, love and sacrifice. But the way in which people have been affected has been defined by the inequalities that still scar our society. Inequality has massively affected people's quality of life during lockdown, and of course deprivation has significantly increased some people's chances of getting COVID and of dying from it. None of us can be satisfied by the idea of returning to life exactly as it was before. That's why, for example, the Scottish Young Persons Guarantee makes it clear that our young people must not pay the price of this pandemic throughout their lives. All of them must get a fair shot at education, employment or training as they start out in life. It's also why we are working to establish a new national care service. The last year has powerfully reminded us of the importance of care and of the dedication of our care workers. But the death toll in care homes has been a national tragedy. We must consider, reconsider and reimagine how we support our care workers and look after our older citizens. We must also learn other lessons from this pandemic, and that does include reflecting on our mistakes, the timing of the first lockdown, the decision to ease travel restrictions during last summer. But it also includes ensuring that we are prepared for future public health emergencies too. And more generally, there is, I think, a lesson for all of us in never ever seeing any change that we want to make as unthinkable or unachievable. The past 12 months have shown us that when it's necessary, human beings can achieve quite incredible and extraordinary things. Scientists across the globe have developed vaccines at record speeds. Testing infrastructures have been established literally from scratch. People have changed their behaviour and their way of life at a moment's notice to protect and care for each other. Now, the conditions that the next Scottish Parliament faces will, I hope, be nothing like the ones we've encountered and endured in the past year. But that Parliament will have an even greater responsibility than this and previous ones to tackle inequality, to support economic recovery and achieve a just transition to a net zero society. And if we, all of us, can summon just some of the urgency, resolve and solidarity we have shown in the face of the virus and bring that to bear in tackling these big issues and others, then I hope we can ensure that we don't simply return to normal, that instead we create a better and fairer normality for the future. Presiding Officer, these choices, of course, will be for the next Parliament and the next government. For today, I know the focus for everyone is on remembrance and reflection. But since this is the last time that I will speak about COVID in this chamber before the election, I do want to say a few words about the weeks ahead. COVID updates will obviously be much less regular during the pre-election period, but the government will still be monitoring the pandemic constantly. I will be doing so on a daily basis and taking and announcing decisions as required. That's vital because although we can now see a route out of lockdown, difficult judgments do continue to lie ahead. In the past 3 months, we've significantly reduced the number of COVID cases in Scotland. We know that the vaccination programme is now reducing deaths, and recent research gives us confidence that vaccination will reduce transmission rates. That opens up the prospect, the fantastic prospect, that we can come out of lockdown on a sustainable basis. Indeed, I can confirm that from 6 p.m. tomorrow, the Western Isles will move from level 4 restrictions to level 3, the level that currently applies to Orkney and Shetland and some of Scotland's other islands, and that reflects their success in reducing transmission in recent weeks. Across the country, during April, we hope to reopen parts of the economy, with more retail services reopening on 5th April and a full reopening of shops on the 26th. We hope that hospitality will start to reopen on the 26th of April as well, and that travel restrictions in mainland Scotland will come to an end on the same date. And of course, above all, we hope to see all children back in school after the Easter holidays. And of course, we also look forward to it becoming easier for all of us to meet up with each other again, particularly loved ones, initially in outdoor settings, but then we hope indoors as well. As vaccination proceeds and we go further into spring, life should feel a bit less restricted and a bit more hopeful than perhaps it has done for some time. And as a higher and higher proportion of the population gets their first dose of vaccine, we hope to be able to relax restrictions even more. As I indicated last week, we have real hope that later on this year that gigs can be allowed again, nightclubs can reopen, social gatherings can be permitted, and family reunions can take place so that we can all enjoy simple pleasures such as hugging our loved ones, pleasures that I'm sure none of us will ever take quite as much for granted again. But although that point may be in sight, that end is not quite here yet. At the moment, hundreds of people are still getting this virus every day in Scotland. It is still highly infectious and it is still dangerous, including to many younger people. And of course, many countries across Europe appear now to be on the brink of a third wave. All of that should remind us of the need to be careful and cautious. As we emerge from lockdown, we must do so steadily and surely, and in a way that does not allow the virus to run out of control. And we must keep in place other measures, for example, travel restrictions, for as long as they are needed. To lift restrictions in the future, we still need to keep suppressing the virus now. So please, to everyone across the country, continue to stay within the rules for your own safety and the safety of everyone else. Stay at home for now, except for specific essential purposes. Please do not meet people from other households indoors. And remember to follow the facts advice when you are out and about. By doing this over the past 12 months, all of us have helped each other get through what has been, I think, for all of us, certainly for the majority of us, the most difficult, challenging and exhausting year of our lives. By continuing to do all of this in the coming weeks, we can and will continue to look after each other. And we can also start to look ahead to the future, not just in hope, but with increasing expectation of the better and brighter days that lie ahead. My sincere thanks to everyone across the country for all the sacrifices of the past 12 months.
Thank you very much, First Minister. We'll now move to questions. Ruth Davidson.
Presiding Officer, I was proud to join you and the other party leaders for the day of reflection and the minute's silence at noon today as we remembered all those who've lost their life to COVID. But I was struck beforehand to read of a man who wanted his son remembered today too. Ross McCarthy was 31 when he took his own life during the restrictions, and his family are raising money for the CAM charity. Today of all days, we remember that COVID, yes, has taken many lives, far too many lives, but it has also taken a huge toll even on those who have not contracted the condition. And I echo the words of Dr. Richard Holloway in his gratitude to all those doctors and nurses and bin collectors and shop workers who've kept us going over the past year. Presiding Officer, we support the continuing efforts of the vaccination teams across the country, and 2.2 million first doses is a real achievement. However, a newspaper report today revealed that last week 1 in 7 vaccine appointments were missed because of delays in delivering the letters. The delay impacted around 60,000 people, and for that reason, the central vaccine target was missed. A Scottish Government spokesman said that this issue was later resolved, and they added that they were still establishing whether it was a localised issue or more widespread. We are pleased to note that the vaccine rollout is still powering ahead. But can I ask the First Minister to clarify whether the issue was localised or whether it was countrywide? For those people who missed appointments, have they been contacted again, and when can they expect a new date for their JAG? And if anybody is understandably worried that they've missed their chance, where can they go for information and reassurance?
First Minister.
Well, can I say, first of all, as I have done already today, that I think not only of those who lost their lives to COVID over the past year and to their grieving families, but to everyone whose lives have been lost over the past year and those who are missing them and grieving them. This last year and all of the difficulties and challenges that it has thrown up has affected people in a whole multitude of ways, and it is important that we reflect on that today and remember all of that. The vaccination programme is progressing extremely well. If I cast my mind back to the turn of this year, I was optimistic about the speed and the scale of the rollout of vaccination, but I would, I think, have been sceptical if you had told me then that we would have reached quite so many people as we have now. So I want to put on record today my thanks to everybody in the central team, but all of the vaccinators and teams across the country who are responsible for that success. When we implement a programme of this scale and at this speed, it is inevitable, unfortunately, that there will be glitches and things that do not go as well as we want, and that is true of the scheduling, printing and posting of letters associated with the programme. We are aware of issues with the delivery of appointment letters in the early part of last week. We are still trying with National Services Scotland and Royal Mail to understand all of the detail of that, but I have been given an assurance that the issue has been resolved. I want to apologise to anybody affected. There were around 60,000 appointments last week that were not attended. We are closely monitoring day-to-day uptake versus projections and trying to make sure that we understand the reasons why people may not be attending for appointment. Undoubtedly last week that would have been partly down to the issue with letters, but there will also be other issues. We, for example, were concerned last week, although I think those concerns have not materialised, about the publicity around the AstraZeneca vaccine and the impact that might have, and we're working on these issues all of the time to make sure people are coming forward for appointments and are being supported to do so. In terms of rebooking, the process to rebook any appointments that weren't attended last week is underway, and that will be done as quickly as possible. And of course, people are able to telephone the helpline on 0800 030 8013 if they have any issues that they wish advice or support on.
Thank you. And Alex Salmond to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Presiding Officer, a year since Scotland went into the first lockdown, almost 10,000 of our fellow Scots have lost their lives, and my thoughts are with all their families. This past year has been tough for us all. We've been distant from loved ones, unable to share good moments, but hardest of all, unable to grieve together. We are all indebted to those heroes on the front line who have helped save lives and those who kept our country running. There is finally some hope, and we will get through this. Can I share the comments made by both Ruth Davidson and the First Minister to send gratitude to all our citizens across the country for their sacrifices? We can't return back to normal after this pandemic. I hope we are all united on that. While there is optimism and hope again, there is a creeping rise in cases in some parts of Scotland, and we must avoid a potential third wave. Our test and protect system will be absolutely crucial to that. So does the First Minister have confidence that test and protect finally is robust enough to avoid another lockdown?
First Minister.
Test and Protect is robust and has been robust since it was established, and Test and Protect has played a vital role in trying to break chains of transmission, minimise the spread of the virus and undoubtedly will have helped to save a large number of people from contracting the virus, and as part of that will have saved lives. And I'm grateful to everybody working across that system. Test and Protect is a vital part of our defence and our response, but as I have said all along, it is not our first line of defence against the virus. The first line of defence against the virus is still all of us in the precautions and mitigations that we are being asked to take. And increasingly, of course, the most important line of defence against the virus is the vaccination programme. Test and Protect is there. It does a good job. It will do a good job. We will support it with the resources it needs to operate at the level that is required. But all of us will help Test and Protect if for the time being we continue to abide by all of the rules and restrictions and make sure that we're playing our part, just as everybody has done so well over the past 12 months in keeping the virus under control. This is, above all else, and has been every day of the last 12 months, a collective effort. We all have our part to play, and each one of us must continue to play that part as we steer our way through and hopefully soon out of this. Nobody wants to go backwards, but we should look across Europe right now with concern at what is happening there. Vaccination rates are obviously higher across the UK than in many other European countries, but nevertheless that third wave looks to be starting again. And we cannot be complacent about that here. This is and remains an infectious virus, so we have to be cautious and we have to take all of those precautions. If we continue to do that, I remain, as I said last week, hopeful that we might be on that final straight back to normality. But the worst thing we could do is entertain any complacency about that, and I hope and expect that nobody will do so.
Thank you. Willie Rennie, to be followed by Alison Johnson.
It was the little things, the things we took for granted, that I think we now miss most. Hugging your mum, walking in the mountains, coffee mornings, and my wife's Zumba class. The fabric of a liberal society has been locked up in a cupboard, but there was pain too. The long-awaited hip operation or the cancer not detected until it's too late. The freedom provided by our National Health Service has been rolled back, and the tragedy of thousands of people no longer in our lives. Something good must come from these dark days. Social care workers have been undervalued for years, but they did not waver when we needed them most. Does the First Minister agree with me that it is time to pay our social care workers the wages they deserve?
Minister.
Well, everybody will have lots of things they miss and are desperate to get back to. I know for me, hugging my mum is probably the thing I miss most of all right now and look forward to most of all. Social care workers have gone above and beyond the call of duty over the past year, as have those working in our National Health Service. I can't even begin to imagine how difficult, traumatic and challenging on a day-to-day basis it must have been at the height of the first wave to be caring for older people in one of our care homes. And we talk about gratitude. I've done so today, and I regularly say things that I can never find the words, but genuinely here I can't find the words, because what we asked of our care workers and what they gave was truly exceptional. Yes, I do think it's time to pay care workers what they deserve. When you're in government, it's not just as easy as saying that. We have to work out what we mean by that and how we then deliver it through budgets and through a policy programme. But with social care, I think it's time that we transform and reform the way the whole system works. The National Care Service is an opportunity to transform the quality of care for our older citizens, but also transform the way in which we value and remunerate those who work in it. And that's something I am determined, should I be in a position to influence it in the next Parliament, to drive forward as an absolute priority.
Thank you. Alison Johnson, to be followed by Alistair Allen.
Thank you. On this National Day of Reflection, on behalf of the Scottish Green Party, I send my deepest sympathies to all who've lost a loved one in this most challenging of times, and particularly when our ability to grieve together has been so impacted. And my heartfelt thanks too to our health and care workers, to our teachers, our shop and postal staff, our bin collectors, our delivery drivers, and all those on the front line who have kept the country going. This week, the Prime Minister has said that a third wave of coronavirus that has hit mainland Europe will wash up on our shores. And I'd like to know if the First Minister shares his view, his acceptance that such an outcome is inevitable, And I'd like to understand what progress the Scottish Government has made in urging the UK Government to tighten border controls.
First Minister.
Well, let me make 2 points about the prospects of a third wave. First is we cannot stand and guarantee that that will not happen here. This is an infectious virus, and I think one of the many things we've learned over the past 12 months is that just wishing away the virus or hoping or saying that we don't want a further wave or a further lockdown doesn't bring any of these things into reality. We've got to act in a way that minimises the chances of a third wave. That involves all of us doing things domestically, making sure we are cautious as we come out of lockdown, making sure we continue to comply with rules and restrictions for as long as necessary. But the other point I would make is washing up in our shores is not inevitable. One of my regrets about last year when I look back is that as we suppressed the virus so hard and successfully in Scotland, we opened up international travel perhaps too quickly and too much. Now, the reasons for doing that were not wrong. The industry was in dire straits and people wanted to be able to travel again. But I don't think, on reflection and in retrospect, that was the right thing to do. I'm determined we don't do that again. Importation of new cases and new variants of this virus is one of the biggest risks we face. We have continued rules in place for managed quarantine of people coming in directly to Scotland. Those rules are not as restrictive in the rest of the UK, and I have tried very hard to persuade the UK to emulate our policy. They do not wish to do that. That is their decision, and I cannot force it upon them. But it does leave us with a greater vulnerability to importation than I would like us to have. I also think as we approach May and that mid-May point when the UK Government has said they may re-allow international travel, and we certainly said it won't be before that, that we are cautious. I was heartened to hear Michael Gove say on a call last week that it was by no means certain that international travel would be reopened then. I think we've got to be very, very cautious here, and that's one of the things we'll continue to try to do on a four nations basis, but take whatever decisions we can here to protect the public as much as possible.
Thank you. Alistair Allen, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
As we mark the anniversary of lockdown, I'm sure that the First Minister will wish to join me in paying tribute to people in Scotland's islands who have gone so long, in many cases, without seeing family and friends elsewhere. So the news that the Western Isles are moving into level 3 will be very welcome here. Can the First Minister say when decisions will be taken on what this means for travel advice for movement to and from the islands?
First Minister.
As I said last week, we will have discussions with island authorities over the next few weeks to come to a view on whether or not island communities, when the rest of the country at the end of April hopefully comes down into level 3, our island communities want to stay there, or as the data would probably justify, go down to level 2 at that stage. The reason that is not as straightforward a decision as it may appear is that obviously if our islands are in a significantly lower level of restrictions with hospitality open more, then we need to protect islands from the possible importation of cases. So there may be a merit in staying in a similar level of restrictions to allow travel for people to see loved ones, for example. So we will have those discussions and come to a conclusion on that over the next few weeks, and of course we will report that as we make and announce the decision about whether we are moving forward, as I hope we will be, with the easing up of restrictions that I set out to Parliament last week. But I would take the opportunity to pay tribute to those in our island communities. Lockdown has been tough for everyone, but I guess it has been tougher for those who live in more remote communities with already distances making it difficult to see loved ones, and this undoubtedly has exacerbated that already difficult situation.
Thank you, Maurice Golden, to be followed by Maureen Watt.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have been contacted by a 65-year-old constituent with an underlying health condition who still hasn't had a vaccine. The options on the helpline do not allow for someone who is not on the list, rather only for rescheduling or for a missed appointment. My constituent has been going around in circles. I have contacted the Health Board, but will the First Minister agree to look into this matter?
First Minister.
If the member wants to send me the details of the constituent, yes, of course I will look into it. I have made clear that if people are finding they don't get the answers from the routes they should be getting answers from, their own GP or the helpline, then they should contact my office. So if you send me the details, I will have that looked into.
Thank you. Maureen Watt, to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we mark the year since the start of lockdown restrictions, it's impossible to ignore the toll on people's mental health and on the subsequent demand for mental health services. Can the First Minister outline what plans the Scottish Government has to respond to this increase in demand?
First Minister.
The Mental Health Recovery Plan has already been set out by the Mental Health Minister. We've also announced increases in funding and investment for mental health, and we will continue to respond appropriately to the increased demand that is undoubtedly going to be there for some time. The mental health support, I think, is one of the many ways in which the legacy of this pandemic will live with us for a long time, and there is a real obligation on the part of government to make sure that we are responding appropriately, and it's a priority that we acknowledge and are determined to take extremely seriously. Can I take the opportunity, if this is Maureen Watt's last contribution in Parliament, as it may or may not be, to wish her well in her retirement. Maureen is a long-standing friend and colleague of mine who has made an outstanding contribution to the Scottish Parliament, and she will be greatly missed by all of us.
Thank you. Can I call Jackie Bailey to be followed by Bruce Crawford?
Businesses in my community have struggled during the pandemic, and they've been grateful for rates relief. Many of us across the chamber asked for and welcomed the extension of relief for 21-22. But I'm told that businesses have until the 31st of March to apply, or the relief may well be lost in the new year. The window to apply is effectively 1 week. Will the First Minister recognise that this is too short a time frame and allow some flexibility in the application period by at least a month so businesses do not lose out?
First Minister.
Well, firstly, I think we should all encourage businesses, as I think most businesses do for obvious reasons, to apply timorously for the support that is available so that that support can be got to them as quickly as possible. We have tried to be as flexible as possible with all of these support schemes over the course of the pandemic, and I will raise the point with the Finance Secretary, who I'm sure will reply in more detail.
Thank you. Bruce Crawford, to be followed by Annie Wills.
Thank you, President Officer. First Minister, travel restrictions have been a vital component in controlling the spread of COVID-19. I was very concerned, therefore, over the last weekend. Constituents contacted me alarmed about the number of day visitors, motorcyclists and motorhomes appearing in places like Callander. I also know, First Minister, there will come a time, hopefully not far off, that visitors will welcome, very welcome back to my fabulous Stirling constituency. However, in the meantime, a stay-at-home order remains in place, and only from the 2nd of April does it become stay local. Therefore, First Minister, what more can be done to strengthen the crucial messages around travel restrictions to allay the fears of my constituents and stop the spread of COVID?
First Minister.
Well, it's a really important point. I think all of us are frustrated by the inability to travel across local authority boundaries to see loved ones. I know I feel that, and I think everybody does. So we look forward to the point where we can start to ease those travel restrictions across mainland Scotland. But right now, these restrictions are in place for a purpose, and I think it is incumbent on all of us to make sure that we articulate that message and urge people to abide by those restrictions. Right now, we're asking that no one travels for any reason other than essential purposes and should stay within their own local authority area. As Bruce Crawford says, we hope to lift the current stay-at-home rule on the 2nd of April. Initially, though, although we hope for no more than 3 weeks, that stay-at-home will be replaced by guidance to stay local and a continued legal requirement in level 4 areas for people not to travel outside their own local authority area unless for an allowed reason will remain in place. We'll be ensuring that our marketing and messaging emphasise this message, particularly over the forthcoming Easter holiday period, but it's important that we all take the opportunity to reinforce that. And in what may become a theme today, I suspect this is Bruce Crawford's last contribution to this Parliament before he retires. Bruce has also been a valued colleague and a great friend of mine since I was a Wayne, so I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him dearly. It's hard to imagine this Parliament without Bruce Crawford, but I wish him all good wishes for his retirement, and I look forward to seeing him on some campaign trail somewhere or other very soon.
Thank you. Can I call Annie Wells to be followed by Annabel Ewing? Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On this day of reflection, 1 year on since the first lockdown, I'd like to join others in remembering all of those who have lost loved ones to COVID-19. First Minister, I've been in contact with a concerned constituent who has informed me that they and their spouse, despite being over 65, have not yet received an appointment for their first dose of the vaccine. And after contacting NHS Inform, they were told they weren't on the central register and so they weren't invited for an appointment. This situation is obviously unacceptable, given it has caused unnecessary anxiety. Although the majority of the over 65-year-olds have received their first dose, can the First Minister explain what action the Government is taking to ensure no more vulnerable people fall through the cracks?
First Minister.
Nobody is going to fall through the cracks, and I would ask Annie Wells to recognise that people are working really hard and delivering exceptional success in this vaccination programme. If people are waiting for appointments, it's not deliberate, it's not because people have wanted them to fall through the cracks. Some of the cases that have been sent to me directly, and this is not an attempt to say it's anybody's fault, but it has often been administrative problems, that maybe somebody has recently changed GP and the address hasn't been updated and there's an explanation, and when we are made aware of these cases we take the necessary steps to fix them, and that will be the case. Nobody is going to be left behind in this vaccination programme. So again, I would say to people across the country who believe they should have had their vaccination appointment, who haven't yet had it, call the helpline, call your own GP. In extremis, if you're not getting the answers you want, contact my office and we will try to resolve that. And to MSPs across the chamber, particularly given that Parliament is shortly going to rise for the election, contact the Government if these issues are being raised, and we will do everything to resolve them as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Alex Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Many of my Cowdenbeath constituents and indeed people across Scotland have relied on the First Minister leading us through the coronavirus pandemic and are very grateful to her for her unstinting work, 7 days a week, week in, week out, for over 12 months now. Can the First Minister therefore provide reassurance that notwithstanding the election campaign and in the run-up to polling day, she will continue to take daily charge of the management of the pandemic and will be able to provide regular update briefings?
First Minister.
Yes, I can give that assurance. As First Minister, during a crisis, notwithstanding the election campaign, and I will respect and observe all of the requirements of an election campaign, it's important that that is a level playing field. But as First Minister, I have a duty to make sure that I continue to oversee and to manage the response to the COVID pandemic, because we are in a crisis and it requires that direction. So that will have my daily attention, and I will ensure either from me or from appropriate personnel that updates are given and that decisions are communicated clearly to the public. It has been an important part of our response over the past 12 months to have that very clear communication of what we're asking people to do, and that will continue to be important over these next few weeks.
Alex Rowley, to be followed by Christine Graham.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the First Minister if you will get the Government to have a look at the local authority funding? So you have organisations, businesses like categories, dog kennels, laundry services, commercial cleaners, driving instructors, who have all been able to take advantage of the local authority discretionary fund that the Government have put in place. I spoke with Fife Council this morning and they tell me that the pressure on those funds is incredible and is likely to run out. So would the Government have a look at that and see if additional funding can be put in place?
First Minister.
We keep all of these things under ongoing review. In fact, the Local Authority Discretionary Fund has already been increased since we first established it. Money is obviously constrained. The funding we have is not unlimited, but we look on an ongoing basis at where there is the greatest need for funding, and certainly some of the categories that Alex Rowley has outlined undoubtedly have that need. So we will keep that under ongoing review.
Thank you very much. Christine Graham, to be followed by Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Given that there are well-publicised issues about vaccine supplies, particularly in April, what assurance can the First Minister give to those awaiting their second vaccination that they will receive it within the 12 weeks of that first vaccination?
First Minister.
I can give an assurance that people will receive their second dose within the 12-week window because of the fact that we will have, as I said last week, around 500,000 fewer doses over the next 4 weeks than we had originally anticipated. There will be a period as we go into April when we are predominantly focusing on second doses. So the numbers of first doses are likely to reduce as a result, to make sure that people get their second dose on time. But, and this is an important assurance as well, we still expect to be able to offer first doses to everybody in the JCVI categories 1 to 9 by mid-April, as we had previously anticipated.
Graham Simpson, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you. I was talking to members of Unite the Union yesterday, representing the taxi trade. Taxi drivers have had some help during the pandemic, but in no way does it cover their costs, and many are just desperate. 40% have had little or no support at all. Unite are asking for two things. The first is a scheme to help operators, and the second is something to help all taxi drivers. That could be an extra grant from what's left of the 57 million announced in January. So will the First Minister agree to look at their requests to ensure that we get a fair deal for cabbies?
First Minister.
We always look at requests made by trade unions or other organisations, so I'm sure we are already doing that. If not, we will do that. The support that we've made available, whether it's to taxi drivers or any other affected part of the economy, is not and never was going to be able to compensate for all losses. We are seeking to do as much as possible, and that will continue to be the case for as long as is necessary.
Thank you. Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Colin Smith. Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I listened to your response to Alex Salmond regarding island authorities. I've been contacted by Iain businesses keen for community and economic reasons for the island to stay within mainland Scotland's rules and guidelines. Current messaging regarding the timetable for easing restrictions states, and I quote, that travel within mainland Scotland is not allowed. Can the First Minister confirm that from the 2nd of April, non-essential travel within local authorities applies to Arran? CalMac will be informed that there are no travel restrictions within North Ayrshire, and that from 26th of April, all conditions related to mainland Scotland will apply to Arran. The tourist economy depends on it.
First Minister.
Yes, I understand and appreciate the point that Kenny Gibson is making, and we certainly take that very seriously. As I said to Alistair Allen, we have given a commitment to have discussions with our island communities about how best we ensure that the restrictions keep them safe from the virus and allow maximum benefit as we open up the economy. And I absolutely appreciate the point that's been made about making sure Arran is in the same level of restrictions so that there can be that freedom of movement and travel. And if that is the view of communities like Arran, then that is certainly the view that we will take as we come out of lockdown.
Thank you. Colin Smith, to be followed by Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government strategic framework is silent on the important issue for my South Scotland constituents of cross-border travel and its timetable for easing restrictions, as was the First Minister today. So can the First Minister give my border constituents an assurance that the criteria she'll use to decide whether cross-border travel can resume from the 26th of April will be the same criteria she's been using to determine that cross-Scotland travel is likely to be allowed from that date? There would be, I have to say, understandable anger if politicians can travel the length of Scotland next month for an election if families in Gretna can't travel a mile to safely visit a loved one in Cumbria, even outside, unless there is very good reason for that.
First Minister.
I would hope all politicians are really responsible in what they choose to do over the next few weeks. But if I can point out to Colin, to the member, that I was not silent about cross-border travel. I stood here last week and said that we hoped to ease the restrictions in cross-border travel on the 26th of April, but because of the different factors we have to take into account, we would finally confirm that during April, and if we didn't do it on the 26th of April, we would do it as soon as possible after that. Obviously, or I think it's obvious, those decisions depend, yes, on prevalence and incidence of the virus within Scotland, but they have to take account of prevalence and incidence of the virus in other parts of the UK as well. These are not straightforward decisions. If they were straightforward decisions, then we would just take them and be done with it. We're trying to keep people as safe as possible from a virus. I have no interest in, without good reason, stopping people travel to see their loved ones within Scotland or in other parts of the UK. This is about trying to continue to suppress a virus as we vaccinate more people so that we don't have, to the extent that we can avoid it, more and more people dying from this virus as we had over the past 12 months. And I would ask everybody to remember that, to be as patient as possible, and I would ask politicians to continue to lead by example.
Claire Adamson, to be followed by John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Many of my constituents in Motherwell and Wishaw will be carrying out vital roles as unpaid carers in supporting vulnerable friends, neighbours and family members. Can I ask the First Minister of the Scottish Government is promoting information around vaccines for unpaid carers so that people who may not have realised they're eligible are encouraged to come forward, and also those who may not have identified as unpaid out, as they may also be eligible to come forward for vaccine.
First Minister, did you get enough of that to answer? Do you want me to ask?
We will soon see whether I got enough of it to answer when we determine whether the answer bears any relationship to the question. I think Claire Adamson was asking about unpaid carers and their access to vaccination and what we're doing to try to promote take-up. We launched on, I think, the 15th of March, the system for unpaid carers to register to receive the vaccine, and we're currently running a national marketing campaign, mainly via digital channels, press and radio, to make sure unpaid carers are aware of that and what they need to do. All carers in touch with local carer services have also been contacted to encourage them to register, and national carer organisations have also contacted carers on their list. Carers are able to self-register either online or through the national helpline, and while carers identified through GP and social security data have already received a letter with their vaccination appointment, others can access the helpline. So hopefully that answers Claire Adamson's question, but if there was any parts of it that I didn't hear so have not answered, she can write to me later on and I'll make sure an answer is provided.
Thank you very much. John Scott, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister is aware of the continuing anxieties and tensions within our communities resulting from vaccination anxiety, the worry about appointments, delay for other illnesses and the lack of contact with friends and loved ones. Mental health issues are emerging and will continue to grow inevitably for some time yet. Social work services and other third sector agencies will be at the front line in dealing with this growing problem. Does the First Minister have any plans, or more importantly, budgets, to further support the growing workload of these agencies? And if so, what are they, please?
First Minister.
I know, with the greatest respect, the Conservatives didn't vote for the budget that we passed in this Parliament just a couple of weeks ago, but if John Scott cares to go and read it, he will see that there are plans to continue to support through budgetary provision, and indeed this will apply in a whole range of other ways, those organisations that are working on the front line. That is important to do from a monetary point of view, but of course all of us owe these organisations a great debt of gratitude for the ways in which they have supported communities across the country each and every day of the past 12 months, and this government will continue to do everything we can to support them in every way possible.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Access to the internet and digital services has been crucial in keeping family, friends and colleagues connected over the past year. However, the introduction of the crucial measures to control the spread of the virus also shone a light on the digital divide, and the Scottish Government's investment in digital inclusion was therefore welcome. Can the First Minister provide an update on support that the Connecting Scotland programme has provided to date, and what plans does the Scottish Government have to enable more people to get online?
First Minister.
The Connecting Scotland programme was set up specifically in response to the pandemic. It was intended to provide digital devices, data, training and support to those who need it most to get online. We initially planned to provide 9,000 people at clinical risk from COVID with a device and a connection to get online, but those plans have significantly scaled up since then. And I'm pleased to say that over the past year, we have now delivered over 35,000 devices to people at clinical risk of COVID, families with children and isolated older and disabled people. And the third stage of this programme has now started and is backed by over £48 million and is intended to support 60,000 households to get online by the end of this year.
Thank you. Mark Ruskell to be followed by Miles Briggs.
Thank you. Some people will have been faced with impossible choices during this pandemic, such as a decision to go to work to earn enough money to eat, or to stay at home and self-isolate. Can the First Minister ensure that any gaps in the safety net that some will inevitably have slipped through in the last 12 months will be looked at, and that we emerge from this with the strongest level of wraparound support for all people in Scotland?
First Minister.
I mean, I appreciate the sentiment behind that question, and I agree with it. It is quite a generic question to ask me. I'd hesitate to stand here and say that I can give a guarantee that nobody will slip through the cracks. What we are trying to do is make sure that as far as we have the ability to do so within our resources, we don't have people in the position of having to make invidious choices between going to work or self-isolating and protecting others. We've obviously established the self-isolation support grant. We've extended the eligibility for that. Mark Ruskell has rightly raised legitimate questions about whether we can go further. We've taken a number of other steps to get money into the pockets of those who need it most. So there's a huge amount that has been done and that we will continue to do. But I readily acknowledge that we have work yet to do, both to protect people from the immediate impacts of this virus, but as we come out of it, reorder and redesign how we provide support to the most vulnerable so that we lift people out of poverty and avoid those kind of invidious choices that Mark Ruskell has outlined.
Thank you. And Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've raised this issue a number of times with the First Minister, but I wanted to ask again today in terms of one of the most depressing things throughout this pandemic, and that is families finding out that a power of attorney has been overruled, or in fact loved ones also finding that do not resuscitate form has not been given consent. Can I ask the First Minister what investigation has taken place over the course of this pandemic into this issue? And having met with families yesterday, will she today agree to an independent investigation into these so that we can see what's happened throughout this pandemic?
First Minister.
I will certainly consider any investigation that is considered necessary if there are aspects of a response to this pandemic that need to be looked at. I think the best way of doing this overall, although there may be other more discrete areas of investigation that we want to pursue, but the best way overall of doing this is through the statutory public inquiry that we have already committed to. I've addressed the issue of do not resuscitate on many occasions in the Chamber. It is a really important issue. We have taken steps through our clinical advisors to reiterate some of the guidance and messages to frontline clinicians. Nobody and no family should be under any pressure to sign a DNR authority that they have not fully understood or that they are not absolutely in agreement to. And I know that clinicians would not want to be in that position. So any member who has concerns being raised at them should convey those to us so that if there are issues we need to address, then we are able to do so, because we are certainly very keen and willing to do so.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And that concludes our statement on COVID-19 reflections and next steps. Any members that need to leave or come into the chamber, please follow the one-way systems and make sure you wear your masks and follow the social distance rules. The next item of business is topical questions. And our first question today is from Iain Gray, who joins us remotely. Iain Gray.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had regarding planned industrial action by college staff this week.
Thank you. Minister Richard Lockhead.
My most recent discussions were with Colleges Scotland yesterday to discuss the latest round of negotiations which are taking place as we speak. My officials have been in regular contact with them also to ensure I have been kept up to date with all these negotiations. I understand that as part of these discussions, the EIS-FILA union has accepted that there is no national plan to replace lecturers with tutors, assessors or instructor roles. nor any other support staff roles. And I would therefore encourage both the employers and unions to continue with the current negotiations in an attempt to resolve this situation without the need for industrial action, which is absolutely not in the best interests of our learners, especially at this time against the backdrop of the pandemic.
Thank you. Iain Gray.
Indeed, with students trying to maintain their studies in spite of the pandemic, clearly strike action in colleges is undesirable, and in this case it's unnecessary. Equally, this is no time to attack the terms and conditions. College staff, the fact is that over a week ago, the National Joint Negotiating Committee agreed the principle that there is no national plan to replace lecturers with instructor-type posts doing the same job, and then EIS fellow, the trade union, ratified this agreement in its national executive and suspended action. But Colleges Scotland refused to do so, even although the agreement was based on an employer-side proposal. This just seems a matter of bad faith. Will the Minister intervene now and ask College Scotland to stand by their own words, ratify the agreement they made and stop the need for strike action?
Minister.
As Iain Gray knows, this is a matter to be resolved between the employers and the trade unions, and much progress has been made over the last few weeks and months with the joint statement, which you're aware of, I'm sure, where, as I said in my opening answer, they have agreed there is no national plan to replace lecturers with these other roles. However, as part of that statement, clearly there was disagreement over a separate part in relation to the responsibilities that make up the definition of a lecturer. As the negotiations are ongoing, I do hope they make constructive progress today, which will lead to an agreement and therefore calling off the strike that's planned for later this week, which, as I think we all agree, and Iain Gray has agreed with, is unnecessary and also is not in the interest of learners at this time against the backdrop of the pandemic.
Iain Gray.
I appreciate the Minister's desire to avoid strike action, but the fact of the matter is an agreement on all points was reached in the negotiating committee. The trade union side have ratified that agreement. It is the employer side who have reneged on it and refused to ratify it. Does the Minister not think that he really should speak to Colleges Scotland, ensure that they ratify the agreement they made and end college staff's fear of an attack on terms and conditions and the need to strike?
Minister.
As I explained to Iain Gray, I did speak to Colleges Scotland, indeed just yesterday evening, about this and encouraging Colleges Scotland, as indeed I encourage the trade union to reach an agreement and call off the strike action. These are staffing matters between the employer and the representatives of the employee. And of course, as Iain Gray says, the employer did not ratify the joint statement, and I do hope they can settle their differences at today's negotiations, which were taking place this morning, and then adjourned and then reconvened this afternoon, in order that we can avoid strike action, which is in no one's interest, and most of all not in the interest of our learners.
Jamie Green to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Whilst we all want to avoid industrial action, we cannot ignore the fact that the sector has seen real terms funding cuts of £80 million since 2008, which clearly is forcing colleges to consider restructuring as cost-saving exercises. Can the Minister accept that these cuts have put tremendous pressures on our college sector and that we must do everything we can now to support them in light of the vital role they will play in post-COVID recovery?
Minister.
Can I just say to Jamie Green that the college's budget has increased by 30% since this government came into office in 2007, and indeed the most recent budget settlement was actually welcomed by stakeholders, plus the one-off COVID consequentials as well. But yes, things are tough for further and higher education at the moment, largely as a result, as he's aware, of the pandemic, and therefore that's another reason why hopefully both sides can reach an agreement today and call off strike action later this week. I'm sure they do want to do that, and I hope they'll just stay in the negotiating room today until they reach a settlement.
Ross Greer.
Thank you. Can I suggest to the Minister that strike action is in the interest of college lecturers if it saves their job, though of course no one wants it to come to that. This has essentially become an annual event where the union representing lecturers believe an agreement has been reached in good faith, only for management to go back on it and the situation to have to escalate to industrial action or the threat thereof. Does the fact that this happens on an annual cycle not raise serious questions about college management's ability to negotiate in good faith?
Minister.
Ross Greer may be interested in the latest statistics that were published today that shows that the number of full-time permanent college teaching staff with a recognised teaching qualification in Scotland's colleges actually increased by 2.1 percentage points in the last year, for which these figures are available. So there's actually an increase in the number of staff in our colleges with these qualifications. I absolutely want both sides to reach an agreement today. That's in the interests of our colleges and employees, and most of all, of learners as well. We are talking, of course, about one particular dispute between one union and the college employers, and depending on the outcome of today's negotiations, that could indeed affect other unions as well. So therefore, we have to pay close attention to this. I absolutely accept that, but the responsibility is between the employers and the employees to reach an agreement today.
Thank you. Moving on to our second topical, Mark Ruskell.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government how the regulation of Mossmorran ethylene plant will change following the independent review.
Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham.
As the member is aware, SEPA published the outcome of the Irish Environment Protection Agency peer review of its regulatory approach at Mossmorran on Friday 19th March. SEPA and indeed the Scottish Government is clear that compliance with Scotland's environmental laws is non-negotiable. SEPA has published a detailed response to all 20 recommendations made by the review, which covered technical site recommendations, regulatory approach, community liaison, communications, monitoring and modelling. And key recommendations which will be taken forward by SEPA include extending the environmental monitoring programme with community participation in its design, enhanced visibility of regulatory monitoring results and investment in a refreshed online community information hub. SEPA already has specialist staff involved in work at Mossmorran, and in response to this peer review has committed to further strengthen regulation and monitoring across the forthcoming investment period at the site.
Mark Ruskell.
Thank you. After 5 years of highlighting the misery of communities living in the shadow of Mossmorran, can I welcome the progress that has now been made and also pay tribute to local campaigners who've kept the pressure on SEPA and the plant operators. Many of the 1,500 people who complained to SEPA last year did so because they couldn't sleep for days on end due to noise pollution. Will the Cabinet Secretary urge SEPA to set revised noise limits as part of the operator's permit and to expand noise monitoring in the community?
First Minister.
Well, I'm glad that Mark Ruskell considers there to have been progress. I believe that there has been a very great deal of progress. I pointed to the 20 recommendations of that independent evaluation. SEPA has already accepted 8. 9 are currently underway. That's 9 more are currently underway. 1 will be considered and 2 are not being taken forward. I think that there is already specialist monitoring, compliance, enforcement and support staff involved in all work at Mossmorran, and in response to the peer review, SEPA has committed to further strengthening regulation and monitoring across the investment period, as I indicated. So the issue that is raised by Mark Ruskell will be included in part of that consideration.
Thank you very much, Mark Ruskell.
Can I welcome that response? And, while the regulatory improvements are welcome, Mossmorran still remains Scotland's 3rd largest climate polluter, and it will be impossible for us to meet climate targets without serious and urgent action at the plant. Will the Scottish Government take the word of ExxonMobil, an organisation responsible for climate denial when it comes to future plans for Mossmorran, or will the Government itself lead the discussion with the operators and the community on what a just transition for the plant should look like?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, there is a constant discussion both within government and between government and a variety of different partners, and that includes sectors of the economy as to how this goes forward. We are tasking individual companies to be looking very carefully at their own proposals in respect of just transition, and the same task is being suggested to ExxonMobil, with whom I have had recent correspondence, as the member is aware. So just transition is an absolutely vital part of what we do in terms of taking forward the work that we need to do over the next 10 years to get to our interim targets. And Mossmorran as well will be very much a part of that just transition discussion.
Thank you. Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Irish EPA's recommendations on enhanced air quality monitoring and wider community engagement are very welcome indeed. And in fact, are matters I have been calling for many years. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that these recommendations will be implemented at pace? And can the Cabinet Secretary also confirm that the Scottish Government will make it quite clear to the operators of the site that the flaring, which is apparently to result from the need to shut down the plant in the weeks ahead to go ahead with upgrade works, that flaring will be kept to the bare minimum to ensure that the least disruption to affected communities is caused? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
I know this is an issue that the member has been closely involved with for some time, and I do value her constructive engagement on the matter. Of the 20 recommendations from the peer review, as I've indicated, 9 are already underway and a further 8 have been accepted by SEPA. Those already being taken forward do include recommendations relating specifically to air quality monitoring and community engagement. SEPA is finalising a project plan to take forward implementation of the other recommendations, including work around communications, monitoring of volatile organic compounds and modelling. On flaring, SEPA has been very clear that this was unacceptable and must become the exception rather than the routine. And the Scottish Government has and will continue to impress upon the operators the need to minimise disruptive flaring during the forthcoming shutdown and restart process. The forthcoming £140 million investment in the site should improve reliability. Unplanned elevated flaring and its associated impact on the local community should become a less frequent occurrence, and when flaring is required, its impact should be reduced. And this is the basis on which we are having conversations with ExxonMobil.
And Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. SEPA have indicated that the plant now has a clear pathway to compliance. But the community is still sceptical after years of disruption and misery caused by failures and flaring. Therefore, what assurances can the Cabinet Secretary give to local residents when SEPA have rejected proposals to install a suitably qualified and experienced expert at the site to ensure compliance and monitoring progress on the day-to-day installation of the new low-noise flare tip?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think Alexander Stewart is referring to one of the 2 recommendations that SEPA is not taking forward, and that the one is in relation to having a dedicated site agent. The fact is that SEPA already dedicates significant resources to Mossmorran, more than to any other single regulated site in Scotland. SEPA also gains additional expertise by working with partners such as HSE and by bringing in specialist technical expertise if or when needed. The site agent recommendation isn't being pursued. While SEPA can see that there may be benefit in deploying a site agent at other types of sites, SEPA don't consider it would add value to Mossmorran. And SEPA currently reviews permits in line with the process set out in the Pollution Prevention and Control Scotland Regulations 2012. They'll assess its supporting guidance to ensure it is clear what criteria it uses to decide when a permit review is required. But at this point, it does not consider a dedicated site agent is a necessary or appropriate response.
Thank you very much, and that concludes topical questions. Before we move on to the next item of business, can you just encourage all members, if the guidance is to use or to remain in the same seat if you're coming in out of the chamber. If you do change seats, please use the wipes available to wipe down the desk and chair beforehand. We're going to move on now to the next item of business. This is a debate on motion 24292 in the name of Ruth Davidson on a motion of no confidence. I would encourage all members who wish to speak in this debate to press their request to speak buttons, and members should note that I will call the question on the motion immediately following the conclusion of the debate. Can I call Ruth Davidson?
Thank you. Presiding Officer, we're here today because a former First Minister was accused of sexually harassing members of staff in the government that he was there not only to lead but to serve. We're here because the hastily changed policy designed to protect staff from such actions was not fit for purpose and was implemented in an unfair and unlawful way. We are here because the Scottish Government, when subject to judicial review of the cluster buruk that had occurred, sought to frustrate the court, embarrassed their own lawyers and attempted to defend the indefensible, costing the taxpayer over £500,000 in the process. Nobody comes out of this well, apart from the original complainants and the external counsel to the Scottish Government. And nobody has taken responsibility for the multiple failings at every level which occurred. Getting to today has been a process years in the making. And let's remember the promises that were made. I now intend, fully as the First Minister, to respect the work of the various investigations that have been established. The words of Nicola Sturgeon, spoken from the place in which she is now sitting on the 17th of January 2019. And I took her at her word. A committee of the Scottish Parliament had been established to consider and report on the actions of the First Minister, of government officials and of special advisers over the botched investigation. That committee would take evidence, deliberate and deliver a judgment. Indeed, the First Minister demanded of members of this chamber the same high standards that she claimed for herself. She said, "It strikes me that people cannot call for inquiries and then refuse to respect the work of those inquiries. I will respect the work of those inquiries, and the question is, will others across the chamber?" It was a fundamental question, to which at the time there seemed a pretty self-evident answer. What member of this Parliament would not respect and accept the verdict of a committee of this Parliament established to investigate such serious matters? But now the verdict is in, and we have our answer to that fundamental question. And those who have traduced the committee, who have rubbished its work, who have thrown mud at its members, who have made baseless claims regarding its outcomes, and have disrespected its conclusions, are the members that are sitting behind the First Minister and who are catcalling from a sedentary position at the moment.
Order, please.
Yesterday, we publicly accepted the Hamilton report. For days, others have rejected the committees. And we note that Hamilton was crystal clear that the basis of this vote of no confidence, whether the First Minister misled this Parliament or not, is a decision for this Parliament and not for him. So let's look at the committee's conclusions. In its 192 pages, the report directly concludes that the First Minister misled the Parliamentary Committee regarding her initial meeting with Alex Salmond in her house in April 2018. We already know that her original statement, that this meeting was the first that she had heard of any such complaints, was also misleading. And months after she falsely stated that to Parliament, she was forced to correct the record. The committee also concluded that the catastrophic failure to disclose documents through the judicial review process was the reason for the high awarding of costs and the wasting of taxpayers' money, saying those responsible should be held accountable. Similar to the judicial review, the committee was directly thwarted in its attempts to gather evidence, and its verdict was scalding. This is an unacceptable position for a parliamentary committee to find itself in when trying to scrutinise the government, particularly when both the First Minister and the Permanent Secretary stated that there would be full cooperation with the inquiry, and how hollow that full cooperation pledge now looks. But the most difficult bit to read of this whole report for all of us, and I expect for the First Minister too, are the words of the original complainers themselves who were badly let down, who talked of working in a culture where bad behaviour was endemic and such behaviour was permitted and a blind eye was turned to it. A charge that was substantiated by the civil service union, the FDA, who said that its members, working for the Scottish Government, operated in a culture of fear and that issues are not historical, they are current. No matter what your political colours, it should shame us all that working for your country's government, which should be a matter of pride, is actually a test of strength because of unacceptable behaviour and blind eyes being turned. And on the subject of behaviour, I want to put on record that I believe the leaking of this report's findings last week was both damaging and wrong, and I, along with my party, will support any investigation into that wrongdoing. Presiding Officer, the First Minister proclaimed her respect for the work of this Parliament's Committee of Inquiry, right up until the moment it became clear that the outcome would not suit her. Then her respect for it vanished. And I don't doubt that if this committee report had cleared her of wrongdoing, it would be held up as being the will of this Parliament. But a report which found her to have misled this Parliament is instead denounced as an unprincipled hatchet job. I've already said that I respect the Hamilton report's conclusions, but he publicly and specifically handed the question of whether the First Minister misled this Parliament back to the Parliament itself. And let's be clear about what the committee inquiry of this Parliament has found. After taking months of evidence from dozens of witnesses, even including the First Minister's 8 hours of testimony, after all of that evidence gathering and deliberation, the committee found that Nicola Sturgeon misled this Parliament. And nothing can erase that fact, however inconvenient it is to the First Minister and to her supporters. And let's remember that by misleading this Scottish Parliament, she misled the people of Scotland too. No First Minister who truly wanted to live up to the ideals of this Parliament should feel able to continue in post after having been judged guilty of misleading it. How can Parliament have confidence in the words of a First Minister whose words have been found to be false? The honourable thing would be to resign. Whether the First Minister has that sense of honour is now between her and her conscience. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you. And I call on the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
Presiding Officer, wisdom, justice, compassion, integrity. Those are the values inscribed in our mace, and each and every single one of us has a duty to uphold them. So before I address my position, let me say this. There are some in this chamber who decided before a single word of evidence had been heard that I was guilty in relation to the handling of complaints against the former First Minister. The only question was what they would choose to find me guilty of. In recent months, I've faced accusations of conspiracy against, collusion with and cover-up on behalf of Alex Salmond. None of that is supported by evidence because none of that is true. But for some, as I think this Tory motion makes clear, getting to the facts, learning lessons and helping ensure that women are not let down in future were always secondary considerations to the desperate attempt to claim my political scalp. Nevertheless, Presiding Officer, the committee's work was important, and I give an assurance today that the Government will study its report closely and take its recommendations very seriously. The mistake made by the Government in the investigation of the complaints against Alex Salmond, albeit a mistake made in the course of trying to do the right thing, was serious, as were the consequences of it. And once again, I want to apologise unreservedly to the women who were let down as a result of that. It will be a priority of mine for as long as I am First Minister to ensure that lessons are learned and that trust is re-established so that anyone in future who considers that they have suffered sexual harassment has the confidence to come forward and know that their concerns will be listened to and addressed. Turning now, Presiding Officer, to my own position. As I said in evidence to the committee, I may not have got everything right in my handling of this situation. The situation I was confronted with was extremely difficult, politically certainly, but also personally. I accept and respect that some people faced with the same situation may have made different decisions. But I am clear in my mind that I acted appropriately and that I made the right judgments overall, and I reject entirely any suggestion of misleading this Parliament. Now, for me, being at peace with my own conscience, as I am on these matters, is a necessary condition of being able to continue as First Minister. But I know that that is not sufficient. No politician can be her own judge and jury. The public deserved independent verification that I had not breached the standards that I am expected to uphold. And yesterday they got that assurance from James Hamilton's report. Mr Hamilton considered all of the issues that were alleged to amount to a breach of the Ministerial Code, including the question of whether I misled Parliament, and this is what he concluded. I am of the opinion that the First Minister did not breach the provisions of the Ministerial Code in respect of any of these matters. In advance of yesterday's report, all parties spoke of the need to respect Mr Hamilton's conclusions. Indeed, the report of the committee itself says this: James Hamilton's report is the most appropriate place to address the question of whether or not the First Minister has breached the Ministerial Code. Presiding Officer, let me be clear about this. Had Mr Hamilton's report gone the other way, I would have accepted it. Had he found that I had breached the code in anything other than the most technical and immaterial of ways, I would have been standing here right now tendering my resignation. Because the integrity of the office I am so privileged to hold really does matter to me. The office of First Minister is more important than any temporary incumbent of it. But given that I have been cleared by that independent report of any breach of the Ministerial Code, then my message to all those, especially to the Conservatives, who now, despite Ruth Davidson's protestations, refuse to accept Mr Hamilton's conclusions, is this: if you think you can bully me out of office, you are mistaken and you misjudge me. If you want to remove me as First Minister, do it in an election. Of course, if today's desperate political stunt proves anything, it is that you have no confidence whatsoever in your ability to do so because you have nothing positive to offer the Scottish people. Presiding Officer, the last year has been exhausting for everyone. My experience of it is as nothing compared to those who have lost loved ones, suffered illness or watched businesses go to the wall. But I have given my all every single day trying to lead us through this ordeal. I don't mind admitting that the intensity and the gravity of decision-making has taken its toll. The Alex Salmond saga and the assault on my character that it has entailed has certainly not helped. But this country needs strong, experienced and positive leadership as we continue to navigate our way through and out of this crisis. And, Presiding Officer, that is what I offer. Which takes me to my final and to my most fundamental point. Tomorrow, this parliamentary term reaches its conclusion, perhaps not a moment too soon. The toxic atmosphere that has infected this chamber in recent months will give way, I hope, to the fresh air of an election. And I hope that the fresh air will bring with it a rigorous and positive debate, not just about personalities, but about the kind of country we want to be, about how we rebuild from this pandemic and create a fairer, more prosperous Scotland. It is now time, Presiding Officer, for the country to decide. The confidence of this Parliament matters. Of course it does. But it is the confidence of the people of Scotland that matters most. And that, the confidence of the people, is what I will seek to demonstrate and seek to win in the weeks that lie ahead.
Thank you. Can I call on Anas Sawar?
Presiding Officer, earlier today we held a minute's silence on the steps outside this chamber to remember all those who have lost their lives over the past year and all those grieving the loss of a loved one. On this, the penultimate day before the Parliament reaches the end of its 5-year term, I would much rather we were reflecting on the impact of this dreadful pandemic and debating what we need to do to ensure our country recovers in the years ahead. Instead, we are confronted by a litany of government failings which led to 2 women being so badly let down, and a Tory party that cares not about the principles but about the politics. A harassment policy failed. 2 women were let down. It has shaken trust in the system and risks discouraging victims to come forward. It has called into question the integrity of government. It has undermined the principles of transparency and accountability. It has seen a misuse of public money. There are huge failures and big questions to be answered. There are no winners in this debate. Not the SNP. The spectacle of using a harassment inquiry as a recruiting tool was grotesque. And the Tories, in the face of all these failures, playing politics, interested only in getting a scalp. They announced they would bring a vote of no confidence before the First Minister had even given evidence to the committee. They lodged this motion on the 4th of March, before the Hamilton inquiry or the committee inquiry had concluded. Seriously? On one side, a litany of failings from a government that let down 2 women. On the other side, an opposition guilty of playing grubby party politics on an issue as serious as sexual harassment. This is a day of shame for our Parliament. Scotland deserves a better government, and it deserves a better opposition. From the outset, I have made it clear that we would not prejudice the outcome of the inquiries, that we would remove party and personality. I accept the conclusion of the report published yesterday, but I also accept the conclusions of the cross-party report published today by a committee of this Parliament, which highlights a catalogue of errors. And yet still nobody has taken responsibility
for the amendment in the name of Anas Sarwar if it had been selected. The Conservatives have shown themselves as only interested in removing Nicola Sturgeon from office rather than the facts of this terrible series of events. They have undermined the integrity of the independent investigator. Yet, even the most ardent SNP supporter must recognise that the women who complained were let down by the government and that £500,000 was wasted defending the indefensible in court. We know the government will win today because they have the unconditional support of the Greens. But this debate and vote cannot be the end. So in his summing up, I would like the Deputy First Minister to tell us where this goes from here. First, how does he explain why James Hamilton was unable to conclude whether the First Minister misled Parliament over whether she offered to help Alex Salmond when they met in her home? James Hamilton says it is up to the Parliament to determine whether it has been misled on this. We need an adequate explanation from the Deputy First Minister. Second, on the transfer of the name of a complainant to Alex Salmond's former Chief of Staff, James Hamilton believes that did happen. He says that version of events is credible. That is a terrible breach of confidentiality. Not only were they left to swim, but their identity was passed to a person that they were complaining about. What is now to happen to the person responsible? Third, the government made a serious error in defending the indefensible in the court case costing £500,000 and more. This is a colossal error that apparently no individual is responsible for. What will happen next? Finally, on the government's complaints process. Confidence is rock bottom now. No one has complained in the last 3 years. What will the government do to convince this Parliament and women that this process will change? The SNP is divided, has a terrible record of delivery over 14 years in government. And there are serious questions about how women were treated by this government. I would contest that they no longer should be in office. Even as the government wins today, the voters will have their say in 7 weeks. The country deserves a positive, progressive alternative that will put recovery first. But how we will vote today will be determined by what answers we receive from the Deputy First Minister as he sums up today.
Thank you. And can I call Patrick Harvey, who joins us remotely? Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This situation began with an extremely serious issue, the mishandling of an investigation into sexual harassment allegations. And I honestly wish that everyone's focus had remained on that issue. But what we've seen since then has been the deliberate, systematic, and entirely cynical exploitation of that issue to suit motives which are all too apparent today. The media in Scotland and throughout the UK is awash with speculation about the Sturgeon-Salmond psychodrama. The coverage of this is dominated by one question: what does this mean for the independence cause? When we should be asking what this means for the treatment of harassment or for the position of those who want to call it out. Sadly, we already know the answer to that question. Since the original committee leaks months ago, through multiple instances of MSPs on that committee prejudging the evidence, announcing their political motivations to the world, and then to the disgraceful betrayal of trust, the original complainers over the last weekend, what should have been a serious inquiry has descended into farce. I believe this is the deliberate choice of those who have nothing to offer the people of Scotland. They looked at the devolved institutions and saw a high level of public trust in them and could not bear it. And they set about trying to drag everything down to their level. They will fail. But as a direct result of their actions, the women who complained about sexual harassment in the first place had to put out a statement via Rape Crisis Scotland to complain about the violation of their trust. So here we are. In one hand, we have an independent report by someone with enough professionalism not to go hawking quotes to the press in advance. It clears the First Minister of any breach of the ministerial code. And in the other hand, we have a report by a committee of this Parliament whose members have prejudged the evidence, called for resignations before listening to it, betrayed the original complainers in the sexual harassment case, and leaked their own conclusions to the media. Their actions are a betrayal of the trust we all placed in them when we appointed this committee. Calling out this behaviour does not, as Anas Sarwar suggests, reflect on the rest of our Parliament. Our Parliament is better than this, but they have clearly destroyed the credibility of their own work and advertised their partisan motivations for all to see. And far worse than that, they have sent a chilling message to anyone else considering complaining about harassment by powerful men, that if they do so, their lives can be turned into tawdry political theatre for months or even years. The only resignations I have any interest in debating today are those of the committee members who have so systematically broken our rules, abused the trust of witnesses, and played childish games with the serious issue they were asked to examine. They are the ones who should be resigning today, and any political party that wants to come out of this episode with a shred of credibility will do whatever it takes to identify the culprits and ensure that they are not able to stand for re-election in 6 weeks' time. They have shown contempt for the serious issue of sexual harassment. They have shown contempt for their witnesses. They have shown contempt for the rules of this Parliament. And having failed in their attempt to drag Scottish politics down to their level, they should just go. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. Can I call Alistair Allen, who joins us remotely? Alistair Allen.
Presiding Officer, James Hamilton's independent investigation has now finally reported. It has unambiguously cleared the First Minister of all the charges that she had breached the ministerial code. Those very accusations were, of course, what today's flimsy motion of no confidence was seemingly built on. And judging by what I've heard so far, they are the dead horse which the Tories look determined to flog. It is worth collectively reminding ourselves, though, that this whole unhappy story isn't ultimately about politics. It's not about the conspiracy theories that grip the political and media worlds and which at one fevered point encompassed everyone in Scotland from the First Minister to SNP staff, to the complainers, to the civil service, the prosecutors, and even, and probably enough, to the Lord Advocate. In case we forget, this is ultimately the much simpler, sadder story of two women, two real human beings who made complaints. The Scottish Government's own complaints procedures, as we all now know, completely failed them. So too, it gives me no pleasure to say, did some of the officials who were tasked with operating those procedures. For my many sins, Presiding Officer, I have served these last 2 years on this Parliament's Committee of Inquiry into the handling of those complaints. Like a number of other committee members, I decided many months ago not to give a breathless running commentary to the media about our evidence and private deliberations. And to say that our committee leaked like the Titanic would be to do a considerable injustice to Harland and Wolff. The Titanic only leaked the once. I can genuinely say that for me, the low point in my 14 years in this place was when I found out that someone on our committee had gone so far as to leak sensitive material purporting to be accounts of the two women, accounts which had in fact not been authorised by them for release. That, Presiding Officer, was in flagrant breach of every assurance the women had been given about the trust they could place in us. Now, some have said that such behaviour represents a challenge to the credibility of this Parliament. Well, like Patrick Harvey, I profoundly disagree with that assessment. I think it's simply a challenge to the credibility of some members. But it does, I am afraid, speak to the deep reserves of disfiguring political hatred which some people in this place apparently have for the First Minister. A hatred born, no doubt, of long political frustration, and which brings them to their confidence motion today. Presiding Officer, there were, of course, many things in the committee's report on which we all agreed, and I hope those findings will be useful to prevent people being failed again in future. The unevidenced insinuations about the First Minister, which were tacked onto the end of our report, in the last day or two of our meetings do not, I am afraid, fall into that category. In any case, Mr Hamilton's report demolishes the very basis for today's motion. The idea that the ministerial code was breached through failure to record meetings, the allegation that the First Minister may have attempted to influence the conduct of the investigation, or that she misled Parliament, or that she failed to comply with the law, are all rejected. So, Presiding Officer, as this Parliament draws to a close and this motion runs into the sands, what are the opposition left with? Their loathing aside, I mean. Well, they're left facing an election which it seems they have decided to make all about character. Presiding Officer, after this week, I wish them good luck with that one.
Thank you, Mr Allen. And we'll turn now to closing speeches. Jackie Baillie, to be followed by John Swinney. Jackie Baillie.
I am proud to have been a member of the Scottish Parliament since its inception, just like the Presiding Officer and the First Minister, a member of the class of '99. But never in my 22 years here have I seen or imagined anything quite like this. The fallout between the former First Minister and the current First Minister has laid bare the deep divisions in the SNP. It's laid bare the blurring of lines between the party and the government, and it has exposed the need for the Scottish Parliament, in my view, to have more powers to hold the government to account. I want to focus my comments on the committee report, but first let me say that the result of this vote of no confidence is a foregone conclusion. I have to question the motivation of the Tories to have a vote of no confidence before James Hamilton had even reported, before they had seen the outcome of the committee's inquiry, is deeply irresponsible. The committee report published this morning details the catastrophic failings of the Scottish Government on a matter of the utmost seriousness and sensitivity. Despite the obstruction of the Scottish Government, and the obstruction was significant, the committee has managed to get beyond the veil of government secrecy. We must never forget, though, the two female civil servants who complained about harassment and who have been comprehensively failed by the Scottish Government. I welcome the First Minister's acknowledgement of this and apology for it. But 3 years on, no one has taken responsibility for this. There have been no resignations, no sackings, yet we all acknowledge that the failure was catastrophic. The harassment policy was rushed through without any specialist advice or input. The handling of complaints was fundamentally flawed, with the appointment of an investigating officer that was not independent from the process. And the person who had oversight of all of this, who was involved in every aspect of the procedure, was the Permanent Secretary, and she must bear much of the responsibility. The Scottish Government still does not have a functioning harassment policy, so it is essential that the recommendations of the Laura Dunlop report are carried through urgently, and it's essential that the recommendations of the committee, the majority of which were unanimous, are carried forward too. The committee also felt that the Scottish Government's determination to plough on, defending their position in the Court of Session when the prospects of success were minimal, was irresponsible and cost the taxpayer in excess of £500,000. A majority also believed that the First Minister misled the committee about whether she would intervene following her meeting with Alex Salmond on the 2nd of April. Now, I know that this has been painted as a partisan decision, but let me say to you, one independent member, one Labour member, 2 Tories and 1 Lib Dem agreed after hearing the evidence. That's not partisan. But 4 SNP members who voted together were never, despite what they may have heard, were never going to vote to criticise the First Minister. There remain many serious questions that need to be answered. That need to be answered about the First Minister's judgment, that need to be answered about the Scottish Government's handling of harassment complaints. But above all, we need to ensure that women coming forward to complain about harassment are not let down by the Scottish Government ever again.
And can I call John Swinney to be followed by Liz Smith? John Swinney.
Presiding Officer, it is my privilege to close this debate for the Government and to encourage Parliament to reject this baseless motion from the Conservatives. At the heart of this debate, as many members have talked about, are two women who had the bravery and the courage to complain about behaviour that was unacceptable. I say to Parliament honestly that they were let down by the Government. That has been acknowledged by the First Minister, by me on countless occasions, and we accept that criticism and we have apologised for it. But as Dr Alistair Allen has just said, those women were also very badly let down by somebody who was a member of this committee by leaking a misrepresentation of their evidence to a Sunday newspaper. That has added trauma upon trauma to these complainants, and whoever was responsible for that should consider the issues raised by Patrick Harvey in his contribution, because they are unfit to be a member of this Parliament. The Government accepts that mistakes were made. We apologise for them and we will remedy them. There is much in the committee report that was published this morning of substance which is of strong challenge to the procedures and processes of the Government, which the Government must accept. It is good work that has been done there, and as Jackie Baillie has just said, the overwhelming majority of it was delivered unanimously. The Laura Dunlop report that was passed to the Government last week, I have indicated publicly the Government will take forward, along with the Harassment Committee inquiry report and that of Mr Hamilton, to make sure that action is taken speedily to address the issues that need to be addressed, to make sure we have in place a policy framework that is fit for purpose to enable anyone who has the need to complain to be able to complain and to complain with confidence. So those will be the actions of Government, and it will be for incoming ministers to take that forward after the 6th of May. We then turn to the substance of this motion and whether it is an appropriate motion for this Parliament to consider. On the 2nd of March, Douglas Ross MP said this: "There is no longer any doubt that Nicola Sturgeon lied to the Scottish Parliament and broke the ministerial code on numerous counts." That was the day before the First Minister gave 8 hours of testimony, before she had said a word to the Parliamentary Committee. On the same day, Adam Tompkins, a member of this Parliament, tweeted this: "Sturgeon lied. We know that now. That's why she must resign. She lied." Ruth Davidson talked about high standards. I have to say I find that tweet the lowest standard I have ever seen in my parliamentary life. My dear friend, the First Minister, talked about the toxic culture. If there was a toxic culture anywhere, Adam Tompkins emptied a gallon of petrol on that toxic culture by a remark of that type. Jackie Baillie talked a moment ago about how the committee was a dispassionate conclusion was arrived at by the votes of 2 Conservatives, 1 Labour, 1 Liberal and 1 independent member. On the 12th of October 2020, Murdo Fraser tweeted, "The FM lied again." How on earth can we be expected to take seriously conclusions arrived at by 5 votes to 4 at the last gasp of the committee processes, when the committee had already agreed to these words? For all these reasons, the committee believes that James Hamilton's report is the most appropriate place to address the question of whether or not the First Minister has breached the Scottish Ministerial Code. And yesterday, Mr Hamilton gave his verdict. I am of the opinion that the First Minister did not breach the provisions of the Ministerial Code in respect of any of these matters. So the First Minister, on the committee's test, was exonerated yesterday by Mr Hamilton, and I am delighted that that has been the case. I have sat in close quarters to the First Minister for many years, as colleagues, sometimes in active disagreement about priorities, most of them, respectfully, First Minister, about money, if I seem to remember. But throughout all of my days of dealing with the First Minister, I have always known I was dealing with an individual of integrity, of character, of responsibility and of devotion. Devotion to serving the people of this country. She has given every ounce of her energy to protect the people of this country in the last trying 12 months over COVID. She has done everything she could to protect the public, and the last thing she deserves is this grubby motion from the Conservatives, and I invite Parliament to chuck it out at the first available opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Swinney. And can I ask Liz Smith to wind up our debate?
Thank you. Tomorrow, Presiding Officer, every seat in this Parliament becomes vacant again, and all business in the Chamber comes to an end, after which we await the verdict of the voters on the 6th of May, just 6 weeks away. And as the First Minister said, that is as it should be. But I hope the newly elected members on the 6th of May will learn some very important lessons about what this whole sorry saga has meant for Scottish politics. And I also hope these lessons will be learnt by every single politician, irrespective of his or her political views or seniority, starting with the fact that the female complainants in this case have been utterly failed by the serious flaws in the Scottish Government's handling of the complaints process. But that is not all, because the fallout from both James Hamilton's report and from the Parliamentary Committee investigating the Scottish Government's handling of the complaints process is significant, and it is certain to have long-term ramifications. The First Minister has been cleared of breaking the ministerial code, but she has not been cleared of a serious lack of judgment, of presiding over a dysfunctional government, and crucially, of misleading the committee, most especially when it comes to her account of when she first heard about the concerns of Alex Salmond. Neither should we ignore the fact that James Hamilton makes clear that he was frustrated by the fact that legal constraints prevented him from publishing all the relevant details without redaction, so that the necessary evidence could be examined in the appropriate context. Presiding Officer, when political commentaries are written these days, it is often said, I won't, Mr Swinney, it is often said that politicians have sunk low in people's esteem, that there is a diminished level of integrity in politics and therefore a diminished level of trust between the voter and the body politic. Presiding Officer, I agree with that. And that, for me, is what has happened in this case, because it is symptomatic of the problem. Because at times there has been a complete disregard for the will of Parliament. How many times in recent months have we seen the Scottish Government completely ignore the outcome of votes in this chamber? We have seen a government determined to override the democratic process, believing that it knows better than Parliament. Indeed, that is the main difference that I see in my 14 years in Holyrood. Government is now dominant over Parliament rather than the other way round, and that is not healthy for democracy. And in that context, Mr Swinney, if you're going to make
please, Mr.
comments,
Swinney.
I would be grateful if you could just listen to the next point. Because I hope that the First Minister will reflect on the findings of James Hamilton when he says, and I quote, "Although I accept the First Minister's statement that her motivation to agreeing to the meeting was personal and political, and she may have sought to underscore this by hosting it in her private home and with no permanent civil servant present and no expenditure of public money, it could not, in my opinion, be characterised as a party meeting." That speaks volumes about the difference between party and government and how we should operate. In a further section in James Hamilton's report, he raises concerns that the claim that one of her officials leaked the name of the complainer is credible, and that must ring alarm bells too. And then there is the vast sum of taxpayers' money spent on a legal case that the First Minister knew was fundamentally flawed. Presiding Officer, this whole issue has principally raised questions about the operations of the First Minister and the Scottish Government, but it has also raised questions about the effectiveness of Holyrood. And to those ministers who in recent weeks have been trying to pretend that this Parliament is above reproach, I say no, it is not. I do not subscribe to the view that Holyrood is broken, but if it is to restore its reputation, it has a lot to think about in the next Parliament, led by the next presiding officer, whoever he or she may be. It needs to address the concerns about the inbuilt political bias of the committee system about the relationship between government and other important bodies, including the Crown, about the absence of parliamentary privilege and the need to scrutinise post-legislative matters given the absence of a revising chamber. And so we fully support the committee's recommendation that there should be a commission to review the relationship between the executive and the legislature and make recommendations for change. Presiding Officer, I return to my earlier remark that this is all about women who were failed by the Scottish Government. But it's also about the failed workings of government, of the First Minister and her senior officials, and the weakened scrutiny of Parliament, which resulted from obfuscation, from a lack of transparency and incomplete information provided by the Scottish Government. I would suggest that no one comes out of this well, but principally the First Minister, who, although she is cleared of breaking the ministerial code, she has been found guilty of so many other failings which have undermined the integrity of this whole political process. What the person out there in the real world can see is that staff have been bullied, evidence has been withheld, stories don't add up, and women complainants have been badly let down. And so when the political history of 2021 comes to be written, people will rightly ask, why has no one resigned?
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. And that concludes our debate on a motion of no confidence. We're going to go straight to the vote. The question is, that motion 24292 in the name of Ruth Davidson on a motion of no confidence be agreed. Are we all agreed? No! We're not agreed. We're going to suspend for 5 minutes to allow members to access the voting app, members in the chamber and members on the virtual chamber. Parliament is suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session and we're going to move straight to the vote. The question is that motion 24292 in the name of Ruth Davidson on a motion of no confidence be agreed. Members should cast their votes now. This will be a 1 minute division. A 1 minute division. Thank you, colleagues. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Can I call Gill Patterson to make a point of order? Gill Patterson to make a point of order.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. I was unable to access the app. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. Your vote will be added to the vote. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. The result of the vote on motion 24292 in the name of Ruth Davidson is yes 31, no 65. There were 27 abstentions and the motion is therefore not agreed. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to move on now to the next item of business. I would remind all members who need to leave the chamber at this stage just to follow the one-way systems, to wear their masks. Make sure that you observe social distancing rules, and if you are having to change desks, make sure they are wiped down. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings on the European Charter of Local Self-Government and Corporation Scotland Bill, and in dealing with the amendments, members should have with them the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list, and the grouping of amendments. I just remind members that the division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first division on this bill, and the period of voting for each division will be 1 minute. If a member wishes to speak in any of the groups, just press your button as soon as I call the group, and I will call your name. Thank you, colleagues. So we're going to turn now to Group 1. This is on the meaning and interpretation of the Charter articles. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Andy Whiteman, grouped with Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5? And I would remind members that if Amendment 2 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 3 as it will be preempted. Andy Whiteman to move Amendment 1 and speak to all the amendments.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 1, and I should say in advance I'm going to take just a little time over speaking on this group, because although these amendments are somewhat relatively minor in certain ways, they do actually embody some fairly important principles about how Parliament operates. The purpose of this bill is to incorporate the main provisions of an international treaty into Scots law, and it does that by creating as direct a link as possible between the law in Scotland, including the duties of ministers and the rights of those who may wish to challenge their actions and decisions, and the text of the Charter itself. Section 1(3) of the bill then allows ministers, subject to oversight by Parliament, to update the Act through regulations to reflect any amending or additional protocols that may have been signed by the UK. And the key point here is that control remains here in Scotland. It would be up to the Scottish Government and ultimately Parliament to decide whether or not to further amend Scots law to keep pace with any changes made by the Council of Europe or indeed that the UK has signed up to. Scotland could take its lead from the UK Government or decide to leave things as they are. It would be our choice. Section 2A of the bill, added at stage 2 by a government amendment, sits uneasily, in my view, with the existing provisions in section 1. Subsection 2A is what one might be described as an automatic keeping pace provision that requires the court to read all the main provisions of the bill through the lens of whatever reservations, declarations, etc. that the UK Government makes at any particular time. The effect of this is that if the UK Government changes its approach to the Charter and does that formally by means of an international legal instrument, Scots law then changes automatically, whether or not the Scottish Government of the day or this Parliament thinks that's a good idea. Now, I didn't get much notice of the Government Stage 2 amendment that added subsection 2A, but I've reflected carefully on it since. I recognise the benefit of including in the bill mechanisms to allow the resulting Act to keep pace, not just with changes at Council of Europe level, such as the adoption of new protocols, but also changes in the UK's position, expressed through a legal instrument such as a declaration or denunciation. But I continue to believe that keeping pace should be done, if you like, manually rather than automatically, so that it's always the result of decisions taken here in Scotland. And that's why I've lodged Amendment 5, which extends the existing Section 1(3 so the regulation-making power can be used not just to reflect amending or additional protocols, but also UK legal instruments, such as declarations. And these are the recognised means by which a state party can fine-tune its adherence to international treaties that it's signed and ratified. By extending the manual pace mechanism of Section 1(3, I consider it's no longer necessary to retain the alternative automatic keeping pace provision that was added at stage 2, namely subsection 2A. So my Amendment 2 removes that section as an advanced consequential of my own Amendment 5. The Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 3 would adjust subsection 2A so its wording reflects the language in the Charter itself to describe the ways in which signatory states can fine-tune their adherence to the Charter, as well as the language of the Vienna Convention, which specifies how states can fine-tune their adherence to treaties more generally. Now, if I wasn't advancing my own amendments as an alternative to 2A, I would have no objection to this amendment, but I see it as unnecessary, given that the same choice of language is already included in my alternative Amendment 5. At stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary gave two reasons for adding subsection 2A. The first was that it took account of two declarations about the Charter made by the UK when it ratified in 1998. Now, I agree that these two declarations are important. One makes clear that the UK considers itself bound by all the articles that make up Part 1 of the Charter, which is significant because Member States can choose under Article 12 to be bound by only some of Part 1 rather than all of it. The articles that the UK has said it will be bound by are Articles 2 to 11, the same articles being given effect to by the bill. The other declaration defines the application of the Charter in the various countries of the UK and in particular makes clear that it applies in Scotland to the 32 local authorities constituted under Section 2 of the Local Government etc. Scotland Act 1994. Now, I agree there is a case for taking account in the bill of those two UK declarations, so I've proposed writing them into the definition of the Charter article itself, which is what Amendment 1 does. The Cabinet Secretary's second reason for adding subsection 2A was to avoid a risk of the bill being challenged, either under Section 35 of the Scotland Act or on grounds of legislative competence. I do not agree with the Scottish Government's assessment of these risks. No Scottish Parliament bill has ever been challenged under Section 35 of the Scotland Act, which is a power given to the Secretary of State to block a bill from royal assent. And I've seen no indication that the UK Government is contemplating using that power in this instance, or even that the UK Government has expressed any concerns about the compatibility of the bill with international obligations or the interests of defence or national security. I've reviewed subsection 2A very thoroughly, along with those who have assisted me on the bill, and do not consider that it's needed from a legislative competence perspective. I'd also note that the provisions of the bill were assessed by you, Presiding Officer, as within the Parliament's legislative competence when it was introduced. So, Presiding Officer, even if there is a theoretical risk of challenge to the bill, I think that risk is better managed through the manual keeping pace provisions that I'm proposing, rather than through the sort of automatic mechanism that the Government prefers. That would still enable any necessary adjustments to the legislation to be made should the need arise, while, as I've explained, keeping the decision-making here in Scotland where it should be. To conclude, having said all of that, however, I am conscious following discussions that I've had with the government in recent days, that they take a different view. This is a view that I fully expect the Cabinet Secretary will set out shortly, and so I will listen very carefully to what she has to say and decide whether to press my amendments or not. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. And can I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 3 and the other amendments in this group? Cabinet Secretary Iain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 3 in my name is a necessary amendment to clarify the effect of Section 1.2a. Amendment 3 extends Section 1.2a so as to require the Charter articles to be read subject not only to any reservations, objections and interpretive declarations, but subject also to undertakings, notifications or denunciations by the UK as may be in force. And I'm afraid the Government cannot support Amendments 1, 2, 4 and 5 from Andy Whiteman. I do have and have already said to Mr Whiteman, particularly in that last point he raised about wanting Scotland to be able to take decisions that impact on Scotland. But we do have a lot of sympathy for the policy intention behind the amendments, but unfortunately there are issues that prevent the Government from agreeing with the amendments. So for this bill to be accurately described as an incorporation bill, it requires to mirror the UK's international obligations in relation to the Charter. And that includes any declarations, reservations, undertakings, denunciations, interpretive declarations and the like made by the UK under the articles of the Charter and under general international law, both now and in the future. The effect of Mr Whiteman's amendments essentially provide for a manual mechanism, as he said, for keeping pace with any changes made to the UK's international obligations, rather than the automatic mechanism as provided for under the current Section 1.2a. In order to remain aligned with the Charter as it applies to the UK in international law, it would be necessary to operate this manual mechanism every time the UK makes a declaration or any other change. Scottish ministers are committed to upholding international law and could not deliberately decline to reflect the accurate international legal position in a bill such as this one. Mr Whiteman's amendments would also mean that there is still a potential disconnect between the Charter as incorporated by the bill and the Charter as it exists.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm very sorry to do this, but I'm afraid we have lost the virtual chamber. It's not your doing at all, it's a technical fault. It happened to us recently, but because half the chamber can no longer hear what's happening, I'm going to have to suspend proceedings for a few moments till we work out what's happening. So Parliament is suspended for a few moments. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. The broadcasting is back. Apologies for the technical problem we had there. We only lost the broadcast for about 30 seconds, so I'm going to ask the Cabinet Secretary to pick up where she left off, if that's okay. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and hopefully I've got to the right bit. So Mr Whiteman's amendments would mean that there is a potential disconnect between the Charter as incorporated by the Bill and the Charter as it exists as an international treaty and a set of international obligations to which Scotland, as part of the UK at the moment, is subject. Under Mr Whiteman's proposal, Scotland would potentially remain subject to both the Charter as incorporated by the Bill and the Charter as it exists as an international treaty, although only the Charter as incorporated by the Bill would be legally enforceable at a domestic level. This could cause confusion for ministers, for local authorities and the courts. It is therefore important to ensure this legislation is clear and without confusion as to how it might be used and interpreted in the future. And sitting behind all this, there is still the risk that the Secretary of State could deploy his powers under Section 35 of the Scotland Act to prevent the bill from being submitted for royal assent. Section 128, as amended by Amendment 3, is also consistent with the position adopted by the UNCRC bill and other pieces of legislation. I am aware that Andy Whiteman does not fully agree with our assessment of this position, but I wish to reassure him, such was our sympathy with his amendments, that we have fully explored the possibilities but cannot see a way to support his amendments that don't come without legal risk, and that legal risk is there. As such, I would ask that the Chamber supports my Amendment 3 and does not support Amendments 1, 2, 4 and 5 as put forward by Andy Whiteman.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And there's no other colleagues wish to speak, so could I call on Andy Whiteman to wind up and conclude in this group?
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. Those were helpful comments from the Cabinet Secretary. At the heart of what we have to deal with here is an issue that has arisen as a consequence of the two bills that are before Parliament, the one that was enacted last week, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child Bill, and my bill, which I think are the first two bills in this Parliament that incorporate international treaties. And really the question is, for example, in my bill, if Scotland wishes to be bound by the Charter as it currently exists and as currently ratified by the UK, even if the UK decides, for example, in 5 years' time to renounce Articles 5, 6 and 7. The policy intention of my bill is that Scotland will still be bound by those. They still will be a part of Scots law and they will be justiciable. And that same argument applies to the UNCRC bill, and that same argument would apply to any other bill that seeks to incorporate international instruments. So what we have here is an issue, I call it a devolution issue, even though I think that is actually a technical term, whereby there is risk inherent if the Scottish Parliament decides to incorporate treaties and not have an automatic keeping pace power. Now, I don't think that's a good situation to be in, but I do accept the Cabinet Secretary's assessment of the risk, even though I do formally take a different view. And I do think this needs to be looked at, perhaps clarified, and if necessary, the arrangements, the devolution arrangements modified to better enable this Parliament to decide which international treaties and parts of treaties it wishes to be bound by. So with all that, Presiding Officer, I am seeking to withdraw Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. So Mr Whiteman does not wish to press and wishes to withdraw Amendment 1. Are we agreed? Agreed. We are agreed. And can I assume Mr Whiteman does not wish to move Amendment 2?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. It is agreed. Can I call Amendment 4, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. And Amendment 5?
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you very much. Can I turn now to Group 2? This is on the scrutiny of regulations under Section 6(1). Can I call Amendment 6 in the name of Andy Whiteman to move and speak to Amendment 6?
Thanks very much indeed. I move Amendment 6. This amendment does two things. Firstly, it refines the wording of subsection 6A6, which is one of two subsections in Section 6A, added by the Scottish Government amendments at Stage 2. The amendment ensures consistency of language between subsections 5 and 6, and would mean both would refer to compliance and or non-compliance, rather than the situation currently where subsection 5 refers to a failure to comply with a requirement and subsection 6 refers to breaching of a requirement. The second change relates to the mechanism added by a Scottish Government amendment at stage 2 to enable Scottish ministers to dispense with the additional 60-day pre-laying period that's normally required for regulations made under section 6(1). New subsection 6 enables ministers to do this so long as they provide an explanation to the presiding officer. That new subsection appears to be modelled on section 31(3) of the Interpretation and Legislative Reform Scotland Act 2010. And my Amendment 6 requires that the explanation being provided shall be in writing and that it should be provided as soon as practicable after the instrument is laid. In doing so, it replicates the very next subsection in the 2010 Act, section 31(4), and I believe is a worthwhile addition to the mechanism that was added by the Government at stage 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Wyman, can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 6 is a technical amendment to improve the language used in section 6A6 of the bill. The amendment also makes clear that if the Scottish Ministers lay a draft SSI before the expiry of the additional 60-day laying period required by section 6A3 of the bill, then the explanation they give to the presiding officer must be in writing and given as soon as practicable after the draft SSI is laid. Therefore, presiding officer, the Government wishes to indicate its support for Amendment 6.
Thank you very much. Does Mr Whiteman wish to add any further comments?
Nothing to add, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. In that case, we'll go straight to the vote. The question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And that ends consideration of amendments. So, as members will be aware, at this stage in proceedings, I'm required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system or franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in my view, it does not. Therefore, the European Charter of Local Self-Government and Corporation Scotland Bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. Now, in a second, we'll move on to the debate. We'll just have a pause. In fact, I'll just suspend for a minute, and then we will move on to the next item of business. We'll move on to the debate on the motion.
Thank you. The next item of business is a debate on motion 24238 in the name of Andy Whiteman on the European Charter of Local Self-Government Incorporation Scotland Bill at stage 3. Can I invite those members who wish to speak in the debate to press the request to speak buttons or put R in the chat function if they're remote. And I call on Andy Whiteman to speak to and move the motion. Mr Whiteman, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move the motion in my name. I'm delighted to be opening this Stage 3 debate on the European Charter of Local Self-Government Incorporation Scotland Bill. And I want first of all to thank all those who have contributed to the legislative process, including those who provided evidence on my draft proposal back in 2018, those who gave evidence at Stage 1, the Local Government and Communities Committee for its scrutiny of the bill, the clerks and staff of the Non-Governmental Bills Unit, who provided a highly professional, impartial and very supportive role throughout this process. I'd also like to thank Christine O'Neill, QC, who expertly drafted the bill. And I want also to thank the Cabinet Secretary for her enthusiastic and constructive engagement over the legislative process. We've had our honest disagreements over aspects of the bill, but by working together we've improved and clarified aspects of a bill that does deal with some tricky legal issues. This is, of course, one of two bills that incorporate international treaties into domestic law, the other being the UNCRC bill passed last week. So I know the Government comes to this with some experience, and I'd like to also thank the Government for introducing the UNCRC bill, which of course I enthusiastically voted for, but also helped to map out some of the complexities that were present in the drafting of my own bill. The fundamental purpose of this bill is to strengthen the standing of local government in the democratic governance of Scotland, and it achieves this by incorporating the substantive articles of the European Charter of Local Self-Government into Scots law. The Charter thus becomes justiciable in the Scottish courts, and any alleged violation of the Charter by ministers can be challenged, and, if any challenge is upheld, a declaration of incompatibility can be made by the Court of Session. The Charter itself is an international treaty of the Council of Europe. It was opened for signature on the 15th of October 1985, and its articles set out in international law a range of basic freedoms for local government across the 47 member states of the Council of Europe. The treaty was signed by the newly elected Labour government in 1997, but critically, of course, it has no force in domestic law until it's incorporated, which is what the bill does. Scotland, in fact, is one of the very few countries that has not incorporated the Charter, and if this bill is passed this evening, I look forward to England and Wales following Scotland's example. And of course, incorporation of the Charter also fulfils a long-standing call from the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities and Civic Scotland. COSLA worked in the Council of Europe's Congress of Local and Regional Authorities to develop the Charter in the 1980s and has been calling ever since for its adoption and incorporation. Civic Scotland highlighted the importance of the Charter in the report of the Scottish Constitutional Convention in 1998 that set the parameters for the Scottish Parliament. It was clear that the principles contained in the Charter should be, in their words, embodied, in particular that Council should have a power of general competence. That's something guaranteed by Article 4.2 of the Charter, but as yet unimplemented. And as far back as 1972, in fact, Jimmy Reid, in his famous rectorial address, argued that, and I quote, "The power of Parliament has undoubtedly been eroded over past decades, with more and more authority being invested in the executive. The power of local authorities has been and is being systematically undermined." Of course, he wrote those words, spoke those words in 1972 when we were in the process of abolishing 196 very local town councils. Presiding Officer, unlike most European countries, our local democratic institutions have suffered from ad hoc reform, systematic disempowerment and neglect. We have the weakest system of local government in most of Europe, and we have so-called local councils, where, for example, Ballachulish and Wick are considered to be in the same local area. Back in 1999, at the dawn of this Parliament, the Mackintosh Commission on Local Government observed that, and I quote, "It could be said that Scotland today simply does not have a system of local government in the sense in which many other countries do. The 32 councils now existing are, in effect, what in other countries are called county councils or provinces." And as recently as 2013, COSLA argued that Scotland is one of the most centralised countries in Europe. It's no coincidence that our European neighbours are often more successful at improving outcomes and have much greater turnout at elections. Now, Presiding Officer, those debates remain very much alive and are indeed for another day. But this bill, I hope, is an opportunity to reset the important relationship between central and local government, to provide the local state with fundamental guarantees as to the scope of its powers and the opportunity for redress when national government overreaches into the affairs of the local. It was often observed during stage one that of and in itself, this bill delivers modest practical change. And that's correct. I'm afraid to say that the voters of Scotland will struggle to relate to this bill, may not even notice its passing on today of all days. But like incorporation of human rights, what the bill does is to embed a set of new rules governing the relationship with the state, violation of which can lead to sanctions. It's thus an enabler and a promoter of a new awareness, a new culture and a new respect for the freedoms and powers of local government. Not only do I hope that it will encourage a culture shift, but that it will, in future, curtail the potential excessive interference in the affairs of local government that has happened from time to time over the decades, from rate capping to council tax freezes. On which controversial point, Presiding Officer, I shall close my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. I call on Iain Campbell to open to the Scottish Government. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And it's a great privilege to speak on behalf of the Government in this debate. These are the concluding moments of what I hope will see us vote to pass this important bill later this evening. And it will be the last piece of legislation that I'm directly involved with as Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Local Government and MSP in this chamber. It is a privilege to be elected to this Parliament. We are entrusted to make life better for the people and communities we are here to represent. And I know this bill will make significant and positive improvements for governance in Scotland because it sends a strong signal of the value that we place on local government. Incorporating the European Charter of Local Self-Government into Scots law has been of prime importance to COSLA and has been a long-held objective of theirs. And tonight we have the opportunity to help realise that ambition. Getting us to this stage has been the member in charge of this bill, and I want to commend Andy Mikeman for his tenacity for pursuing the bill and his long-held passion for local government. At stage one, I highlighted that there were some issues around the drafting which some technical amendments would help to improve, and I committed to engaging positively with Andy Whiteman and his team to discuss what this might involve. And I believe we have accomplished that, and the collaborative approach to amendments has delivered what I hope is the best and most effective piece of legislation possible. So again, I thank Andy Whiteman and his team for working so closely with me and my officials to make sure this is a day where I hope Parliament will unanimously pass this legislation. I also want to thank the Local Government and Communities Committee convener and members for their work in scrutinising this legislation and in getting us to this stage. I'd also like to thank the clerks of the committee and parliamentary staff who have also helped steer this bill during a pandemic. And of course, I'd like to extend my thanks and appreciation to my own bill team and my private office staff who have worked tirelessly and so incredibly hard throughout this process on some very technical issues and amendments. They are an absolutely brilliant team and they deserve the praise that I'm giving them in helping keeping me right on this legislation. So while this bill is of obvious domestic importance, internationally it will also align the standing of local government in Scotland with that of many other countries by securing a strong legal foundation for local government's right to self-government. The bill we vote on today places a duty on Scottish ministers to act compatibly with the Charter articles, as well as placing a duty on ministers to promote local self-government, and that is how it should be. When I was appointed as the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government almost 3 years ago, I never had any doubt about the importance of subsidiarity and the importance of local government, and have sought to ensure that our relationship is as strong as it could be. And that's because when that relationship is right, it is the people of Scotland that stand to gain the most. I know that as a determination has always been shared by my valued colleague and COSLA President, Councillor Alison Everson too. I believe that by and large this meaningful approach to partnership working has been achieved and has been successful. Whether we have councillor before our names or MSP after it, we are bound by the aims and vision to make our country fairer and equal with flourishing communities. This ambition drove COSLA, representing all 32 local authorities and the Scottish Government, to work in partnership to agree our national performance framework. A framework that articulates the sort of country that we want Scotland to be, one that has well-being, kindness and dignity at heart, and which, regardless of what sphere of government we are from, pursues those shared priorities to achieve the best possible outcomes for the people of Scotland. Local and central government share a commitment to subsidiarity and local democracy, also through the joint work of the Local Governance Review. And last week we saw the publication of Democracy Matters materials, which will offer people a clearer sense of how their aspirations for local democracy could be realised. Through the work of the review, we now also have proposals from councils across Scotland who have come forward to share their ideas that can strengthen our local democracy and promote a shift of power that benefits our communities. An exploration of these ideas involving all relevant public service partners will offer the new Scottish Government a platform for dialogue with COSLA following the Scottish parliamentary elections. Local and national government also share the ambition to ensure our children have the best possible start, and work we are doing together to expand the hours of flexible, high-quality childcare provision is significant. And it's driven by local and national government working hand in glove, united by a focus on the positive impact that this will have on our youngest children and families. The expansion originally intended for August last year was paused last April to give local authorities the flexibility to focus on responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, from August 2021, all eligible children will benefit from at least 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare. And in talking of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has shown us once again of the importance of collaboration, national and local government working together to respond to local circumstances in order to keep the most vulnerable in our society safe and essential services available. Councils have played and will continue to play a central part in our response to the pandemic, from delivering critical childcare to supporting the vulnerable to paying lifeline business grants to help local businesses survive. The heroic efforts of local government workforce has been a remarkable effort. And as we move forward at pace with the vaccination rollout, we will see the balance shift from dealing with the immediate health crisis of COVID-19 to dealing with its enormous social and economic impact and its long-term effect on people's well-being. This journey of recovery and adaptation will be a central purpose for local government over the coming years. And in that respect, local government, and Alison Evanston in particular, has played a key part in the Social Renewal Board, whose report set out actions to help guide that recovery. As part of our response to that, we will need to build on the incredible work councils have done and embed the positive changes to ensure that our services best meet the ever-evolving needs of our people and our communities. So, Presiding Officer, I've set out how we have always sought to work in partnership with local government and how, when we do, the outcomes are positive. This bill will strengthen and build on that relationship, but the bill in itself is not the end of the story. It is actually the start of building something better. I believe it can act as a catalyst to not only strengthen the relationship, but open up opportunities to discuss what kind of future we want and what more transformative policies we can introduce to improve the lives of people in Scotland. And I hope that all members across the Chamber will support it this evening. And again, underline my thanks to Andy Whiten for steering it to this stage.
Thank you. I call Annie Wells to over the Conservative. Ms Wells, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I too would like to wish Aileen Campbell all the best for her future endeavours. I think we've definitely had a good relationship during this Parliament and times when we can see eye to eye. But I'm thankful to be given the opportunity to speak in today's debate. I would also like to thank Andy Whiteman MSP and others for their hard work and efforts so far on this bill. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives support the overarching aims of this bill as it seeks to strengthen protections for local government in Scotland. With much of the day-to-day political focus and stories in the capitals of Europe, London and here in Edinburgh, we often fail to recognise the important role that local councils play in delivering for the Scottish people. Scotland's councils are responsible for educating our children, maintaining our roads and looking after our elderly. They are an essential part of government and as such deserve to be emboldened and safeguarded against excessive power coming from Edinburgh. Presiding Officer, Part 1 of the European Charter of Local Government is clear in that public responsibilities should be carried out by the authorities closest to its citizens. I wholeheartedly agree with the spirit of the Charter in this respect, and I also agree with Andy Whiteman's assessment that power in Scotland has become far too centralised. The Scottish Conservatives have always said as a party that devolution of power from London to Edinburgh should not stop at Holyrood. Power and decision-making should continue to flow downwards to Scotland's councils, not to be consistently centralised in Holyrood and Bute House, as has happened during the past 14 years. Take planning applications, whereby hundreds of local planning decisions made by Scottish councils are overturned by Scottish ministers each year, riding roughshod in many cases over community objections. In 2019, for example, 4 in 10 planning development decisions appealed to SNP ministers had their original decision from local council overturned. This power grab is clearly at odds with the spirit of the Articles of the Charter, which at their heart are designed to promote local democracy, independence and accountability. It is in this fashion that the Scottish Conservatives have proposed a new law to prevent Scottish ministers overturning council decisions on planning applications, to force governments in Edinburgh to fully respect their independence in this respect. Why? Because Scotland's councils, not government ministers in Edinburgh, know the needs and priorities of their residents best and what projects will bring benefits to their communities. Across Scotland, our communities have a diverse range of needs. Many of the issues faced by Arcadians are often completely different to those faced by Glaswegians on a daily basis. Therefore, it is right that as many decisions as possible are taken by the people most likely to be directly affected by them. Presiding Officer, today marks 1 year on from our first national lockdown. It presents a unique opportunity to, most importantly, mark a day of reflection for those who have tragically lost their lives to this virus. It also gives us a chance to reflect on how lockdown restrictions have had an unprecedented and profound effect on our society and our economy. As we aim to rebuild Scotland from this pandemic, which has turned our way of living upside down, I am of the firm belief that local government should play a key role in rebuilding our communities. Scotland's councils will be at the forefront of addressing the many challenges and grasping the opportunities which will arise in communities across the country as we look to emerge stronger from the pandemic. To be clear, to play this leading role, councils must be equipped with the appropriate financial resources, as well as being given the tools and freedom to deliver for Scotland's communities. Therefore, although we on these benches offer our broad support for this bill, it is clear that there are other positive and practical measures this Parliament can take to embolden Scotland's councils further. The Scottish Conservatives already pledged that we would enshrine a new fair funding deal into law. It is well known, with organisations such as COSLA highlighting serious concerns, that Scotland's councils have been cash-strapped for years, with the pandemic compounding the problem. Our proposed financial framework for local government in Scotland would mean councils automatically receive a set percentage of the Scottish Government budget each year. This would give Scotland's local authorities a much-sought guarantee that not only will they be financially independent, but they will also be supported to the hilt to provide the best services for residents. Presiding Officer, in the spirit of the Charter articles, investing in local councils is at the heart of our vision to rebuild Scotland's communities from the pandemic. In closing, and to reiterate, we broadly support this bill for today's Stage 3 debate, as it will alleviate the standing and offer important figures to local government in Scotland. However, we believe that this Parliament can go further and be much more ambitious in supporting local councils in Scotland with practical measures to deliver for residents across the country. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Can I please remind members, I don't want to interrupt people, but everybody's going over their time and we can't have that. So can I ask members from now on please to keep their time? I'm calling Polly McNeill to open for Labour. 4 minutes, please, Ms McNeill.
Congratulations to Andy Whiteman on reaching Stage 3 on his Members' Bill. I think it's a good bill to end the Parliament session, and Andy has made a dry subject very energetic and meaningful. And I do want to add my thanks to Iain Campbell for all her service. I've seen her make several final speeches. This might be the final one, but all the best to Iain Campbell. So the European Charter of Local Self-Government and Corporation Scotland Bill will incorporate the European Charter of Local Self-Government into Scots law, and the Charter sets out 10 principles to protect the power of local authorities to be politically and administratively and financially independent, and it was ratified by the UK Government in November 1997. The bill provides that the executive actions of Scottish ministers within the devolved competence and legislation that is within the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament must be compatible with the Charter. It creates a basis on which action can be taken in the courts to challenge any such action by Scottish ministers or any such legislation that may not be compatible with the Charter, and it requires the courts to interpret such legislation as compatible with the Charter if it's possible to do so, and provides the courts with remedies in cases of incompatibility. So there are some really key elements to it. The bill is important because it places a duty on the Scottish Government to act compatibly with the Charter and to promote local self-government. If enacted, it should, and I hope, protect councils from centralisation and unfair cuts or central control over their finances. It is long overdue, in fact, as we see the damage done to local government authority finance over the last decade or so. It is an essential part of the process to respect the role of our local authorities as a layer of government A Scottish Parliament must invest in this approach, because we can't have strong, sustainable and fair economic recovery without a well-resourced local government. It's central to supporting and growing local economies through direct and indirect job creation, local investment, regenerating areas and reducing inequality. We must trust local authorities to have more powers and trust them to spread the prosperity out to their communities and to reach local decisions. So if we continue to centralise funding decisions at every turn with continually increased ring-fencing funding, it will make local authorities nothing more than administrators of central government. And I don't think that's where any of us want to be. The local people will have that decision-making closer to them too, and making decisions, whether there's agreement or disagreement. Local people can feel that they can better affect those changes with local authorities making those decisions. So going forward, local authorities need consistent and adequate funding so that they can pay for the vital community services that they provide. The chipping away of local government funding in recent times, and hence their ability to make strong decisions for their communities, is having a huge impact on the ground and attacks local democracy. As Andy Whiteman says, that is for another day, but we do need to come back to it. Scottish Labour agrees that local government should have a fiscal framework to ensure their ability for long-term financial planning, and the detail of the framework should be determined through discussion with the Scottish Government and local authorities. And introducing this bill, Andy Whiteman has aimed to create parity of esteem between the Scottish Government and local government, ensuring that decisions that impact on local people are made locally. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, this is actually a really important bill. It's an important bill to see if enacted in the next parliamentary term, that it does actually make, and I hope that it makes a huge difference to our local communities and our local authorities to make the right decisions at the right time for local people. We're happy to support.
Thank you very much, Ms McNeill. I call Liam MacArthur to open the Liberal Democrats. 3 minutes, please, Mr MacArthur. Right, I've not got Mr MacArthur now, so if I can call him Patrick Harvey, please. Mr Harvey to open for the Green Party. 3 minutes. I've caught you unawares, Mr Harvey. If you could, are you able to make your...
I hadn't requested. Presiding Officer, I had not requested to speak in this debate. I wasn't expecting to.
Well, there we go. That's breaking news. Right, Mr Harvey, you're relieved of that then. So have I now got Mr MacArthur?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Well, are you supposed to be speaking?
I certainly am.
Oh, that's good. That's breaking good news. Right, off you go, Mr MacArthur.
Thanks very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Listen, can I start by wishing Aileen Campbell all the very best. We both came into Parliament in 2007, and she's been good company and an effective minister since then, and I wish her all the best. But can I congratulate Andy Whiteman and thank him very much indeed for his work on this bill. I think it's a fitting tribute to the contribution Andy Whiteman has made to this session of Parliament, and the bill is one Scottish Liberal Democrats strongly support. Indeed, in 2015, my former colleague Tavish Scott sought amendments to the Community Empowerment Bill to place this charter on a statutory footing. He'll be sad not to be here in person contributing to this debate, but I'm sure he'll be raising a glass of something in honour of this moment. Tavish recognised, as many of us recognise, that devolution was always supposed to be about more than the transfer of powers to Scotland. It was about the transfer of powers within Scotland. Two decades since the establishment of this Parliament, and that remains unfinished business. Indeed, if anything, despite all the fanfare about community empowerment and Island Acts, we have gone backwards in some respects. Local authorities and local communities feel more powerless, less able to influence the decisions that most directly affect them. Whether it's neutering them through prolonged council tax freezes or the centralisation of services, the effect is the same. Democratically elected local authorities should be given the power to act in the best interests of the communities they serve. That should be self-evident regardless of which party or parties are in power at a national level. Embedding the principles of the Charter in Scots law seems a very good way of moving us in that direction. Hopefully it can help ensure that decisions about how local services are shaped and delivered are decided at a more local level. It may not offer any guarantees, but it does increase the likelihood that those decisions will be informed by those with the clearest understanding of local needs and circumstances, improving services, or at the very least, improving accountability for those services. Scottish Liberal Democrats are committed to that. It's in our DNA. But as Andy Whiteman will testify, I'm sure, that is not a truth universally held. My hope is that by enshrining this charter in Scots law, there will be more opportunity to push back at the relentless agenda of centralisation we've seen from some quarters. Indeed, I can draw on recent examples. The Island Impact Assessment into proposed centralisation of air traffic services away from the islands to a remote tower in Inverness shows how important it is to have a legal ability to challenge. The assessment showed beyond doubt that the plans were not being progressed in the interests of island communities like the ones I represent. Despite SNP ministers defending the policy to the hilt, the assessment only revealed negative and significantly negative impacts for both Orkney and Shetland, from the direct loss of well-paying and highly skilled jobs to ripple effects for the local economy. The policy is being driven through with no real concern for the communities most directly affected. The compelling case for much-needed investment in the modernisation of air traffic services in each of our island groups has been used as an excuse to rip them out and relocate them. It's like dealing with a headache by prescribing decapitation. Today, Orkney Islands Council will debate a motion on the subject. Shetland and Western Isles councils have already taken firm stands against what's being proposed. I hope that with Andy Whiteman's bill passing, these island authorities may stand more chance of having their voices heard on this and other similar issues. Because in a range of policy areas, from policing to health, economic development to transport, too often decisions are being made that ignore the needs of rural and island communities. The duty for Scottish ministers to act compatibly with the Charter, the requirement for courts to read legislation in the way that's compliant, will be another valuable tool. The principle of the Charter received unanimous endorsement from the Council of Europe in 1998. I hope the Scottish Parliament will be just as emphatic in supporting this bill at decision time today. And once again, I thank and congratulate my friend Andy Whiteman on his achievement in piloting this worthwhile legislation through Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms MacArthur. Open debate, 3-minute speeches. Keith Brown followed by Tom Mason. Though, Mr Mason, the 3-minute does not apply to you as your special because this is your last speech. So, Mr Brown, please.
Thank you. Andy Whiteman introduced this bill to Parliament less than a year ago, and I also congratulate him on bringing it to this important and historic stage. But in truth, it's been a very long journey indeed to get to this stage. The process has started well before this Parliament had even come into being, and I feel as though I have travelled much of that journey alongside it. As a former council officer, councillor, council leader, former member of the EU's Committee of the Regions, and now a member of the Bill Committee, I think I have some insight into both the need for the bill and its passage into law. I utterly disagree with the previous speakers on what they believe is a retrenchment towards centralisation since 2007. Perhaps they aren't as aware as I am of the history of local government before that period. The European Charter of Local Self-Government came into being on the 15th of October 1985 and was signed by all 47 member states of the Council of Europe, the UK ratifying it in 1998. Now, before any Brexity types in the Conservative seats start to get all anxious, that's the Council of Europe, one of the few European institutions of which the UK still retains membership. Job done then, you might think. What are we doing here still discussing this some 35 years down the road? And that's because, as Andy Whiteman has said, ratification is not the same as incorporation. It's all very well to say that we agree with a set of principles and then not do anything about it. But what has actual meaning is to say we agree with these principles and we will abide by them. To demonstrate that commitment and to ensure that we will indeed follow them, we must make those principles part of our legal corpus. The Law Society of Scotland pointed out in its submission to the committee, and as the explanatory notes to the bill make clear, in the legal systems of the UK, domestic and international law are distinct and separate from one another. They agree that to give public international law the same legal authority as domestic law, it must be incorporated into domestic law. So that is what we're doing here today, incorporating the Charter into Scots law, doing something that I recall supporting at the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities more than 20 years ago as a council leader. Annie Wells, in her litany of attacks on the SNP, I think, does not understand the history of local government. And the idea that the cash-strapped local authorities that she talks about is distinct from the austerity measures of the government that she supports is laughable. The Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe has a responsibility for ensuring the proper application of the European Charter of Local Self-Government. And it's worth reading from their most recent monitoring report on the UK's compliance. It was published in 2014, but I suspect is more applicable than ever. The report expresses satisfaction that the UK is in general in compliance with the obligations taken under the Charter, and that compared to 1998, the situation has improved, notably through the devolution process, a process which, in contradistinction to Annie Wells, the UK government has not observed. Look at its attacks on this institution, for example. As regards consultation procedures, the report welcomes the successful partnership approach adopted in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. It notes there are some areas of concern, particularly as regards the financial resources of local authorities, their limited taxing powers and the dependence on government grants. It also underlines that there are ambiguities that need to be addressed in areas such as the lack of recognition of the right to local self-government in the law beyond the general powers granted by the Localism Act. It not having incorporated the Charter long ago, the UK is, as on so many other matters, very much an outlier. We have the opportunity today to steer Scotland at least back towards the mainstream, perhaps provide an example for the rest of the UK to follow. And most importantly of all, this bill will strengthen local government in Scotland. I am pleased to support the bill.
Thank you very much. I now call Tom Mason to follow by James Dornan as I trailed. This was Mason's final speech in the Parliament. Mr Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Remind colleagues that for the last time I'm a councillor of Aberdeen City. Presiding Officer, before re-entering active politics in 2016, I spent many years lecturing on the MBA programme at Aberdeen Business School. A regular guest lecturer was the Chief Executive of Aberdeen City. After one of these talks, a Chinese student declared she was confused. Why, she asked, did the Chinese local governments, under a centralised command economy of the Communist China, have more freedoms and discretion than local authorities in Scotland under so-called liberal Western democracies? A good question. This local government charter is wide-ranging and contains some 11 articles. The financial articles 9 I find the most interesting. It includes for local government the right to be fully consulted, the right to decide on local taxation, the rate and to keep it, the right to have a fair distribution of resources, and the right not to have financial support ring-fenced, and the right to use its funds how it wishes. Considering that since 2013-14, local government has seen a budget cut of 2.4%, against government real terms increase of 3.1%, and with, according to COSLA, more than 30 ring-fenced projects exist, the bill we are putting into place today requires a step change in relationship of Scottish Government with local authorities. In short, Presiding Officer, it says quite simply to the SNP centralising government, get your central controlling tank off our local authority lawn. This bill, incorporating the European Charter for Local Self-Government, is not before its time. I will certainly be supporting the bill tonight. Presiding Officer, since my last contribution to this chamber, I would like to put on record a few thanks. Firstly, I must thank my team, David Hill in Edinburgh, Michelle Binney and Rami Jarrah in Aberdeen, and various other people who have assisted me during my period as an MSP. I also thank my wife Kate and my family, who have never failed to support. I particularly want to thank them for accommodating the increasing onset and influence of Parkinson's, which, although well medicated, has destroyed my ability to write and over recent months limited my contributions. To this end, I would like to thank the parliamentary authorities for allowing additional resources to assist me with this problem. Without exemption, the parliamentary support, administration and clerks and IT have been commendable. I thank you all. Presiding Officer, I first campaigned on behalf of my mother for chairmanship of British Dorford Council long ago since 1960. I was also a councillor for the Grampian region long before this assembly was conceived. In 2017, after 20 years as a JP, I became a councillor again in Aberdeen. In the same year, I arrived unexpectedly at my age as an MSP. I was not the oldest, as Gil Patterson piped me for that honour. I did, however, become a committee convener, albeit for only 2 minutes. I've retained my local government connection throughout. Indeed, on leaving this place, I continue as a councillor in Aberdeen. It is for others to judge my contribution over these few years, but I always remember falling out with the First Minister over Aberdeen Art Gallery, and even ending up as advocate for croquet during this pandemic. A wary joke, but with a serious point about the value of sport to physical and mental health. It has been an honour and a privilege to serve the North East of Scotland, even if I never understood the word of some of my direct-speaking constituents. My long career in politics has given me a great expectation for this Parliament. The creators all, I believe, wanted to be creative, inclusive, collaborative, transparent, proportional and family-friendly. In some ways, it has achieved this. Petitions, whose committee I sit, has opened up an amazing range of issues, and if not resolved, certainly explored. The friendliness of this building and the respectful nature of staff and MSPs of all parties provides continual encouragement. I've witnessed debates that have demonstrated extensive knowledge, understanding and compassion. However, its ambition to be proportional and family-friendly derives of its organic and creative characteristics. Members look to the party bosses for their continued inclusion, not to the electorate. The parliamentary arithmetic drives the numbers of questions, length of questions, numbers of speakers, and numbers of minutes for each speech, regardless of content. On many occasions, time has driven out knowledgeable and meaningful contributions and allowed poorly constructed bills into the statute book. Never mind the quality, feel the width. At least we all get home to tea for 6. There is no real sign of collaboration, and in the end, sizable minorities have been abandoned to the benefit of very small vested interest. And in ending, and to this end, I will tell you a short solitary tale. Some time ago, before the earth was round, or at least before Facebook and Twitter were invented, there was a radio programme for younger listeners called 4D Special. It had a competition to compose a mini-saga of not more than 50 words. This was the winning entry. 3 pigs in a bed. The big pig said, roll over. The next pig said, roll over. And the little pig on the end said, don't roll over, I'll fall out of bed and die. They voted. So the big pig rolled over, the next pig rolled over, the little pig on the end rolled over and fell out of bed and died. Democracy. Thank you.
Don't know what to say about the 3 little pigs there, but there we are. I now call James Dornan, who will be the last speaker in the open debate. Mr Dornan, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'd like to start off by wishing Bill all the best in the future and hoping that 3 pig story was not something that he saw somewhere up in the north of Scotland. I also want to, before I start...
Just a wee minute, Mr Dornan. Mr Dornan, can you get a wee bit closer to your microphone so we can hear your dulcet tones?
I can't believe you'd want to miss them. Can you hear me all right?
That's better, thank you.
Thank you. Well, before I start, I did wish Bill all the best, and I'd like to do exactly the same for the Cabinet Secretary. Iain Campbell and I go back to the good old days of the Glasgow Regional Association, and recent events have been nothing compared to what we had to put up with in those days, and that was just amongst a few of us. But she's been a great friend and colleague for a long time, and she's been an absolute pleasure to work with when she's been Cabinet Secretary and I've been convener of the Local Government Committee. So I'm delighted to speak on this today. As convener of the Local Government Committee, I wished our support at stage 1, and I'm pleased to see you, Cabinet Secretary and the member, Andy Whiteman, working so collaboratively to iron out most of the mainly technical amendments required. At first, the Scottish Government adopted a neutral stance in the bill to allow an opportunity for due diligence and an analysis of its potential implications to be carried out by officials. And as convener, I welcomed their ongoing work and support through the legislative stages. There were, and probably still is, some slight concern about this charter being used to bring frivolous or politically motivated court cases against the government of the day. And we don't have to go too far back in time to see how that could possibly happen. But we were convinced by the witnesses that this has not been the case in other countries who have this existing charter and the safeguards in place to make that difficult to do. Also, the committee supported the bill for a number of reasons, including the fact that it brings Scotland in line with our European jurisdictions and that we back the principle of increased evolution of decision-making to local government. And I agree with my colleague Keith Brown that has been the direction of travel since 2007 when we came into power. We agreed there's room for a levelling up in the relationship between Holyrood and the local government sector, though, And as we've seen through the pandemic, increased cooperation between national and local government has better supported people in our communities, and we want to ensure this continues. We often take it for granted, but local authorities deliver such a wide range of services that are part of our daily lives. The aim of this bill was therefore to strengthen local democracy by increasing the autonomy of local authorities and enshrining support for local government in the law. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government, I know, is fully committed to subsidiarity and to empowering local authorities and communities itself, which has been clear through policies like the Community Empowerment Act and participatory budgeting. Greater community engagement and participation leads to the delivery of better, more responsive services and better outcomes for communities. This bill will help increase the involvement of local people in shaping the communities in which they live, which can only be a positive thing. And in closing, Presiding Officer, I'd like to pay tribute to Andy Whiteman, committee members and their excellent clerks and Scottish Government for reaching the stage where we are at. Once passed and introduced, this legislation will bring Scotland into line with some of our European partners, and more importantly, help create the conditions for further, more ambitious changes to how Scotland is governed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Dornan. I move to closing speeches, all 4 minutes. I call Alex Rowley to close for Labour. Please, Mr Rowley.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I would close for Labour by firstly acknowledging and congratulating Andy Whiteman on bringing forward this private member's bill and getting it to this stage, and hopefully it will be passed today. And I would also acknowledge the role of the Cabinet Secretary and the Government in working with Mr Whiteman. This is 2 bills we have coming forward today where I know the 2 private members' bills where I know the Government has worked with the members to ensure that we get this legislation through. So very good. The bill is important because it places a duty on the Scottish Government to act compatibly with the Charter and to promote local self-government. If enacted, it should protect councils from centralisation and unfair cuts or central control over their finances. I listened to Keith Brown earlier, and I think he really needs to come out of denial. The fact is that since this Parliament was established, we've seen a centralisation under different political parties, and that's not right. And we need to look at actually getting power further down the way rather than centralising that. So every party that's had power in here has tended to centralise local government, and Mr Brown should wake up to that fact. Scottish Labour is fully supportive of this bill. Power has been centralised in Edinburgh for far too long, and incorporation of the Charter will lead to a reinvigoration of the role of local government in Scottish public life. I also noticed the comments from Annie Wells, and the example she gave was again a poor example because she talked about planning and the centralisation of planning, but actually the Tories had the opportunity when we had the planning bill to give more power to the people, and they voted against that. So there's no point in coming along here today and pretending that they're suddenly interested in giving planning powers or giving communities a greater say in planning. There has been a creeping diluting of powers to local authorities over the last half-century. This means that decisions on services that affect people's daily lives, on things like housing, planning, economic development, education, caring for people, water and sewerage and environmental protection, are taken further and further away from locally elected people. Councils have become administrators of central government policy rather than drivers of local initiatives. And I certainly know from my experience of the years that I've been in local government and was lucky enough and proud enough to be elected as a local councillor, that's the area where you can make such a big difference if you have the resources and you engage with local communities. And that's true right across Scotland, Scotland's 32 local authorities. You can find good practice and best practice in every local authority. So if we want to tackle poverty, if we want to tackle some of the social ills in our community, we won't do that by simply bringing in policy here. We will do that by empowering local authorities to do their job, to be innovative, to encourage local officials within councils to be innovative, to look at the issues on the ground and to come up with local solutions to local problems. If we're serious about as I say, tackling the big issues in communities across Scotland, then we can't do that just for this Parliament. We can do that by empowering local government. So Labour will certainly support this bill today as a welcome step on the way to empowering local authorities. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Now I call Alexander Stewart close to the Conservatives. Mr Stewart, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Delighted to be closing this evening for the Conservatives on the European Charter of Local Self-Government and Cooperation Bill. Local democracy is fundamentally important to our society. Councillors across the length and breadth of Scotland really do act at the coalface on daily lives. And they understand the challenges that their constituents face and the aspirations for their communities and for their locations. And they are best placed to identify solutions and opportunities. We need to trust our local communities and local people to make decisions and policy that most directly affect them. And that is why I've said this before. I very much welcome the bill and the incorporation of a local self-government charter into Scots law. And I pay tribute to Andy Whiteman for bringing this bill forward. But we all know that Scotland's local communities aren't trusted to make decisions themselves, Deputy Presiding Officer. Sometimes it is difficult to say that councils are truly a local government, but rather better description might be they're an arm's length extension and an arm's length body of the Scottish Government. It is certainly how they are being treated. In recent years, the diktats and guidance from Holyrood have shown that, and that has grown and grown, and councils have had less and less control over their budgets. Both formal and informal ring fencing has reduced the disciplinary inspection and the council have therefore the reduced scope to deal with decisions that make them. And they have had to, because of that, axe has had to fall even harder on many essential services within local communities. It cannot be said that the current Scottish Government is compliant with the principles of the Charter. So while we welcome the Government to support the bill, we will certainly be doing that this evening. And as we said at stage one of the debate, the purpose of this was to ensure that the Scottish Government is going to change their approach to councils. When will policy diktats stop? When will ring fencing budgets stop? I think we all know the answers to these questions. They won't, Deputy Presiding Officer. And while I very much welcome the ambition of this bill, it is still some reservations about how it will work in practice. It's still very much in doubt whether councils will have the risk or the appetite, even the mind and the funds to challenge the Scottish Government in courts to ensure that their local democracy rights are protected, and also the remain to ensure that they engage in the whole process. It is simply the case that having to wait to see how that will work in practice. That being said, I welcome the fact that the amendments came at stage 2 that improved the bill, and in particular I welcome amendments ensuring that local ministers and Scottish ministers have the duty to consult local authority representatives. I also welcome the checks and balances that the Scottish ministers will have to deal with in dealing with any action. It is vitally important that Parliament has a proper oversight of the regulations made by Scottish ministers under section 6 of the bill. Before I conclude, I'd like to highlight some areas from the debate this afternoon. Andy Whiteman talked about strengthening the standing of local authority, and the bill will see COSA adopting what they've asked for in the past. This bill will see modest changes which will make a difference across the country. The Cabinet Secretary spoke about a positive change for the bill and a positive approach, and that has very much worked to getting us to this stage of stage 3 of the bill. Annie Wells talked about the role of local government and how the powers that they have and what can happen. And there's no doubt, as she identified, things have been centralised. So in conclusion, Deputy Presiding Officer, we in the Scottish Conservatives welcome the bill to enhance and enshrine the local self-government charter in Scottish law and will bring Scotland into line with other European countries. Devolution should not stop at Edinburgh, but over the current government's term of office, powers have been sucked in to the centre and local government in Scotland has been fundamentally undermined both practically and financially. The bill is undoubtedly a step in the right direction, but the power that we have seen for local governments will need to be challenged and will need to be seen for the future. I welcome the bill. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Stewart. And I call on Iain Campbell, close to the Scottish Government. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And this isn't my last contribution, but I really appreciate some of the messages that I've had from members during the course of this debate. I've got members' debate afterwards, and I've got portfolio questions tomorrow, so it's a long goodbye from me for my last week in Parliament. But anyway, I appreciate members' remarks. Today, the Scottish Parliament is taking an important step to reinforce the autonomy of powers of councils in Scotland, and by doing so, strengthening the status and standing of local government. So I thank members for their many excellent contributions to the debate and the passion they have shown for local government and local democracy in Scotland. It's clear that everyone across this chamber values the unique role our councils and the important role that they play in our lives. The consistent message throughout each stage of this bill and from key stakeholders is that passing it will strengthen local democracy by ensuring a parity of esteem between the various spheres of government. And that is why I highlighted in my opening speech that we must not see this legislation as the end or a blunt instrument, but as a means to strengthening the relationship and an opportunity to continue along the path of making Scotland a fairer country. And the country has never needed its spheres of government working together more. During the passage of this bill, we have had hybrid and virtual sessions, and members have contributed fully to this debate via Blue Jeans. It's a reminder, as if one was needed, of just how much life in this Parliament has changed. And an even more stark reminder of what the country has been through is that today marks, of course, the year since lockdown, and it's today that the country has collectively paid its respects to those that have lost their life due to this nasty virus. A milestone like this gives us a cause to reflect on what's happened, what worked and what next. And I have now the chance to put on record my thanks to our local authorities for all that they have done over the course of the last year. Because despite the obvious trauma and suffering of COVID that has brought to so many during the course of this pandemic, there have been countless acts of kindness, solidarity, compassion as communities, the third sector, supported by our local government partners, have stepped up to look after one another. But while, of course, there has been a flourishing of good practice and community endeavour, COVID has also brought into sharp relief the persistent inequalities that exist in Scotland despite our best efforts. So, as this bill prompts us to think about how we want to see governance in Scotland move forward, so too does COVID prompt us to think about the type of country that we want Scotland, along with our local government partners, what type of country we want to create. We want to ensure decisions, therefore, are taken as close as possible to those that they affect most. We want a vibrant, inclusive democracy that supports local self-determination. Mr Whiteman's Members' Bill, therefore, is welcome as we hope that it will create the conditions for further, more ambitious changes to Scotland and how it's governed. This bill, the work of the Social Renewal Advisory Board and a desire and a momentum to empower our communities, trusting them, supporting them to make the changes we all want to see to ensure a recovery does not revert back to normal when that normality has failed too many for too long. For me, Presiding Officer, when we're talking about governance and how the country is structured and how decisions are made, it does remind me of why I want independence for Scotland. I've never believed that Scotland is any better than any other country, but I do believe it is as good as any other country and we can make a success of independence. But that should never be about simply passing powers or bringing powers from Westminster to here. Instead, it should be a full consideration of how we choose to further devolve powers out to our councils and out to our communities. But until then, I am pleased to help support this bill through the passage of this last moment in the chamber. We want to make sure that we can see decisions taken locally. We want to make sure that Parliament is responsive to the clear desire from our communities and our councils to work in partnership to create the better country that we all know can be achieved. And we all want to ensure that we can create fairness in the process of it. I think this bill prompts us to really consider and think through how we work together with our local authority partners to make sure that Scotland can be a success, and never have we needed more to be working in close partnership with our councils as we seek to recover from this pandemic. So many people have played their part in getting us to this point, but before I close, I want to particularly acknowledge the role of COSLA, MSPs across this Parliament, and of course Andy Whiteman himself, who has led us to this point. He and his team should be rightly proud of their achievement today, and I thank them for their collaborative working, and hopefully it does serve as a platform from which we can build a better, fairer Scotland.
Thank you. And I call on Andy Whiteman to close as the member in charge of the bill. Mr Whiteman.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer, and I thank all members who have spoken in this debate. I want to echo the Cabinet Secretary's thanks to COSLA because they, as I said in my opening remarks, have been championing this for a long, long time. And their team, their staff, and Alison Davidson, the convener, president rather, of COSLA, have been extremely supportive throughout this. I also want to thank my staff, Gillian, Kieran and Charlotte, for their keeping everything on the road. And with everything going on around us right now, I think it's quite refreshing to be in Parliament, engaged in serious debate about a bill that seeks to deliver for the people of Scotland. As I said in my opening remarks, I don't expect this bill to set the heather alight, but like much we do here, we are the architects of power relations, whether that be freedom of information, criminal justice reform, or the powers of local government. Because democratic institutions need constant attention. The rights and freedoms of the citizen need to be protected. Power must be distributed equitably and be exercised accountably. In one of my favourite quotes, Tony Benn asks those in positions of economic, social and political power 5 questions. He would famously ask, what power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you use it? To whom are you accountable? And finally, and he said, anyone who cannot answer the last of these questions arguably doesn't live in a democratic system. How do we get rid of you? And so that's what we're doing today, albeit in a very modest way. We are strengthening our democracy. In particular, we're strengthening the institution of our system of government that lies closest to the people, although not close enough, so that it may serve them better, more effectively, and in response to the wishes of local communities, and not the political imperatives in Edinburgh. I want to thank members. Annie Wells described local councils as an important part of government, an essential part of government, and she highlighted correctly the role they've played in responding to the pandemic. Pauline McNeill mentioned financial resources, which are encompassed by Article 9 of the Charter, and the Faculty of Advocates and Professor Chris Hemsworth both had interesting things to say about that, and that may well be a key area of discussion and debate in the years ahead. Liam MacArthur spoke from Orkney, a local authority with a population of 22,000, demonstrating that we can do local government local. I welcome Keith Brown's long-standing commitment to local government and his involvement in European cooperation. And Tom Mason made an interesting comparison with communist China. I'm not sure if he was talking about the provinces, the autonomous regions, the municipalities, the special administrative regions, the prefectures, counties, townships or villages, but no doubt we'll find out, and I wish Tom well. And James Dornan spoke of the committee's work, and I want to thank them again, and particularly their bespoke consultation with the Faculty of Advocates, which added valuable legal perspectives to the bill. Presiding Officer, the bill delivers on a long-standing aspiration, as I said in my opening remarks, and I'm proud to have been the member in charge of it, and thank everyone for their support and encouragement. As I understand it, I think it is this year, the Council of Europe will be undertaking a monitoring mission to the United Kingdom, as it has done on occasions in the past, looking at compliance with the Charter. I very much look forward to engaging with that mission, if it's possible, and I look forward to the conclusions it reaches, including, I hope, welcoming the incorporation of the Charter. And I'd like to conclude my remarks, Presiding Officer, by wishing the Cabinet Secretary well as she concludes her term of office as a Minister and an MSP. Throughout this Parliament, she's displayed common sense, good humour, a straightforward and human approach to politics, and has shown, importantly, kindness and empathy to all who have dealt with her. Would that be the case with everyone here? But more on that another day. And, Presiding Officer, depending, of course, on the outcome of my own political project, I may or may not be back after the 6th of May. But if I am, I have another member's bill I want to deliver. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Yes, we have been warned, Mr Whiteman. Thank you very much. That concludes the debate, the European Charter of Local Self-Government Corporation Scotland Bill, and it's time to move on to the next item of business. There will be a short pause.
Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 2441 in the name of Graham Dee on behalf of the Bureau setting out a Stage 2 timetable. Can I call on the Minister to move the motion?
Stage 3 timetable, Presiding Officer.
Beg pardon, Stage 3 timetable.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Didn't mean to worry you, Minister. The question is, no one's asked to speak of the motion. The question is that motion 2441 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. So the next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings on the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have with them the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments. As usual, I'll sound the division bell and suspend proceedings for 5 minutes for the first vote on this bill, and each vote will last 1 minute. Members who wish to speak in a group should just press their button as soon as I call the group. We'll turn now to the marshalled list. Group 1 is on application of the Arbitration Scotland Act 2010 in relation to Section 14. Now, I've just heard Andy Whiteman giving his valedictory remarks, but I'm going to call Amendment 2 in the name of Andy Whiteman in a group on its own. Andy Whiteman to move and speak to Amendment 2.
Thanks very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Amendment 2 aims to ensure the operation of an effective statutory arbitration scheme. I was concerned that the scheme proposed in the bill is not to be governed by the Arbitration Scotland Act 2010. At present, the scheme allows for the arbitration rules of any institution to be adopted and for such arbitrations to be seated in England or elsewhere. There's also no appeal mechanism in respect of an arbitration in the bill, which seems unfair. I take the view that any statutory arbitration scheme in Scotland should follow the Scottish arbitration system and rules, be seated in Scotland and have the proportionate appeal processes within that system. Parties should not be deprived of the benefit of the procedures set out in the Arbitration Act. The Act was designed to augment and enhance statutory arbitration, and Section 16 of that Act has the effect that the Scottish arbitration rules set out in Schedule 1 of the Act and its substantive provisions will govern any arbitration carried out under a legislative provision. The rules set out a scheme which allows an arbitration to proceed from appointment of an arbiter to final and binding determination of the dispute, including appeals to the court. All that is needed to attract the Arbitration Act is for legislation to say that a dispute is to be resolved by arbitration awards to that effect. Almost 11 years on from royal assent, Section 16 of the Arbitration Act is still not in force. This is a matter for regret, and I would urge the Scottish Government to take action to bring the provision into force as soon as possible. Despite the delay in bringing this important statutory arbitration provision into force, drafting tools have been used by both the Scottish and UK governments to ensure that the approach to statutory arbitration can still apply to new statutory schemes. So there's precedent elsewhere for my amendments, such as the Food Safety Act 1990, as amended by the Food Scotland Act 2015. And this illustrates that the Scottish Government has considered this important for new arbitration schemes in previous bills. I understand that the Scottish Government shares my concerns on the approach to arbitration in the bill, but have indicated that this can be fixed by subordinate legislation in the future. I do not consider that an appropriate approach to the development of primary legislation. My view is shared by Brandon Malone, Chairman of the Scottish Arbitration Centre, and recently retired Judge of the Court of Session, Lord Glennie, Vice Chairman of the Board of the Scottish Arbitration Centre. My amendment will ensure that the arbitration scheme in the bill is rightly governed by the Scottish arbitration system, including that system's fair appeals mechanism. Before it's passed, I move Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. Can I call the Minister, Jamie Hepburn?
Thank you, President Officer. Just briefly, can I first see how far we've come on the bill? We're now considering only 13 amendments at Stage 3, when at Stage 2 we're looking at over 300. I'm sure I'm not alone in welcoming that fact. However, this area was not one that it came forward at Stage 2, and as Andy Whiteman he's clearly operating from a basis of being well informed, the Government does not support Amendment 2. As we've heard, Amendment 2 seeks to apply the arbitration scheme as set out in the Arbitration Scotland Act 2010 as if the Act was in force. In the Government's view, and in my view, having discussed the matter with the member in charge, Neil Bibby, this amendment is simply not necessary and would create issues with how arbitrations under the bill are to be conducted rather than resolving those issues. One difficulty with Amendment 2 is that it will apply the arbitration rules in the 2010 Act without resolving potential clashes between provisions in this bill, like those at Sections 16 and 17 on fees and expenses, and provisions in the rules on that. Some of this may be resolved by Section 16(3) of the 2010 Act, which provides generally that bill provisions trump the rules in some cases, but this sort of clash is what the power in Section 17 of the 2010 Act to modify legislation was designed to sort out. Delegated powers in this bill and in the Arbitration Scotland Act 2010 itself would therefore allow ministers to consider how the Scottish arbitration rules regime should most appropriately be applied in the context of the Tied Pubs Scotland Bill. This would be in tandem with the process of drafting and consulting on the Scottish Pubs Code, where the detailed regulatory provisions will lie. Appropriate arbitration is, of course, important for business, and as Minister for Business, I recognise that arbitration is a cost-effective, fast and flexible way of resolving disputes outside of the courts. I am keen, therefore, that we get this right. I would like to reassure members, indeed stakeholders watching, including the Scottish Arbitration Centre, that any issues can be worked through properly through consultation and engagement. And that engagement will, of course, include the Scottish Arbitration Centre, whose knowledge and input is valued. The time for such engagement, though, is when the code has been developed, not when the overarching legislation is being discussed. So I would therefore call on members not to support Amendment 2.
Thank you very much, Minister. And could I call the member in charge, Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I refer the Chamber to my register of interest and the support I've received in relation to this bill. At the outset, can I thank Andy Whiteman for his interest in the Tied Pubs Bill and for the contribution he's made as a member of the Economy Committee, and congratulate him on progressing his own bill to stage 3 today. Subsection 2 of Section 14 of the Bill confirms that arbitration proceedings under the Bill must be conducted in line with the rules of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators or any other dispute resolution body nominated by the arbitrator. The purpose is to ensure that arbitrations are conducted in accordance with recognised sectoral rules and guidelines. Amendment 1 would leave out this subsection entirely and instead would provide that until the Arbitration Scotland Act 2010 is in force for any arbitration being carried out under subsection 1, that the Act is to be treated as applying as if it were in force for that arbitration. I have concerns about the construction of the amendment. For example, it leaves out all of subsection 2 rather than seeking to add a further provision to those already included. I also think there is a risk of seeking to put this on the face of the bill when ministers have up to 2 years to make the code and appoint an adjudicator. Can we be sure that what is agreed now will be fit for purpose by the time the code and adjudicator are in place? It may be that the 2010 Act's statutory arbitration provisions are enforced by the time this bill becomes operational law in a couple of years, leaving this approach unnecessary. Like the Minister, I think it would be better not to agree to this amendment today, and if the Scottish Government feels when the time comes that the bill needs to be linked to the 2010 Act more effectively, then it can use its power already in the bill to make ancillary regulations. Therefore, I would ask Andy Whiteman not to move the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. And can I call Andy Whiteman to wind up in this group?
Thanks, Presiding Officer, and thank you to the Minister and the Member in Charge for their comments, and I note the points that they have raised, and I certainly acknowledge that perhaps this could have been raised earlier. I welcome the acknowledgement by the Minister of the Scottish Arbitration Centre's expertise, and they indeed assisted me, I should say, in this amendment. In light of the fact that I understand the SNP group and the Labour group will be opposing Amendment 2, I shall allow members to remain in their offices for a little longer by not pressing this amendment. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. So Mr Whiteman wishes to withdraw Amendment 2. Does any member object? No. That's good. Thank you very much. We move to Group 2. This is on investigation into changes to pub leasing arrangements before Act fully in force. Can I call Amendment 3 in the name of Neil Bibby? This is grouped with Amendment 10. Neil Bibby to move Amendment 3 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've lodged these amendments to allow the adjudicator to tackle an issue which has been of concern to the industry and to me for some time, and which has taken on new significance following amendments made to the bill at Stage 2. The bill was amended at Stage 2 so that the Government now has a maximum of 2 years, extended from the 1 year originally in the bill, in which to make the code and appoint an adjudicator. And I've said before, I understand the very fair and legitimate reasons why the Government would wish to do so, not least because of the impact of Brexit and the COVID pandemic. I thank the Minister for his constructive engagement with me on this issue and on the bill more generally. I was also grateful for the Minister's confirmation that this 2-year timeframe is not a target, and that the code and the adjudicator may well be in place sooner than the 2 years after the bill is passed. However, there were already concerns amongst tenants and representative organisations that some pub-owning businesses may use the period between the bill passing and the code and adjudicator being in place to take steps to avoid the code by creating tied agreements by other means, which could take them outside the scope of the code and the adjudicator. These could include short-term agreements, self-employed management agreements, and other forms of bogus self-employment. If this was to happen, it could have a significant impact on tenants' rights, on pubs and on consumers. I therefore lodged Amendment 3 to require the adjudicator within the first year of their appointment to start an investigation into any changes that were made to contractual terms in the period between the bill receiving royal assent and Section 7 of the bill, which relates to the unenforceable contract terms, coming into force, if those changes resulted in agreements not being covered by the Code. The amendment requires the report, which is to include an explanation of the adjudicator's findings, to be published and laid before the Parliament, which would allow for committees of the Parliament to scrutinise that report and for ministers to also give full consideration to it. Amendment 10 is a consequential amendment which allows the adjudicator to require a person on pain of prosecution to provide information in relation to this avoidance investigation by adding the investigation to the list of reasons for such information gathering set out in paragraph 4 of Schedule 2. Presiding Officer, I respect the right of businesses to manage and structure their businesses as they see fit, if done so fairly and with good intent. However, I think most of us would agree that deliberately seeking to undermine the Code before it is enforced is not desirable. For various reasons, it would not be possible for the bill to directly prevent such avoidance attempts. However, I ask members to consider these amendments in my name and give the adjudicator the power to investigate such behaviour. I move Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. And can I call the Minister, Jamie Hepburn?
Thank you, President Officer. Can I say I am aware and recognise and indeed understand Mr Bibby's worries about possible avoidance behaviour by pub-owning companies in the period before the Code comes into effect. This is also an issue that's been raised with me by the Scottish Licensed Trades Association. I would reiterate my observation that it is inherently difficult, of course, to avoid a code that is not yet written, but I understand that these concerns primarily come around the timescale for the implementation of the Code. I just want to emphasise the point that Neil Bibby has made. The 2 years we have is very much a backstop. It is not, as Neil Bibby rightly said, it is not our target. We are committed to putting the Code in place as soon as possible with, of course, the appropriate consultation. I do think, though, that this is an area that is worthy of debate and discussion. So in that sense, I'm very glad that Neil Bibby has laid Amendments 3 and 10 to give us that opportunity to do so. As Neil Bibby has laid out, the amendments place a duty on the adjudicator, when first in office, to begin an investigation into activities of pub companies in the period before the Code was in place. I should say in the first instance, I'm somewhat concerned that this might mean the adjudicator would be diverted from what is their fundamental task, the important task of starting to implement the Code as it applies to Thai pubs in Scotland. Moreover, I'm concerned that the process of investigation required by Amendment 3 could undermine the establishment of productive relationships between the adjudicator and the pub sector at their inception. We also need to establish a relationship of trust with all parties, and in that regard I worry about the signal this sends, and Mr Bibby will recall that I have made that point directly to him. So I acknowledge the intentions behind these amendments, and I thank Mr Bibby for talking them through with me, but I do not think these amendments are required for the reasons I have outlined. In my own amendment at stage 2 for the Code to specify circumstances where a market rent-only lease need not be offered, and the proposals we will debate in Group 4 shortly, are, I think, a better way to reassure pub-owning companies and encourage them to retain tied pubs. I think that is the fundamental concern that this set of amendments drives at. The Government is committed to ensuring that the bill and the market rent-only provisions are fair for both landlord and tenant. The Code will, of course, be subject to the fullest consultation. I have been clear on that. But so too will it be informed by the behaviour of all parties in the intervening period before it comes into effect. So I would urge all stakeholders to recognise that and to continue to work constructively with one another and indeed with the Scottish Government. On that basis, I would ask Mr Bibby to consider withdrawing Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Minister. And can I call on Neil Bibby to wind up in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Since I first lodged my proposal, I received numerous reports that pub companies would seek to avoid a statutory code by adjusting their operating model. Whenever Parliament chooses to regulate an industry, there will be a reaction within that industry. That is inevitable. But I believe that the only reason pub companies would seek to actively avoid fair and proportionate regulation is if they know that at least some of their business practices are incompatible with the principles underpinning it. Similar threats were made by pub companies in England and Wales, which in many cases turned out to be exaggerated. The Tide model continues to be a feature of the sector there, albeit with tenants now empowered to seek a better deal. What does concern me is the possibility of so-called Uberisation in Tide pubs. This may indeed attract the attention of other regulators, but the impact of the extension of the gig economy into the Tide pub sector is something Parliament and any adjudicator we create should be aware, particularly in the period between royal assent and commencement. The coming months will shine a light on the conduct of pub companies in Scotland. Are they willing to engage with the fair and proportionate regulation, or will they disadvantage some of their tenants in a deliberate attempt to avoid it? I've listened to the arguments made, particularly the points made by the Minister, and I thank him for his reassurances, particularly on timescales again. I accept that as far as possible, we do have to proceed on the basis of good faith. Therefore, I will not press the amendment, but we will be watching developments closely. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. So, Mr Bibby wishes to withdraw Amendment 3. Is that agreed? That is agreed. Thank you. Turning now to Group 3. This is on the Scottish Pubs Code. Requirement to offer guest beer agreement provided beer is provided by a small brewery. Can I call Amendment 4 in the name of Graham Simpson? And this is grouped with Amendments 5 and 6. Graham Simpson to move.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These amendments ensure that the guest beer provision can only be used by a small brewer and not by a larger multinational brewer, which would already have existing routes to market. The current wording on guest beer would allow for any brewer, regardless of size or location, to take advantage of the provision. Amendment 4 is aimed at preventing a race to the bottom on price, which would only result in smaller domestic brewers being priced out. Now, Neil Bibby helpfully mentioned Straven Ales during Stage 2. And Straven is near to where I live in East Kilbride, Presiding Officer, and I can attest to Straven Ales' fine produce. So I'm applying the Straven Ales test here to ensure smaller breweries get a fair slice of the cake. Without these amendments, far from encouraging more domestically produced beer into our pubs, we would actually see fewer opportunities for smaller brewers to access pubs due to a need for the pub-owning company to compete in their own premises with larger brewers. Far from encouraging more Scottish beers into Scottish pubs, the bill unamended would actually result in fewer domestic brands from smaller producers appearing in Scotland's Tide pubs. It would fail the Straven Ales test. Furthermore, the wording in the bill could be seen to prevent any further parameters being set on guest beer in the subsequent code due to the line in the bill, regardless of who produces it. Amendment 4 seeks to address this point by stipulating it is, quotes, provided by a small brewery. Amendment 6 subsequently grants the power to define what a small brewery is in the code, and these amendments are all aimed at ensuring that the bill does what I believe the member intended when bringing forward the legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr Simpson. So could you just ask the member to move Amendment 4?
Yes, I'll move it.
Thank you very much. Can I call the Minister, Jamie Hepburn?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There was considerable discussion of the guest beer provisions in the bill at Stage 2. A number of similar amendments were lodged at Stage 2, were voted on and defeated. I made it clear then, and will reiterate now, that the Scottish Government is keen to encourage the supply of local craft beers in pubs in Scotland for the benefit of producers and consumers. So in that sense, I am not unsympathetic to Mr Simpson's aims and certainly recognise his good intentions with these amendments. I should say to Mr Simpson, I've not yet had the good fortune of having sampled any Straven Ale, but I look forward to being able to do so at some point in due course. As I also said at Stage 2, I am considering how the guest beer arrangements under the code might be shaped using the existing provisions in the bill. My view then and still remains that the detail in this matter would be best laid out in the code rather than the face of the bill, which may cause difficulties in its implementation. The detail in the code would, as I have said before, indeed today, and will reiterate again, will be subject to wide consultation, and consideration would of course be given as how to support small breweries in that context. In my view, that is the correct approach rather than by being prescriptive on the face of primary legislation, and on that basis I would urge members not to support the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Minister. And can I call on Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The amendments in this group seek to restrict the guest beer right to beers from a small brewery only, with the definition of small brewery to be set out in the code. They would remove the freedom and flexibility as to the producer of that guest beer presently provided for in the bill. As I made clear at stage 2, when various amendments were debated which sought to restrict the terms of the guest beer right, I have sympathy with the amendment and with the principle of looking to support and encourage small brewers and businesses and get more Scottish pubs stocking local craft beers. However, I fundamentally support tenants being able to choose which guest beer to sell depending on their own circumstances and customer preferences. That was the underlying principle on which I based the guest beer right as set out in the bill, and I am therefore opposed to amendments which seek to limit which beers can and which cannot be chosen as a guest beer. The bill requires the code to specify the circumstances in which the offer must be made, and I believe that is appropriate. The consultation process and then the code is the best place to consider such matters, not the bill itself. Finally, Presiding Officer, I believe the bill as it stands will benefit Scotland's brewers and protect Scotland's small brewers, including the MRO provision. It will enhance opportunities for Thai publicans to stock Scottish brewed products right across the Tide estate. This bill is already a game changer in that regard. I therefore urge members to reject the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. And can I call on Mr Simpson to wind up in this group?
Nothing to add.
Does Mr Simpson wish to press Amendment 4 or to withdraw it?
On the basis of what's been said, I won't press.
Thank you very much, Mr Simpson. So Mr Simpson seeks to withdraw Amendment 4. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 5? Does Mr Simpson wish to move Amendment 5 or not move?
No.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 6? Again, move or not moved? That is not moved. And we're going to turn now to Group 4. This is on the Scottish Pubs Code, requirement to offer market rent only lease. Can I call Amendment 12 in the name of Graeme Simpson? And this is grouped with Amendments 13, 8 and 9. I would also point out that if Amendment 9 is agreed to, I cannot call, sorry, if Amendment 8, I beg pardon, is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 9. It will be preempted. Graeme Simpson to move Amendment 12 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Move Amendment 12. These amendments are aimed at providing some clarity for pub-owning businesses and the Tide pub tenants who have all raised concerns about the impact to investment in their businesses due to the current wording of the bill. The amendments ensure that some parameters are subsequently set in the detail of the code that can give a limited degree of confidence that investments into sites can continue at this crucial point in the recovery for the sector. As currently drafted, there could be no protections contained within the code and, crucially, no foresight beyond the comments of the current Minister. Now, this creates significant problems for pub companies in identifying funding and in conversations with lenders. Even with these amendments, there's still real concern from both landlords and tenants about the impact on future investment, and a degree of uncertainty and investment risk in Tide pubs is now inevitable, which is a real shame. At the very least, however, these amendments would ensure that there must, rather than may, be some provisions to enable a return any investment made without the risk of an MRO being triggered during this time. This is the only difference, but a critical one, to the amendment proposed by the government. Now, since the introduction of the code in England and Wales, that was in 2016, Scottish pubs' share of GB-wide spend has doubled. Without acceptance of these amendments, that could be reversed, putting Scotland's Tide pub sector at a competitive disadvantage in comparison to the rest of the UK. The whole hospitality sector, as members well know, is on its knees at the moment, and investment will be crucial in aiding their recovery, so these amendments seek to give them a limited degree of confidence moving forward at this time.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. And can I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 9 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, President Officer. I welcome these amendments, which concern a part of the bill that is crucially important to both landlords and tenants. That this remains the case is clear from discussions I've had with stakeholders since stage 2. So it's right that we are able to debate this issue this evening. It is important that the market rent only provisions are fair for both landlords and tenants. That's why I introduced amendments at stage 2 to allow Scottish ministers to set out in the code the circumstances in which a market rent only lease need not be offered. The development of code is of course subject to consultation, but as I've said, my strong inclination is that investment should be one of those circumstances. I want to reassure pub owning companies that Scotland is open for business and welcomes investment in Scottish tide pubs. I want pub owning companies to have confidence and to continue to invest in this important sector. My Amendment 9 provides assurance for the sector about the Scottish Government's commitment to protecting the position of pub companies with regard to investment. The amendment strengthens my amendments at stage 2, the provisions on MRO leases, and reflects the conversations I've had with stakeholders about this element of the bill, both landlords and tenants, and of course with Mr Bibby. I believe the amendment has strong support and improves the balance of the bill. My stage 2 amendment deliberately included the word may before specifying the circumstances in which the lease may not be offered. It provides flexibility in terms of when an MRO has to be offered. The default position remains that a pub owning business would still be required to offer an MRO lease. Amendment 13 makes it a requirement for the code to set out the circumstances in which an MRO need not be offered. This, in my view, perhaps goes too far and removes the flexibility that the Economy, Energy and Fair Work Committee has endorsed by supporting my stage 2 amendment. Whilst I welcome that Mr Simpson has acknowledged and incorporated the investment wording of my Amendment 9, I do not think that Amendment 13 is necessary, and Amendments 8 and 12 are of course consequential to it. I do not support the amendments in Mr Simpson's name, and instead ask members to support my Amendment 9.
Thank you very much, Minister. And can I call on Neil Bibby to speak in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Under the bill as introduced, the code had to require pub owning businesses to offer a market rent only lease to a tenant who requested such a lease. There were no exceptions. As a result of the amendments moved by the Minister, as he's just referenced at stage 2, it's now possible for the code to specify circumstances in which a market rent only offer need not be made by a pub owning business. Amendment 13 would go further, making it a requirement rather than a possibility for the code to set out circumstances in which an MRO offer need not be made. It also includes an example rather than a requirement that an agreed investment may be a reason for an MRO offer not to be made. The investment example is also subject of the Minister's own amendment in this group, Amendment 9, which I'll come on to in a moment. I remain satisfied that the Minister's amendments at stage 2 strike the right balance, and I will not be supporting Graeme Simpson's amendments in this group. I therefore ask members not to support Amendments 13 and 8. Amendment 12 is a consequential amendment that is not required if Amendment 13 is not agreed to, so I will not be supporting that amendment either. As I have already explained, the Minister's Stage 2 amendment means that paragraph 5, subsection 3 of Schedule 1 allows but does not oblige the code to specify circumstances in which a pub owning business need not offer to enter into a market rent only lease with a tenant. Amendment 9 would add an example of such a circumstance, which is where an agreement to invest in a Thai pub has been entered into. This amendment does not change the scope or legal effect of the bill and may be helpful in providing an indication of the sort of circumstances that may be consulted on and considered for inclusion in the code, and may also help improve tenant and pub company relations. I believe that such a measure could be beneficial for all involved, tenants and pub owning businesses. I will therefore be supporting Amendment 9 for that reason.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. And could I call on Graeme Simpson again to wind up in this group?
Again, nothing to add.
So can I ask Mr Simpson, does he wish to press or withdraw Amendment 12?
I wish to withdraw it.
Thank you very much, Mr Simpson. Mr Simpson wishes to withdraw Amendment 12. Does any member object? That's good. Can I call Amendment 13? Does Mr Simpson wish to move or not move Amendment 13? Not moved. Thank you. Amendment 8, Graeme Simpson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 9? In the name of the Minister, to move?
It moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that Amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed, thank you. Turning now to Group 5. This is on the Scottish Pubs Code Adjudicator, power to require information. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Neil Bibby? This is in a group in its own. Neil Bibby to move and speak to Amendment 1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 1 in my name is a minor and technical amendment. Paragraph 4 of Schedule 2 deals with the adjudicator's powers to require information, and subparagraph 2 lists the purposes for which the adjudicator may require information. Unfortunately, there is an error in subparagraph 2b, which currently refers to a subsection of the bill which does not exist and is also not worded accurately. Amendment 1 corrects that error without changing the intention behind the provision. Amendment 1 ensures that the adjudicator can require information for the purpose of monitoring whether the requirement to comply with a direction given under section 9(2)(a) has been fulfilled, which has always been the policy intention. I therefore move Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Minister, do you wish to add anything?
Just very briefly to commend Mr Bowie's eagle-eyed nature and urge members to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Does Mr Bibby wish to add anything?
No, thanks, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 10 in the name of Neil Bibby? This was debated earlier. Neil Bibby to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Turning to Group 6, this is on the Scottish Pubs Code Adjudicator Assistance from the Scottish Ministers. Can I call Amendment 11 in the name of Andy Whiteman? This is in a group in its own. Andy Whiteman to move and speak to Amendment 11.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Amendment 11 relates to the staffing of the new adjudicator. It allows for the Scottish Ministers to, quote, ensure the provision of staff, end quote, in respect of the adjudicator, allowing greater flexibility in the approach to staffing and supporting the adjudicator. I was concerned that the provisions around staffing were restricted to ministers directly providing staff or the adjudicator seconding staff from other bodies. And my amendment will ensure that ministers can work with the adjudicator on the appropriate mechanism for the staffing, which might include a contract for service with another body. The wording in the amendment is used in the School Consultation Scotland Act 2010 as amended by the Children and Young People Scotland Act 2014. This allows ministers to work with the convener of the school closure review panels to ensure that there's a contract for service in place to administer that body and support the panels. I consider that this amendment provides ministers and the adjudicator with wider scope for staffing and supporting the work of the adjudicator. I move Amendment 11.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. Can I call the Minister first of all?
Thank you, President Officer. This amendment concerns the powers for Scottish ministers to provide assistance to the adjudicator, including for staff, services or facilities with or without charge. President Officer, I do not think that the amendment is necessary, particularly as the levels of assistance that will be required are expected to be low. For example, we do not expect the adjudicator to need many staff, and any assistance from Scottish ministers in that regard is likely to be provided directly with the secondment of Scottish Government staff, which is already explicitly provided for in the bill. Moreover, the bill already contains sufficient powers for the adjudicator to enter into contracts with other parties or for Scottish ministers to enter into contracts on their behalf. So simply put, President Officer, I think the concerns that Mr Whiteman has raised are already accounted for in the bill, and consequently I would ask members not to support this amendment.
Thank you, Minister. And can I call on Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 11 seems to be aimed at ensuring that Scottish ministers can help to contract other services and with other bodies to provide support to the adjudicator. The amendment is no doubt well-intentioned, but seems to be misconceived and would serve no practical purpose. There is no need for the words "may provide" to be supplemented by or ensure the provision of. If the adjudicator wants to contract with others for staff, for example, it has powers to do that already under paragraph 24 of Schedule 2. Paragraph 11 of Schedule 2 is a provision to empower ministers, not the adjudicator, and providing the sort of support around contracting that the amendment seems aimed at, something ministers can already do under the bill, should the adjudicator want that, given the flexibility for them under paragraph 11 to provide other assistance. I therefore do not support this amendment and ask Mr Whiteman to consider withdrawing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. And can I call on Mr Whiteman to wind up in this group?
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Nothing to add. I note the comments from the Minister and the member and will not be pressing this amendment.
Thank you, Mr Whiteman. Mr Whiteman seeks to withdraw Amendment 11. Does any member object? No. No one does. And that ends consideration of amendments. Now, as members may know, at this stage in proceedings, I'm required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system or franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, it does no such thing. Therefore, the Tide Pub Scotland Bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. So we're going to move on now to the next item of business, which is a debate on motion 24271 in the name of Neil Bibby on the Tide Pub Scotland Bill at stage 3. Could I invite all members who wish to contribute to this debate to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on Neil Bibby to speak to and to move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure to open today's Stage 3 debate on the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill. I lodged the draft proposal for this Members' Bill over 4 years ago. If this bill is passed today, it will be the result of an entire session's worth of work, and I would like to thank all those who have played such a vital part in getting the bill to this stage. The Scottish Licensed Trade Association, who have consistently championed the rights of leased and tenanted publicans and small businesses in the licensed trade. The Campaign for Real Ale, who represent so many pub lovers and have campaigned for more choice for consumers. Our trade unions, in particular the GMB and the STUC, who represent workers in the brewing sector. Greg Mulholland, who was instrumental in securing cross-party support for Tide pub reform in England and Wales as a Member of Parliament. Campaigners like Chris Wright. And a wider, powerful, persuasive coalition, the Scottish Cooperative Party, Tenant Caledonian, FSB Scotland, the Society of Independent Brewers, and many more who have given support to Tide pub reform, and more that I could name today. I also want to recognise the work of Nick Hawthorne, Neil Ross and Kate Blackman, and all at the Non-Government Bills Unit, parliamentary staff and the Scottish Government officials, and also my own staff, Joe Fagan and Enema Hyman, for their invaluable support and all their work throughout the past few years. In particular, I also want to thank the Minister for his interest and engagement on the bill and his role in ensuring the bill proceeded with government support. Jamie Hepburn has shown leadership on this issue that will be recognised by the licensed trade and pub tenants, and I certainly want to recognise the leadership he has shown here today and over the past few months, which has meant progressing with this bill was possible. Tide pubs have been around for a long time. The basic idea is sound, that a pub is owned by a business and leased to a tenant to manage. That tenant will pay below the going market rent for the pub, but in turn must buy its alcohol from the business at a higher rate than would be the case on the open market. The business is expected to provide other support and assistance to the tenant, although, as the committee heard, that support is not always specified in the Tide agreement. Over the years, that basic model has eroded, rents have increased, as have markups on alcohol, and many Tide tenants found themselves locked into unfair contractual terms. That resulted in far too many tenants barely earning a living, despite often working long hours in a demanding job. According to an SLTA survey last month, 60% of tenants earn less than the minimum wage when their hours they worked was taken into account. It's become clear that the sector cannot regulate itself fairly and that action is needed. In 2015, the UK Parliament passed legislation on a cross-party basis which led to the creation of a Tide Pubs Code and Adjudicator for England and Wales. Thousands of Tide tenants in England and Wales now benefit as a result. It's true that not all in that 2015 Act worked as well as was hoped. That is in no small part to some of the Pubco-backed amendments that tied down the code and the adjudicator. This bill does not replicate the UK legislation, but improves on it and simplifies it where possible. It may have taken 6 years, but I'm delighted that, should the bill be passed today, Tide tenants in Scotland can look forward to having a Scottish code and statute with a Scottish Pubs Code adjudicator to govern and enforce that code. The code and adjudicator will give companies that own Tide pubs in Scotland and their tenants a clear, fair and proportionate framework to operate within and abide by, one that will allow the sector in Scotland to flourish. I thank the Minister and his team for the collaborative approach they have taken since Stage 1 in working with me on the bill. That approach led to 18 Stage 2 amendments being lodged, some by me and some by the Minister, that we both supported. The amendments made to the bill at Stage 2 included allowing a longer period for the Government to make the code and appoint an adjudicator, longer review periods so that the impact and effectiveness of the code can be properly assessed, ensuring that investigations into alleged breaches of the code will take account of tenants' behaviour and include time limits, and perhaps most significantly, allowing the code to set out circumstances in which a market rent-only offer need not be made by a pub-owning business. The market rent-only option, or MRO as it's known, remains a central part of this bill. I watched with frustration as the MRO in England and Wales became bogged down in a morass of complicated rules and barriers. The MRO provision in this bill is simpler and cleaner. However, to encourage positive relationships, it is right that the code can set out situations where the MRO offer is not open, for example, if a significant investment is being made by a pub-owning business into a Tide property. The aims of this bill remain those set out in the 3 principles that can be found in Section 3. Fair and lawful dealing, that Tide tenants should be no worse off because of the tie, that Tide deals provide a fair share of risk and reward. Passing this bill will see those aims realised. Deputy Presiding Officer, although today will hopefully prove to be the end of a long journey for this bill, it's only the start of a new chapter for the sector. The next session of the Parliament will see the Scottish Government consulting fully, meaningfully and thoroughly on a draft code. It will be vital for the future of the sector to get that code right. The draft regulations which contain the final code must gain parliamentary approval, and there will be an opportunity for detailed scrutiny both by the committee and the wider Parliament. The next session will also see the selection of the first adjudicator, an appointment that must also be approved by the Parliament. It's my hope that after today, pub-owning businesses and tenants and their representative bodies put aside any differences and work together collaboratively and constructively to ensure the success of the code, which will benefit so many people in Scotland. Presiding Officer, I move the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill be passed.
Thank you very much. I now call on Jamie Hepburn.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I begin by saying I'm very pleased to be speaking on behalf of the Government in this final debate on the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill. This is, of course, not a Government bill, Presiding Officer. I've been at pains to emphasise this throughout the process, but nonetheless, I must thank my officials for their efforts in supporting me through the bill process. Can I also commend Neil Bibby for reaching this stage today? It's not easy to take any bill forward in any circumstances, but that's particularly so without the support of a full civil service assisting you. So I have to congratulate him on getting his bill to this stage. As we have heard, the legislation will promote fair and equitable treatment within commercial agreements. It will also rebalance the relationship between pub-owning companies and Tide Pub tenants. It is an important step forward for the Tide Pub sector in Scotland, and the culmination, as we've heard, of many years' work by Mr Bibby, who first proposed this bill towards the start of this parliamentary session. As we come to the end of this Parliament, it does therefore seem fitting that we consider whether or not to pass his bill. I'd like to thank Mr Bibby and his team for working closely with me and my officials for his ongoing dialogue and his openness. But I'd also like to thank the committee for their comprehensive consideration of the bill at stages 1 and 2. President Officer, I arrived at a different conclusion to the committee at stage 1. This was after a great deal of thought about the merits of the bill. Nonetheless, I appreciate the committee's clear and thorough report and examination of the evidence and reviews at both stages. It has helped influence the Scottish Government's approach to the bill. It was a balanced decision as to whether or not we would support the progress of the bill, but some engagement fairly late in the day from a number of Tide Pub tenants led me to conclude that if we were to follow the committee's recommendation to undertake more work to investigate this area, it would, in all probability, have led us to conclude the need to bring forward similar legislation to this bill. I'd like to thank, having mentioned that engagement, I'd like to thank the sector, their representatives and tenants who took time to meet with me during the bill's progress. So too has their approach helped influence our approach. Insofar as I will be involved, I am keen that this spirit of cooperation between interested parties will continue into the implementation of the bill, of course, should the Parliament pass it at decision time this evening. I have had an open door policy on this matter because I have been keen to understand the issues across the industry as I consider Mr Bibby's bill. I've listened carefully to all views and all concerns. I hope that you see that approach reflected today in the amendments put forward and agreed, because what I have sought to do is to ensure that the bill is fair and balanced for both landlords and tenants, for example through the amendments on market rent-only leases. These preserve the right to request a market rent-only lease for tenants, but also provide safeguards for pub companies, particularly in relation to investment. This balance for landlords and tenants is crucial for the bill, and it's crucial for the sector. I understand that this is an extremely challenging time for everyone involved in the pub sector, which has been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. I've heard about the support provided to many tenants by their pub companies during this time. This clearly shows the Tide Pubs model has tremendous value and an important place in the pub landscape. It also provides a low-cost entry point for people looking to make that first step into business. I've heard both these things from Tide Pub tenants. But this is not a uniform picture across the sector. I have also heard from some tenants who've not felt they've had this level of support and who believe change is required. So I want to preserve the benefits of the tied pub system. I recognise it as an important model of tenure, but I also want to ensure better balanced relationships between landlords and tenants, and I want that on a proportionate basis. If this bill is approved, the code will require to be implemented by whatever government is here after the election. This government is certainly committed to full and meaningful engagement. The development of the code falls to us. The code will govern the relationship between pub-owning businesses and their tied tenants. It will need to be created within 2 years again, but if it falls to this government, then we will look to do this as soon as possible. So I'd like to continue to work closely with stakeholders to ensure the code is one that works well for the whole of the sector. It's a sector I want to see recover and flourish. In that vein, I hope that we will all approach this bill in that spirit. And once again, I congratulate Mr Bibby on reaching this stage.
Thank you, Minister. May I remind members at the back of the chamber that their voices do carry in a debate of this kind. And can I call Graham Simpson?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. We're near the end of this parliamentary session. We've just got a day to go, and all of us have been clearing out our offices, ready for the next occupant. Those of us who are standing again and who are lucky enough to return may end up back in the same room, or we may not. I'm not a great hoarder, but while I was clearing my office, I came across an unopened bottle of beer with a label urging me to support the Tide Pubs Bill. Goodness knows how it stayed unopened and forgotten about, but it has. And it was dated February 2018. And that just shows how long it can take for a member to get through the legislative process if they're lucky. I had my own abortive attempt at a member's bill around the protection of buyers of new homes, and I found it immensely frustrating. Having come from the fast-paced newspaper industry, I realised I need to show a little bit more patience. So I commend anyone who gets to the stage that Neil Bibby has arrived at. I say well done to Mr Bibby. He's been along a rocky road, but he's got there in the end. He put in a fair shift prior to stage one of this bill, trying to drum up support. Then it all went quiet for a bit, and some of us thought he'd drop the whole thing. But no, we got to stage one, and when the committee, which I was not on at that time, reported, it did not look good for Mr Bibby and his bill. The committee was divided, but a majority did not support the general principles. Members of my own party and the SNP members thought, on balance, that it should go no further. But here's a lesson for all who get to that point. Don't give up, because funny things can happen. It happened with Monica Lennon and her period products bill. It looked sunk. We and the SNP were against it. I see she's here. We were against it. Then my party's stance was suddenly changed, and the SNP's did too. Hurdle crossed, and on the bill went to its ultimate conclusion. And the same has happened here. We've changed our stance, and the SNP have fallen into line too. Funny things happen, but Mr Bibby has made it, and well done. I've never had strong feelings about this bill one way or the other. You could argue it both ways, and the committee's stage one report reflected that. We're prepared to support the bill, but I have to admit to having some reservations about it. I wonder what will happen to the hospitality trade, which has been hollowed out by lockdown. I fear the good intentions behind this bill may, and I stress may, lead to some pub companies deciding it's not worth investing in Scotland, or they could change their business models, Mr Bibby mentioned this earlier, and remove the tied option, which can be a route into the licensed trade for some. That would be a shame, but it could happen. I think you could easily argue that the time is not right for this bill if it ever was. I know there are a number of colleagues who share those concerns, and there must be some on the SNP benches too. Emma McLaughlin, Chief Executive of the Scottish Beer and Pub Association, said the bill poses a real danger to future investment in the sector, entrepreneurship opportunities, and threatens jobs. Now, that said, it is the case that similar legislation was enacted in 2015 in England by the Conservative government, though the Tide pub sector is much larger there. That created a pubs code and an adjudicator which would govern the relationships between some Tide pubs tenants and their pub-owning company landlords. Mr Bibby's bill aims to ensure that Scottish Tide pub tenants have at least the same protections and opportunities as those covered in the 2015 Act. It's in a better position than it was, thanks to some sensible amendments, and as I've said, we'll back it, albeit with some reservations. Now, before I sit down, my colleague Margaret Mitchell, who herself got a member's bill through, will close for us. This is Margaret's last speech as an MSP, so I don't expect her to say much of anything about this bill. She served the constituents of Central Region with distinction since 2003. Until 2016, she was the only Conservative representing the region. It's been a pleasure to work alongside her these last 5 years, and I wish her and Henry a happy and healthy retirement.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Alex Salmond.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I begin by, on behalf of Scottish Labour, by congratulating Neil Bibby and his team for the tremendous amount of work they have done to get this bill to this stage. And hopefully the bill will be passed this afternoon, this evening. I would also thank the Minister for the positive approach which he has taken, which was evident at stage 2 when the bill came to the committee. I want to focus on the Scottish Licensing Trade Association have sent a letter to all MSPs today, and they have made the following points which I think are worth restating. They state, for too long, large pub-owning companies have taken more than their fair share from publicans. Too often they have held their Tide tenants back, restricted consumer choice and failed to properly regulate themselves and keep their house in order. They have put their own profits before the sustainability of local pubs and fairness for Tide pub tenants. It cannot go on, they say. The Tide Pubs Bill delivers a fairer deal for Tide publicans with a new statutory pub code. It would be rebalanced Tide agreements, shifting power from the large pub cos to the local pubs who desperately need your help. It allows tenants to opt out of Tide pub deals that aren't working. It will give publicans more choice over the drinks they stock to help meet consumer demand, promote Scottish products and sustain their businesses. The Tide Pubs Bill will also be very positive for Scotland's small brewers who at the moment are restricted from access to pubs owned by the big brewers and pubcos operating the tie. The fact that global brewers and pubcos are so desperate to stop this bill exposes the fact that they take too much from the pub profits. The reality is that the market rent only option is just that, an option, and if they want to keep publicans tied, they need to offer much better deals, lower prices and lower rents. That's all the bill calls for. Fairness and a fair split of pub profits, which all MSPs must surely agree with. They make the point that in England, pubcos have continued to invest in pubs despite the pub code, and if they want to continue to own and operate pubs, they will do likewise in Scotland. I also wanted to make reference to the survey, Presiding Officer, that was carried out by the Scottish Licensing Trade Association, because the key data points gathered from that survey are quite stark. 50% of Tide pub tenants report earning less than £20,000 a year. 34% less than £15,000 a year, and in many cases they say this will be for a couple, not for an individual. A shocking 58% of Tide pub tenants reported earning less than the minimum wage, with just 13% earning more than the minimum wage. The average price paid for a keg of standard lager by Tide pubs is a staggering 61% higher than the open market prices, with some paying as much as 107% more than the open market prices. 81% report that information provided to them when they entered the lease was inaccurate or misleading. I think, Presiding Officer, that demonstrates why there was a need for this bill. I congratulate Neil once again on bringing the bill forward, and I hope that everyone will support it at decision time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now call Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Probably more than ever before, especially through this pandemic, we know the value of pubs as community assets, the social role that they play, the major employers that they are, but also that they showcase world-class Scottish products. I think this bill will help to rebalance the pub sector in Scotland in a way that has helped in England. But there is so much more to be done beyond this bill because of the impact of the pandemic on this sector. So this cannot be the end of the story. We need to look again at what support we can provide pubs to make sure they continue to play that essential role in our communities. Neil Bibby was generous in his praise of Greg Mulholland, the former Liberal Democrat Member of Parliament, who championed this sector for many, many years, and through his hard work and diligence, the landscape in England and Wales has changed markedly. And I like the fact that Graham Simpson tried to claim it as a Conservative achievement in government, when in fact it was Liberal Democrat ministers who actually drove it through the business department. I don't often refer or praise or boast about the coalition years, but this is one thing that I am prepared to recognise. I think there is one contribution that is missing from this debate from a Conservative, and that is Maurice Golden. I think his contribution last time was quite remarkable, and I would have enjoyed him participating in the debate again today, but alas, he is nowhere to be seen. The pub code and the adjudicator are assets to be lauded. It's governed the relationship between the large pub-owning companies and their Tide tenants in England and Wales. That has changed the landscape there, I think, for the better. Neil Bibby deserves huge credit for his determination and single-mindedness. Lesser politicians would have buckled by now, but he withstood the pressure from all sides and persuaded, maybe even charmed, others to his way of thinking. That obviously had an effect in some degree on the Minister, who was a reluctant supporter at the beginning. In fact, he was opposed to it at the beginning. So obviously his charmed worked on the Minister. But also, I think it's worked on the rest of the sector as well, because, as the Minister referred to, if he's going to deny that he was charmed, I want to hear from him.
Jamie Hepburn.
I will leave others to consider the charm or otherwise of Mr Bibby. It's just to put in the record that actually at no stage did I state any opposition to this legislation.
Willie Rennie.
He was even charmed before he knew that he was charmed. That's quite an incredible admission. Neil Bibby's powers know no bounds at all. But it is true that the profile of the sector in Scotland is different. There are fewer Tide pubs. The tie may provide a way for new tenants in the sector to hone their skills and knowledge and to climb the ladder to having their own pubs. That's, I think, got to be recognised, and we should try and hold on to that where it's of benefit to the sector. However, the support that this bill has received is an indication that there is a significant problem. The support from a range of trade organisations and trade unions cannot be ignored, and the fact that the sector itself, many in the sector, came to the Minister and tried to work out a workable bill as far as they were concerned, I think is a recognition from them too that there is change that is required. Neil's powerful evidence, I think, has been persuasive all round. Giving tenants more freedom to grow and develop their businesses with creativity has got to be encouraged. Sometimes the sign of a good law is that it is not often used. And I hope that this is the case in this circumstance, because Neil Bibby has already achieved changes in the sector before this legislation was introduced. And let's hope that that continues and the sector recognise that it's got to change for the better to make sure our pub sector thrives for many years to come. Thank you very much.
And I call Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I add my sincere congratulations to Neil Bibby, not just for lodging this bill and steering it through, but ensuring that he did the work of building consensus to get the bill to a point where it's going to be passed. And it will certainly pass with the support of the Green Group of MSPs. I want to declare from my register of members' interest, not only my membership of the cross-party group on beer and pubs, which has no collective view on the bill, but also my membership of CAMRA. And Neil Bibby is one of a relatively select few MSPs that I've had the pleasure of bumping into at CAMRA beer festivals from time to time over the years. As CAMRA's evidence, in fact, states, the pub companies do take more than fair, more than sustainable as a share of profit from tied tenants. And this does often leave tenants unable to earn a decent living. And the way that they're being expected to pay over the odds for the beer that they sell is clearly unfair. Even if some find the tied pub model agreeable and might choose to stick with it, they should have the choice, and this bill will give them that choice. Over the years, I've been privileged to host a number of CAMRA events and others with the brewing community in Scotland in Parliament, and it's a really important opportunity to say that when we debate alcohol, very often we debate the social harm, the health harm, and those issues don't need to be downplayed at all. But we should also find opportunities to celebrate what's positive about a more diverse, decentralised model of pubs and brewing. The domination of a small number of giant companies is itself unhealthy and is a source of a model which compounds the health harm and public health harm that comes from alcohol. A more diverse brewing sector and a more diverse pub sector with a greater number of smaller independent companies would be, in my view, a healthier way forward. And this bill will be one measure that helps to achieve that. Presiding Officer, over the last year, as I've spoken both in Parliament and other meetings from this little corner of my living room, I've occasionally been teased for the fact that I keep my refreshments close on hand. And in a few debates in this chamber, that's been necessary. But today, I've made a slight change so that you can all see that my taste covers the grain as well as the grape. And if I regret anything about today's debate, it's that I won't have the opportunity to buy Neil Bibby a pint in the Parliament bar after the end of the debate to celebrate his passing the bill. If I could think of nothing better, I would give him a chance to try Optimistic Future, specially brewed for the Green Yes campaign back in 2014. After a few years, probably not safe to open that one, but perhaps I'll get the chance to buy him a beer when we all return. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. We'll move to brief contributions to the open debate. Willie Coffey, to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. To say that the evidence that we heard was polarised during the passage of this bill is putting it mildly. And I think it's fair to say that members of the committee were more than a little disappointed with that. At the outset, the bill struggled to gain support of the whole committee, but Mr Bibby's persistence and his willingness to find a way forward at stage 2 gradually won that support. Of course, the Tories tried to sabotage the bill at stage 2 with hundreds of pointless amendments until they realised the mistake they were making and gave up their attempt to talk it out of parliamentary time altogether. Although the bill began its journey pre-COVID, it did take on new significance in my view as the impact on the tide sector and the wider pub sector became clearer during the pandemic. And we can see the continuing impact of this if we just take a walk on any of Scotland's high streets. The pubs were first to be closed and will probably be the last to reopen. And we know that sadly many may not reopen at all. Though establishing a new pub code will allow Scottish ministers to set out the circumstances in which a market rent only lease offered. What that does is it ensures we get a balance between the rights of the pub owning companies and their tenants. and I hope that will be helpful. It introduces consultation and engagement into the process, and it means that a tenant who is satisfied with their current lease arrangements is under no obligation to accept market rent only. All that should hopefully make for a stronger and more successful tenanted pub sector in Scotland. This Member's Bill, of course, applies to the tide sector, which accounts for around 17% or around 750 pubs from our total of around 4,000. The profile of tide pubs in Scotland is much different to what it is in Wales and England, but the bill does offer some protections and increased consultation for it in Scotland, which the member continually reminded us. During the bill's earlier journey, research carried out by the government didn't appear to back the case for change. There were sufficient voices telling us about problems with the tide sector, principally about higher costs of beers and ciders and property maintenance issues. On the plus side, the tide model can offer a cheaper way into pub management for many, with the added benefits of satellite TV and Wi-Fi being included, which might otherwise not be included and be too expensive for new entrants to pay for them themselves. The arrangements that permit tenants to introduce at least one guest beer, of course, is a choice beyond the tide arrangement, and that will surely be welcomed from everyone. But I'll leave it to others, Presiding Officer, to give us a flavour of that and the other aspects of the bill. So congratulations finally to Neil Bibby for bringing the bill through, to our committee clerks for supporting us, and to the Scottish Government for showing a willingness to listen to the pleas from the sector and for ultimately supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Boyack, to be followed by Colin Beattie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I also want to congratulate my Labour colleague Neil Bibby for getting to this stage of the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill, and to recognise all of the hard work he has put in to get here, but also all the witnesses who gave evidence to the committee that was then considered by the committee. This bill, as others have said, is supported by Scotland's unions, trade unions, CAMRA and many of the pubs across our country. And it puts power in the hands of consumers and tenants, not multinational pub companies. I think it's a really important step in bringing tide pubs in Scotland into line with those in England and Wales, something that FSB identified as important to the sector. And as others have said, I think it's absolutely vital that we support this sector, the small pubs in our communities, and I'm glad that they're going to get the flexibility and the new choices they need. Hospitality is a key sector of our economy, and as we build back from the pandemic, I am glad that this bill will give them more choices, more support, as we begin to see pubs thinking about opening again. And I think, as the Society of Independent Brewers said, it's also important to open opportunities to small brewers to provide the craft beer that more and more consumers are demanding, and as the GMB said, creating and safeguarding jobs in our Scottish breweries. So there's much to look forward to here when this bill gets through. The bill requires the Scottish Government to make regulations that will change the relationship between tide pubs and pub-owning businesses, to make sure there's fair and lawful trading, that tide pubs should be no worse off than that of free of tie equivalents, and that tide agreements should provide a fair share of risk and reward. And that gets rid of the voluntary self-regulation and gives statutory regulation. And it means that there's clearer sets of rules, and I'm glad that this bill is going to bring this into play. And in addition, the market rent-only option allows a publican to opt out of their tiered agreements, tide agreements, and to pay a market rent only for their premises. And the evidence from England and Wales is that the MRO rights do give tenants leverage to negotiate fairer deals, even if they don't choose to go free of the tie. So it's about choices, it's about fairness. Hopefully it will support our hospitality sector, and it will also give something which I suspect one or two colleagues here will like. Tide publicans will have the right to stock one beer of their choosing, and that will allow publicans to respond to consumer demand and make their pub more profitable. And it also enables that support for our Scottish brewers and independent brewers. That has got to be good news for us in Scotland. It will change the landscape for tide pub tenants, this bill. It will give greater equality to the relationship between tenants and pubcos, and it will open up a bigger market to Scotland's brewers. And I'm really delighted to support this Labour bill today. And I was thinking about all the comments about the work that Neil Bibby has done, this negotiating skills, this persuasion skills. I've been attending a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association conference on getting organised for COP26. The last session was about negotiating skills. How do you get the government to do something it doesn't initially agree with you on? I think for the future, Neil Bibby will be one of the people that will talk about how do you get a members' bill that's not going to work to one that goes through, that a Parliament supports through lots of hard work by the committee. This is a great example of a bill. I hope we all support it at decision time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Colin Beattie, who will be the last open debate speaker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I begin by thanking Neil Bibby for bringing this bill forward and for his very open engagement throughout the whole process. This was not an easy bill by any manner of means for the Economy, Energy and Fair Work Committee to consider. Listening to the evidence over the months raised many question marks. Effectively, there were two sides putting forward evidence. On the one hand, the tenants, and on the other hand, the pub companies or landlords. And frequently, there was significantly differing evidence presented by those two sides, sometimes with one contradicting the other. Little in the way of independent data was available, and I feel that at times the committee felt concerned that it did not have enough information to reach a conclusion. Hence, I think, the initial rejection of the bill by the committee at stage one. We've seen forceful arguments from the pub landlords that legislating a change in relationship between the tenant and the landlord would lead to dramatic drops in investment in tenanted pubs and create uncertainty and slow recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other hand, equally forceful arguments have been made that the pubcos take an unfair share of profits from the tied tenants, that it would make community pubs more sustainable and increase variety and choice at the bar for customers. It's been difficult to separate out the carefully constructed and presented arguments and to get a grip with what is the best solution. We all want a prosperous and well-run pub sector which provides both choice and service to its customers, while enabling the tenant to secure a fair income for the work that they commit to the business. On balance, I accept the probability that tenants are at a disadvantage when negotiating with pub landlords. The decision for the tenant to take up the market rent only option is entirely a decision to be made in the light of individual circumstances. Where a good and fair relationship exists with the landlord, it seems to me that it's unlikely that the tenant will wish to disturb that. On the other hand, where a relationship has soured or is perceived as less than fair, then the tenant has the option to change that relationship if they believe that will be of benefit. The concerns about choice of products for customers and indeed the stocking of guest beers and specifically local beers has received considerable attention, and it seems fair to think that a tenant may feel that they have more flexibility in stocking their products to better reflect local tastes if the MRO option is taken. I was of two minds as to whether this bill is needed, but I'm now content that for a few tenants, it may provide a level of protection and an option to reset a relationship which is simply not providing the results expected. I believe that to allow pubs to best recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is important that we put policies in place that support pubs. And if this will benefit some tenants, then I believe it is worthwhile. Presiding Officer, once again, I congratulate Mr Bibby for bringing forward this bill, and I commend this bill to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to closing speeches, and I call James Kelly to be followed by Margaret Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I want to join the other members across the Chamber in congratulating Neil Bibby in securing the passage later on this evening of his Members' Bill on tied pubs. As many have recounted, it's been a long journey for Mr Bibby. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride in terms of getting it through the committee and getting it to this stage, but it's an absolute tribute to his persistence that he's going to achieve this tonight. I remember in the earlier on in the session of the Parliament going into his office one day and he had like a list of MSPs up on the wall. It was a bit like one of these elections of battleground maps, and he had it all charted out as to how he was going to sort of persuade MSPs to support his bill. So he's come a long way since then, and it's great. It's great to see the success that he's achieved. I think this bill will make a difference. I think pubs do play an important role in their communities. The pandemic has shown that because they've been closed. They bring people together. They're important for a social aspect. They're also important to support people. Many people live on their own, and their trip to the local pub is maybe their only way of coming into contact with people. So it's important that we support local pubs. What this legislation does is it addresses the balance of power issue between landlords and tenants. And as Sarah Boyack pointed out, it's all about achieving fairness. I think it's reasonable to say that that balance of power, in some instances, the relationship has gone too far in support of, big pub businesses who sometimes have taken decisions which aren't to the benefit of the landlord or to the local customers. Alec Rowley quoted some vital statistics around wages and prices for local pubs, and that showed the advantage there would be in giving greater say to landlords. I think the other thing that this legislation does is, because it sets up the role of an adjudicator in a statutory code, it ensures that there's a mechanism there to try and achieve fairness, to try and ensure better wages and also proper pricing and a better choice of beers on the ground. And I think that's why the bill has achieved such a wide range of support from organisations like the Licensed Trade Association through to GMB and also the Federation of Small Businesses. That showed that the fact that it's attracted that range of support shows that the bill will make a difference to businesses, to workers and to customers. And I think ultimately it will help as we emerge out of COVID and we see the shutters come down off the pubs and pubs begin to reopen again. So it'll be good to see the customers return, but this model will also help promote pubs, and that will be good for jobs and that will be good for local economies and local communities. So summing up, Deputy Presiding Officer, full congratulations to Neil Bibby for bringing this legislation to a conclusion through the Parliament. The point of Parliament is to make a difference. That's the point of legislation, and I firmly believe that this legislation will be to the benefit of pubs, pub owners and customers alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Margaret Mitchell, who is making her final speech as a member of
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I know how much work goes into introducing a member's bill, so I congratulate Neil Bibby for the tenacity he has shown in getting to this stage. The Tide Pubs Bill is legislation which seeks to improve the position of Tide pub tenants and their pub-owning businesses and give Scottish Tide pub tenants at least the same protections and opportunities as those in England and Wales. This to be realised through, as others have said, the establishment of a Scottish Pubs Code and the appointment of the Scottish Pubs Code Adjudicator. Key aspects of this code include the right to sell a guest beer and the right to pay a market rent on a property without having to buy into other products or services. The bill's overall benefits include promoting owners and Tide tenants to work together to ensure that both parties share the profits and risks. Here, COVID has had a massively adverse effect upon Scotland's pubs and publicans, which is why it's all the more important owners and tenants work together to aid the industry's recovery. The bill gives tenants greater choice in running their pub and the opportunity to invest in the business and themselves. Scotland's pubs are a vital part of not only our economy, but of our local communities, with pubs acting as a social hub in villages and communities throughout Scotland. So when we can meet again, customers will be able to enjoy a wider choice of products, and particularly from local independent brewers at more competitive prices. And Scotland's brewing industry will also see a welcome boost. And I look forward to voting for the bill at decision time. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is my last speech in the Scottish Parliament after 18 years of having had the privilege and pleasure to represent my constituents within Central Scotland region, where the most important and rewarding aspect of being an MSP has been the ability to fight their corner and to help resolve problems and ensure their issues and concerns are not brushed aside, but are given a fair hearing. However, as a list MSP, it has been a frustration that rather than being held accountable directly to these constituents when seeking re-election, instead, the regional list MSP's ranking on the list is in the hands of our various parties before the electorate has their say. This, I believe, is a weakness in the Scottish Parliament's democratic process. Chamber debates tend to be dominated by party political contributions. By contrast, MSPs work well together on our cross-party groups, such as the CPG on dyslexia, and they seek to take forward the issues raised by the individuals, voluntary organisations and other stakeholders who are members of these groups. I want to return to CPGs in my closing remarks with some suggestions about how we can make the Chamber business more effective. However, before doing so, the atmosphere in the Chamber today has been different from the usual last days of the Parliament when MSPs make their closing speeches. And I want to address the SGHHC inquiry report. For me, the most important findings were not those relating to breaches of ministerial code, but rather the infinitely more worrying revelations about the centralised system of government in Scotland, where the government of the day is all-powerful, with an absence of the necessary checks and balances within that system to prevent abuses, and to ensure the openness, transparency and accountability essential for any government to establish trust with the electorate. These are issues which will not be easily or quickly resolved, but for all of us in this chamber and for the wider public beyond, a good place to start is with the inquiry report, which can be used as a reference document with the minutes of the committee meetings, the official report of our evidence sessions and the published submissions listed in the annexes. It also has the transcript of the balanced and insightful evidence two brave complainers who had listened to the inquiry evidence, including final evidence sessions from the former First Minister and the First Minister, insisted on giving evidence to the committee on oath and in person, because if you're anonymous, you have no voice. It was entirely fitting, therefore, that the last evidence session was from the complainers and that they had the last word. Abuses of power matter, and in any democracy, the end doesn't justify the means. This is a stark reminder our democratic freedoms are hard-won and can and should never be taken for granted. Presiding Officer, in closing, I return again to the Parliament CPGs. My first experience of a cross-party group was in 2003, when Annabel Goldie asked me to attend the adult survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I have to say, from that day on, then I was full of admiration and remain full of admiration for these individuals whose trust has been betrayed in an unimaginable way, very often by the very people in a close family context who they could have expected to be protected and to have protection and to be made safe. It's formed much of the work I focused on as an MSP, and the apology bill, which was actually suggested in one of the cross-party group meetings by the former Human Rights Commissioner, Professor Alan Miller, was something that could give these victims and brave women, and they were largely women, although men also have suffered dreadful abuse, give them the acknowledgement that they seek, the important acknowledgement of the abuse they've suffered. It provides empathy, and for them, most of all, it provides a method to ensure that the same doesn't happen to anyone else. It's also included arguing for independent legal representation for those victims of rape and other serious assaults, something that's been rejected by the government on various legislation, and which I hope will go forward in the next Parliament. But in terms of improving chamber time, if the Scottish Parliament cuts out the happy-clappy, time-filling debates which we all know exist, and uses the time for MSPs to raise informed issues which have been come about through their work in the cross-party group, then this would allow debates and to put forward suggestions at the end of the debate for the Minister to consider, and where possible to put in place concrete proposals to address these issues raised. Deputy Presiding Officer, in conclusion, I want to thank Kate Wayne and Claire Wilson for their hard work and support in what has been an exhausting parliamentary session. I look forward to spending more time with my family. Euphemistically, that usually has other connotations, but I genuinely mean it. My husband Henry and Westies, Jack and Jamie, and Henry will be very pleased, if not little surprised, I put them in that order. And to doing what I want to do, including starting on my ever-increasing bucket list. And to those in the chamber, can I wish you well in the future? Those who are standing down, I wish you well too. And I hope all these people seeking re-election, well, do well. And it's been a pleasure to work with everyone, to be an MSP in the Parliament, and good fortune for the future.
Thank you very much. I call Jamie Hepburn to be followed by Neil Bibby.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I begin by thanking those who've contributed to today's debate, which has been somewhat of a revelation. I was interested to see that both Graham Simpson and Patrick Harvey, upon receipt of a bottle of beer, decide to hold on to it rather than drink it. This might be the only thing that unites Graham Simpson and Patrick Harvey, and I want it on the record that when I am presented with a bottle of beer, I opt for a different tact. Can I also say I hadn't envisaged that this would be my last contribution in a debate in this parliamentary session. I think it would be the Tide Pub Scotland Bill, but I'm very glad to have been able to take part. I'm not sure if Margaret Mitchell intended this to be the debate that would be her last ever contribution. She certainly took advantage of the opportunity, and I want to wish her well for the future. President Officer, I'll try and confine my remarks because I recognise we are later on now, but I want to say that I recognise that there remain differences of opinion on the merits of this bill, but I think the approach that we have taken, a constructive approach to the bill, has ensured that we have a more balanced and a fairer bill in representing both the interests of tenants and landlords than we had at the outset, while still respecting the fundamental precepts of the bill as envisaged by Mr Bibby. President Officer, I want to see a successful Tide pub sector in Scotland. I don't think any of us demur from the point of view that Tide pubs are an appropriate model and form of tenure in the pub sector. And I want to see that continue. But I want to see a level playing field between tenants and landlords. I want to see tenants treated fairly, and I want to also see landlords being able to see a return for their investment. And I think the approach that we've taken through refining and improving this legislation, should it be passed this evening, has enabled us to reach that point. So I would urge Parliament to support the legislation, and I would conclude by once again congratulating Mr Bibby on reaching this stage and thanking him for his constructive approach in working with me towards the position where we've reached. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you very much. And I call on Neil Bibby to wind up the debate.
Thank you, President Officer, and thank you to all members who have participated in this debate. Can I start by paying tribute to Margaret Mitchell in her final speech? I know she was of particular help to my constituent, the late Michael McClelland, who was grateful for her support when she was convener of the Justice Committee, and thank her for that. Can I also thank the Minister again for the leadership he has shown and for listening to Scotland's Tide publicans throughout this process. And can I thank Willie Rennie for his warm words, and I can just say I'm sure I couldn't match his charm, but thanks for your support, Willie, and the support of the Liberal Democrats who were instrumental in this legislation passing at Westminster. Also like to thank Patrick Harvey for his long-standing support. I recognise the cross-party group does not have a collective view, but nonetheless welcome his personal commitment and sustained interest in the issue, and I look forward to having that drink with him when Camera Beer Festival is allowed to start up again. I recognise the views of members, particularly on the committee, have evolved during this process, and I'm sure I'm aware there continues to be some reservations about it, and Graham Simpson highlighted some of those. But I welcome that the collaborative approach, working with the government and having candid discussions about how the bill can be amended has led to a position where they've been reassured about the bill today. And I particularly want to thank those committee members who have spoken in the debate and support the bill, and in particular Andy Whiteman, who hasn't spoken in the debate, for his support as well. I thank Willie Coffey and Colin Beattie for their contributions. As they rightly said, the debate over Tide pub reform has been described as polarised. There are often different views on how the Tide model operates in practice. That was a feature of the debate in England and Wales before the UK Parliament chose to act, and it's been a feature of the debate here too. As legislators, we regularly have to make decisions where opinion is divided and accounts differ. It's what we are elected to do, but the fact opinion is divided does not mean that the weight of opinion, or for that matter evidence, is divided equally. We have to decide whether we take global brewing giants at their word, global brewers like Heineken, who have been fined £2 million for serious and repeated breaches of the pubs code for England and Wales, or whether we accept the outcome of 3 parliamentary select committee inquiries, my consultation and the evidence placed before the Economy Committee, which has led to this point. We have to decide whether we accept the evidence put forward by perhaps one of the broadest coalitions ever assembled in support of a members' bill that seeks to intervene in a sector of the economy. The SLTA, CAMRA, FSB Scotland, GMB Scotland, CEBA, the British Pub Confederation, the Campaign for Pubs, the Pubs Advisory Service, Tenant Caledonian Breweries, the SDUC and so many more who have been backing Tide pub reform. As Greg Mulholland told the committee last year, the #1 cause of pub closures is that tenants cannot make a living out of their pub. And Sarah Boyack and James Kelly highlighted the importance of rebalancing the relationship in the Tide pub sector. As Alex Rowley said, the SLT circulated findings of a survey today showing that 1 in 3 Tide pubs earning less than £15,000 a year in profit for the tenant, all the while paying excessive markups for the products they sell. I've always accepted there's a place for the Tide model. We're not debating its merits or whether it should continue. If the Tide model is being operated responsibly, as pubcos claimed, then pubcos have nothing to fear from this bill. Why would a publican getting a fair deal report their landlord to an adjudicator? Why would a publican getting a fair deal choose to break the tie and exercise their right to a market rent-only option? And why would an adjudicator rule against a pubco already operating consistently with the principles on which this bill is based? But, Presiding Officer, if pub companies are operating in a manner inconsistent with the principles of the bill, publicans will have a recourse to a statutory code to be consulted on by government, approved by Parliament and objectively enforced by an independent adjudicator. Finally, Presiding Officer, I want to say a few words about the challenges the pub sector faces now, as members have said. The crisis that we are living through has no precedent in modern times. The impact on this sector has been enormous. As members have said, businesses have been unable to trade for extended periods, and when trading is permitted, many establishments found ongoing restrictions made it unviable. Politicians of all parties have called on the nation to build back better after this pandemic. Those calls give new meaning and new purpose to this bill and to a statutory code that can protect Scotland's publicans choosing to do what's best for their pub and best for their customers as we emerge from this crisis. We have an opportunity to secure a fairer deal for Scotland Ties pubs tonight. For the good of this industry, it's an opportunity that we have to seize. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. That concludes debate on the Tide Pub Scotland Bill, and we will move on in a moment to the next item of business.
Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 24453 on approval of an SSI. Could I call on Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to speak to and move this motion?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm sure members are going to miss this decision time highlight as much as I am. So for the final time in this parliamentary session, Presiding Officer, these regulations remove provisions relating to festive gatherings as they've now served their purpose. The provisions regarding end-of-term households are adjusted so they remain fit for purpose. These regulations remove the requirement for child contact centres to close in level 4 areas. They adjust the definition of professional sports person and ease the restrictions on libraries to ensure they can open. Finally, these regulations extend the expiry date of the health protection coronavirus restrictions and requirements local levels Scotland regulations 2020 and the health protection coronavirus restrictions directions by local authorities Scotland regulations 2020 to the 30th of September 2021, and these regs came into force on the 5th of March 2021.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. The question on this SSI will be put at decision time. Now, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice under Rule 11.2.4 of Standing Orders that decision time be brought forward to now. Could I invite the Minister to move such a motion?
Move with pleasure, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. So the question is that decision time be brought forward to now. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Thank you. So there are 3 questions this evening. Before I put the first question, which will be on legislation, I'm not going to suspend, but I'm just going to pause to allow members to refresh the voting app. So you don't have to put the pin in again, but if members press the refresh buttons, and it should come back up with the last vote that you voted on earlier today. And for those who do need to put the pin in, the pin is 3337. 3337 for those who haven't voted today, but hopefully most people will have, and they'll just need to refresh their app. So I'll just give a few moments for that to happen. And let me know if it doesn't refresh, just draw my attention to that. Okay, colleagues, so the first question this evening is that motion 24238 in the name of Andy Whiteman on the European Charter of Local Self-Government Incorporation Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed. Are we all agreed? In fact, sorry, members may press their voting buttons now. This is a 1-minute division on the European Charter of Local Self-Government Incorporation Scotland Bill. This is legislation, so we need to cast our votes. Thank you. The vote is closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Could I call Jamie Green to make a point of order? Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Apologies. Perhaps the office Wi-Fi has failed us one last time. I would have voted yes.
Sorry, Mr. Green, I didn't quite catch that. Would you have voted yes? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'll make sure that vote is added. And can I call Beatrice Wishart to also make a point of order?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't know what happened. There was a hiccup here, and I would have voted yes if the system had allowed.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. I'll make sure that your vote yes is also added. The result of the vote on motion 24238 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 114. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the European Charter of Local Self-Government Corporation Scotland Bill is passed. Now, the next question is that motion 24271 in the name of Neil Bibby on the Tide Pub Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed. And again, members should press their voting buttons now. This will be a 1-minute division on the Tide Pubs Bill. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Everybody's fine. The result of the vote on motion 24271 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 111. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the Tide Pubs Scotland Bill is passed. And our final question this evening is that motion 24453 in the name of Graham Day on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. That concludes decision time. We're going to move shortly to members' business in the name of Jeremy Balfour on Stories of Hope report. But we'll just pause for a few moments to allow some members to leave and other members to arrive. Make sure everyone follows the social distancing rules, the one-way systems, and wear your masks, please.
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.